Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The weather was unnaturally cold today. Dark, heavy clouds choked the sky, casting a gray shroud over the endless sea below. Amid the crashing waves, a solitary vessel cut through the waters with eerie calm, undeterred by the storm brewing above. Aboard the ship, silence lingered over the deck like a curse. Dozens of prisoners, all dressed in drab gray uniforms, sat shackled and still. Among them, a boy, far too young for such a place, sat quietly on a splintered bench, his expression blank. His name was Lester. Around him were hardened criminals, most far older and battle-worn, their eyes either sunken in despair or flickering with malice. Yet it was Lester who drew the most attention, not just from the prisoners, but from the Orurs as well. One of them, a man in a black windbreaker, stood tall at the front of the deck. He held his wand high as he gave a stern, almost theatrical speech on rehabilitation and redemption. His voice boomed over the wind, filled with conviction, but his words were met only with scoffs and smirks from the prisoners. They knew the truth. Redemption had no place in the destination they were bound for. Azkaban, a name that chilled even the darkest souls. The most feared prison in the entire British wizarding world. Unlike other prisons guarded by wizards, Azkaban was ruled by creatures far more terrifying, Dementors. These nightmarish beings fed not on food or drink, but on happiness itself. With each breath, they drained their victims of joy, leaving behind only emptiness and madness. Those who remained too long became hollow shells, lost in sorrow, their souls decayed long before their bodies perished. As the Orur continued preaching, his eyes finally settled on the boy seated among men. Lester, only 10 years old, with a striking, noble bearing that no prison uniform could conceal. His presence was like a blade of light in a room full of shadows, utterly out of place. The contrast between him and the gaunt criminals around him was painfully obvious. The Orur's voice faltered for a moment. His gaze softened. He knew who the boy was. He knew the truth behind this unjust imprisonment. Lester had been made a scapegoat, a sacrificial pawn for a pure-blood aristocrat's son. The ministry had turned a blind eye. Politics had spoken louder than justice. The Orur's jaw clenched. There was nothing he could do. He was just one man, powerless. Still, he offered Lester a fleeting look of pity. But the boy didn't notice. His mind was elsewhere, because just moments ago, Lester had still been asleep, in his dorm bed in a different world. Then, without warning, he had awakened on this ship, surrounded by strangers and shadows. Confusion raged in his mind until, without warning, pain shot through his skull. A flood of memories, foreign, yet familiar, crashed into him like a tidal wave. In his mind's eye, a dark curtain unfurled. A film began to play. A boy named Lester, born in the magical world. Orphaned young after both parents, Orurs who had died heroically fighting Voldemort, were murdered by Death Eaters. He was placed in a Muggle orphanage, forgotten by the wizarding world. He should have been hailed as a hero's son. He should have received protection, compensation, perhaps even honor. Instead, the pure-blood elite seized his identity, redirected the rewards, and cast him aside. When he resisted, demanding justice, they retaliated. Fabricated charges. A swift trial. Azkaban. 1 year, they said, just until Hogwarts enrollment. But everyone knew that a child entering Azkaban never walked back out. By the time the memories settled, Lester's hands were trembling. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails bit into his palms. So this is the wizarding world? He thought bitterly. This corrupt, rotting system? A rumble beneath the deck signaled their arrival. Boom! The ship docked at Azkaban. A bitter wind met them the moment they stepped ashore. Lester looked up. The sky here was a void, sunless, seasonless. No warmth, no life. The island was a wasteland. Black rock covered everything. Not a trace of greenery. The cold seemed to seep up from the earth itself, wrapping around his bones. Lester instinctively wanted to run, but the heavily armed Orurs flanking the prisoners made it clear there would be no escape. Not now. Not ever. Step by step, they marched toward the fortress. The prison loomed ahead like a mountain of despair. Shadows twisted along the walls, and floating all around them were the Dementors. They circled like vultures, their eyeless faces fixed on the newcomers. The temperature dropped further as they neared, and the prisoners visibly flinched. But the Orurs were prepared. With Patronus charms glowing faintly around them, they pushed forward, shielding the group from the soul-sucking creatures. Through the massive doors they entered. Inside, silence reigned. Not the angry shouts or jeers found in Muggle prisons, just cold, echoing silence. The inmates did not speak. They did not move. Even eye contact was rare. No one wanted to draw the attention of the Dementors that patrolled the halls like shadows of death. And just as Lester crossed the threshold, a sudden voice echoed softly in his ear. Ding! The Dark Lord's system has begun binding. A cold wind slithered through the dark, damp cell like a serpent, chilling the stone walls of Azkaban. The flickering torchlight did little to ease the gloom, and an eerie silence hung in the air. But that silence had recently been broken by fear. Lester had vanished. One moment, he'd been there, shackled like the rest of them. The next, gone like a ghost. The hardened criminals in the cell, all seasoned by blood and magic, now shifted uneasily. This was no ordinary disappearance. And none of them, not even the most dangerous, like surprises in Azkaban. Stinking brat. Show yourself, bellowed a brawny man built like an iron tower, his eyes scanning every inch of the cell. He wasn't stupid. He knew the boy had used a wandless illusion charm. But even so, magic always left a trace. The sandy floor would reveal footprints. A breath too loud would betray him. The brute grinned menacingly and dropped to a crouch, eyes scanning the dirt floor for any sign of disturbance. He was certain he'd catch the boy with patience. But nothing appeared. No prints. No sound. Lester, cloaked under a god-tier invisibility technique, had vanished completely. No scent. No shadow. No sound. Perched silently on the upper bunk, Lester watched the brute's growing frustration with amusement. His lips curled into a cold, mocking smile as he surveyed the cell. He had a plan. Every prison, magical or not, had hidden weapons, shanks carved from stone or bone, makeshift tools stashed by desperate hands. He just needed one. Moving with deliberate care, Lester crept to the top bunk, the most well-kept bed in the cell, no doubt belonging to the brute. The lower bunk, in contrast, was a filthy nest of rags and rot. Carefully slipping his hand beneath the pillow, Lester's fingers brushed cold stone. A shiv, sharp and crude, deadly. He pulled it out slowly. Thanks to the invisibility spell, the weapon disappeared the moment it touched his hand, hidden from all eyes. Silently, Lester stretched out, relaxing like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Below, the brute finally lost his patience. With a roar, he began swinging his fists wildly through the air, throwing punches at empty space in every direction, hoping for a lucky strike. His rage made him sloppy. The toilet, the walls, even his own bunk took hits, but Lester, untouched. After minutes of flailing, the giant stopped, panting, sweat dripping down his temple. Did he escape? He muttered, confused and breathless. Little did he know, his target was lounging above, watching him like one with a mad dog. It's time. Lester's eyes flashed coldly as he gripped the knife tighter. There was no room for mercy in Azkaban. He moved. Silently, like death itself, he dropped from the top bunk without a sound, cushioned by the spell. Each step was careful, precise. One step. 2. 3. The brute didn't notice the ghost stalking behind him until it was too late. With a flash of silver, Lester drove the knife deep into the man's side. Blood erupted from the wound, staining the floor in an instant. ARGH, The brute roared in pain, twisting as scarlet poured from his waist. His face flushed purple with rage, but there was something off. He was smiling? That's when Lester saw it. The brute had deliberately exposed his side. He wanted to be stabbed. A trap. As blood splattered, the brute grinned, expecting the spray to cling to the attacker and reveal his form. But instead, the blood passed through air and landed harmlessly on the floor. The grin faded. The other prisoners watched in horror. Blood was gushing from a man who stood alone, and no one had touched him. Impossible. Panic rippled through the cell. Ding. Fear value plus 100 from Leonardo. Ding. Fear value plus 100 from Quentin. Ding. Fear value plus 100. 7 notifications blinked before Lester's eyes. 700 fear points collected instantly. His eyes widened. That easy? He had once thought fear points would be hard to earn. 1,000 required just for a single lottery pull. Now, with one knife to the right man, he was already past halfway. Lester stood over the wounded brute, still invisible, still unreadable. Wrong move, picking me, he whispered. And in this hellish prison, where only the vicious survived, the invisible boy had just become the most feared monster in the cell. Immediately, Lester looked at these prisoners with softer eyes, and the killing intent in his heart also slowly disappeared. Now, they're not as simple as roommates of prisoners. In Lester's view, they're all golden gold mines. If they failed to provide themselves with fear points, there was no need for them to keep this group of scumbags. But if they could provide themselves with fear points, then Lester will have a good time playing with them. Holding tightly the blood-stained stone knife in his hand, Lester slowly moved to the right side of the strong man. At this time, the strong man was still in a state of confusion. He couldn't understand how Lester could avoid being stained with blood. Blood gushed out frantically from the strong man's right waist continuously. The sharp stone knife not only cut his body, but also caused him to stab the strong man's fragile waist. Slowly, severe pain spread all over the strong man's body, and the strong man whose waist was severely injured only felt that he was in a trance. I don't know if it was because I was bleeding too much or because I was stabbed in the waist. It is difficult for a strong man to stand firm now. Staggering back to the bed on the lower bunk, the strong man covered his bleeding wound with his hands while weakly begging for help. Unfortunately, in the face of the assistance of the strong man in the Iron Tower, the remaining 6 inmates turned a blind eye. Especially the wretched old man who left a deep impression on Lester was even more afraid to cover his lower body, for fear that Lester would suddenly appear in front of him and stab his big baby. You guys, the strong man in the Iron Tower looked at the 6 people who were pretending to be deaf and dumb, and his teeth itched involuntarily. He didn't expect that after being a prison boss for so long, in the end, this group of people treated him like this. Break. In an instant, a piercing sound resounded in the cell again. Lester held the small stone knife tightly, slowly approached the strong man who was still cursing on the bed, grabbed the knife, and slashed at the strong man's thigh again. Thanks to the careful polishing of the strong man on weekdays, this small stone knife is extremely sharp. The sharp tip of the knife was like cutting through a piece of A4 paper, easily cutting through the skin on the strong man's thigh. Then Lester pushed hard, and the entire 10 cm long stone knife disappeared into the strong man's thigh. It didn't stop until it touched the strong man's hard leg bone. It wasn't over yet. The moment he touched the strong man's leg bone, Lester pulled out the knife in his hand instantly and slashed fiercely at the strong man's eyes again. Because the strong man was attacked again and again, his pair of giant bear-like eyes were already bloodshot with anger, staring at everything in front of him, just waiting for Lester to arrive. Unfortunately, because Lester's attack was too fast, the strong man had no time to react to the attack. The moment his thigh was attacked, the strong man's eyes also burst out with blood. The sharp stone knife scratched the strong man's eyes with lightning speed. This time a strong man finally couldn't bear the physical pain and yelled loudly. The miserable cry spread throughout Azkaban, and even Sirius, who was in the deepest part of Azkaban, thinking about how to spend his days in a mess, was startled by this cry. Not good. The moment the strong man yelled, the eyes of the other 6 prisoners in the room immediately became terrified. The wretched old man on the edge of the cell was trembling all over and let out a burst of mourning. Including the strong man, everyone in the same cell changed their faces. The strong man lying on the bed was so scared that he didn't even care about the bleeding wound and lay down on the bed quickly. As for the others who were too late, they simply laid down on the ground, tightly covering their cheeks with their hands to prevent them from making any noise and being targeted by the Dementors. A few seconds later, a suffocating coldness descended on the entire cell, and everyone in the cell trembled at the same time. His trembling hands tightly covered his mouth for fear that he would make a sound. Crunch, accompanied by the sound of the rusty iron door moving. The heavy door was slowly pushed open by a rotten finger. The breath of death and fear gradually spread in the cell. A Dementor wearing a tattered black cloak floated in slowly through the gap in the door. The lifeless eyes shrouded under the black robe slowly looked around at everyone in the prison. The prisoners who were being targeted by the Dementors all felt chills all over their bodies, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Of course, these feelings are the feelings of a prisoner. For Lester, who has performed the god-level invisibility technique, he is standing in front of the Dementor openly. The debuffs brought by the Dementors can't affect him in any way. Striding around the Dementors in front of him, Lester came to the door of the cell. Lester's eyes lit up when he saw the iron door that had been opened by the Dementor. This is his chance to escape. Maybe this gap is still too narrow for an adult, but for him, a 10-year-old child, the gap is just big enough for him to pass through. At this time, in the prison cell, the Dementors who had just entered were staring at the 7 terrified prisoners, absorbing the happiness in their bodies to their heart's content. On the lower bunk, the strong man in the iron tower bit his arm in fear, closed his bleeding eyes tightly, and trembled all over his body. Although he is in great pain now, the strong man knows that he must not be born in front of the Dementors. Otherwise, this dark creature would have an excuse to suck its own soul, and the strong man trembled with fear at the thought of his soul being sucked by the Dementor. Finally, the Dementor, who had been standing in the center of the cell, was satisfied with his food and was about to turn around and leave happily. Just as everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief, another blood hole appeared on the strong man's thigh. Worry! The burly man who was caught off guard almost cried out. He never expected that the Dementors would come to check the prison, and this boy Lester was still unwilling to let him go. What hatred, what resentment! Don't you just want to show him off? As for screwing yourself to death like this? The pupils of the other prisoners trembled slightly when they saw the blood hole on the strong man's thigh. The fear of Lester in my heart has also increased a lot. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones. The hard ones are afraid of the dumb ones. The dumb ones are afraid of the ruthless ones. And the ruthless ones are afraid of death. This Lester is simply the ruthless of ruthless people. He dared to commit murder in front of the Dementors. How much did he hate this strong man? It's because when people first let you sleep in the toilet, you will destroy his soul. You are too small-minded, right? The other prisoners in the cell were terrified when they thought of the various behaviors they had faced with such a ruthless person before. Ding! From prisoners, Leonardo's fear value plus 100. Ding! From a prisoner, Quentin's fear value plus 100. So scattered. The system light curtain in front of Lester once again passed 7 messages. Okay, Dementor. Seeing the 7 messages across the light curtain in front of him, Lester looked happy. He didn't expect that the Dementor could have such a function, which could help him intimidate other prisoners to gain fear points. Originally, Lester hated dark creatures like Dementors very much, but now it seems that it is not beneficial to use Dementors as jailers in prisons. The strong man who was stabbed again in the thigh was in extreme pain, and his entire face was distorted to the point of deformation. But because the Dementors were still staring at him, the strong man had no choice but to endure the powerful pain without saying a word. Only his body, which was still trembling crazily, could show his pain. In front of the strong man's bed, Lester, who had remained invisible all this time, showed a sinister smile. The brawny man in front of him might have offended him to death, by doing this to him. Now that you have offended me to death, then I will kill you. Lester still understands the truth of cutting grass and roots. Holding the small stone knife tightly in his hand, Lester slashed at the strong man's stomach again. The sharp knife cut through the skin on the strong man's stomach in an instant, and firmly penetrated into the strong man's body. Puff! The sound of a knife piercing flesh was heard very abruptly in the room, causing the hearts of everyone in the room to tremble again. Boss, stop it! Seeing the miserable condition of the strong man, many prisoners were even more frightened and trembled. This boy Lester, despite his small size, is really ruthless. The Dementor is still standing there, and you are still stabbing people with a knife? Isn't it a bit too arrogant? Hearing the noise, the Dementor slowly retracted its steps, turned around slowly, and looked straight at the painful strong man. At this moment, the brawny man was really in distress. He knew that keeping silent in front of the Dementors was the best way to save his life, but he couldn't stand the boy Lester, who kept stabbing him with a knife. Facing the gaze of the Dementor, the strong man clenched his teeth, forcing himself not to make a sound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The burly man, who was enduring the pain, insisted on holding back the pain until the Dementor turned around without making a sound. Seeing the back of the Dementor about to leave, both the strong man and the other prisoners subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Result: a white pillow on a bunk bed floated up out of thin air and then slammed into the back of the Dementor. No! Since the strong man's eye was scratched by Lester, he had no idea what happened. But the other inmates in the cell clearly saw a pillow hit the Dementor. Looking at the pillows still flying in the air, the other 6 prisoners really wanted to die. I thought there was a 10-year-old kid in the cell, and he could be bullied and have some fun in the ordinary life. Unexpectedly, this brat really dared to attack, and he was deadly in one fell swoop. The fast-flying pillow passed through the Dementor's body in a flash, and hit the wall in front of the Dementor heavily. Seeing this scene, everyone in the cell held their breath in fear and huddled together as much as possible to prevent the raging Dementor from hurting innocent people. Sure enough, the Dementor who was pierced by the pillow was stunned for a moment, and then an angry expression gradually came to its face. He didn't expect that in the land of Azkaban, there were still prisoners who dared to attack him. With gusts of wind, the Dementor turned around abruptly, looking in the direction of the pillow. Facing him, he saw a strong man covered in wounds, lying on the bed with a terrified expression. Whoa! The angry Dementor immediately identified the strong man as the prisoner who had just attacked him with a pillow. After all, only the strong man can get the pillow, and there's no one around the strong man. So if it wasn't the strong man who smashed it, could it be the invisible man? According to the rules of the Dementors and the Ministry of Magic, if a prisoner attacks the jailer of Azkaban as a prison guard, the Dementor has the right to suck the soul of the prisoner, and the thought that he will be able to suck the delicious soul immediately makes the Dementor feel a lot better. The Dementor, wearing an old cloak, slowly floated in the direction of the strong man. The old cloak floated without wind, making a shrill sound when it was blown. Lying on the bed and still clutching his wound, the strong man, trembling in pain, suddenly froze. I just felt a cold breath approaching me constantly. My whole body felt as if I had fallen into an ice cave, feeling extremely cold. The strong man who had served more than a year in Azkaban knew that it was the feeling of a Dementor close to him. No! As the Dementors continued to approach, the strong man ignored the bleeding wounds on his body and stepped back uncontrollably. It wasn't until there was no way to retreat and touch the wall that it stopped. Seeing this, the Dementors on the side were not in a hurry to suck the soul of the strong man directly, but instead played a game of cat and mouse, watching the strong man retreat in fear. Finally, the strong man who had been struggling to retreat exhausted all his strength, and he collapsed in the corner of the bed as if resigned to his fate. Whoa! Seeing that the strong man didn't continue to struggle, the Dementor also lost interest and slowly floated to the strong man's side. The old black cloak slowly wrapped the head of the strong man, and at the same time, The entire face of the Dementor was stuck to the strong man's face. Seeing such a terrifying scene, everyone in the cell trembled with fright. Dementor's kiss. As a dark creature, a Dementor has an inherent terrifying skill, that is the Dementor's kiss. It can suck human souls and turn them into nourishment for Dementors. Human beings whose souls are sucked by Dementors will be like walking corpses, losing all consciousness, and will spend their whole life in a daze until death comes. Soon, the strong man whose head was covered by a black cloak trembled violently, and then lost his vitality. Apparently, the burly man who was thought to be sneaking up on the jailer had his soul sucked out by the Dementors. It wasn't until the contented Dementor closed the cell door and turned away that everyone in the cell was really relieved. However, even though the Dementors were gone, they did not dare to let their guard down, because they haven't forgotten that there is another guy in the prison that is more terrifying than a Dementor watching them. Able to hide from the sight of Dementors, he is ruthless, extremely vicious, and kills with every move. Even though they couldn't see the invisible Lester now, they knew that Azkaban ushered in a real king from today. A real king who is only 10 years old, but can scare other criminal prisoners. After the Dementor that had devoured the strong man's soul left, Lester looked around at the trembling people in the cell who were still terrified, and felt that the time was ripe, so he showed his figure. With the removal of Lester's god-level invisibility, Lester's thin figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. The gray prison uniform on my body was spotless, but the stone knife that was holding me tightly in my hand was covered with blood. I will be the head of this cell from now on. Lester looked around the prisoners and said coldly, "Who agrees and who opposes?" After Lester finished asking, the cell fell into a deathly silence. With the lessons learned from the strong man, who would dare to oppose him? Under Lester's cold gaze, the remaining prisoners in the cell nodded frantically, wishing they could raise their hands and feet to express their approval for Lester's becoming the cell leader. And everyone worked extremely hard, for fear that if they didn't do well in something, Lester would write it down in a small notebook, and if they had nothing to do, they would give themselves 2 knives. Didn't you see that the strong man is already lying quietly on the bed just because he gave Lester a blow? It can be seen that Lester is not only cruel, but also extremely small-minded. Seeing that the few remaining prisoners in the cell recognized his identity as his elder brother, Lester couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. He is not a murderous maniac. He killed the strong man purely because the strong man is a scumbag, and he is in prison for the first time. If he wants not to be bullied, he urgently needs someone to show his authority. The unlucky brawny man just hit his own gun. You two, Lester, who became the boss, immediately entered the role, randomly ordered 2 prisoners, and said, "Go and throw his body into the toilet for me." Lester didn't want to sleep with a dead man, so naturally the body of the strong man in the Iron Tower should be as far away from him as possible. Seeing Lester pointing at him, the 2 prisoners who were pointed at first trembled in fear. Then they all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that they were just letting themselves carry the corpse. Immediately got up and honestly moved the blood-stained body of the strong man to the toilet. Isn't it just moving a corpse? Since they could be imprisoned in Azkaban, few of them are good things. There are a lot of dead bodies. As long as Lester doesn't kill them, let alone let them move the corpses, they are willing to let them eat poop. Ignore the disgusting duo who are moving the corpse. Lester was concentrating all his attention on his system panel. Lester hadn't had time to look at his own system because there was still a strong Iron Tower that hadn't been resolved. Now that the strong man in the Iron Tower has been solved, he finally has time to draw a lottery. Lester did not forget that he had gained 1,400 fear points before. Although not a lot, it was enough for Lester to smoke once. System Lester shouted silently in his heart, saying, "I want to draw a lottery." Now that there's a chance to draw a lottery, Lester naturally does not intend to keep his fear value. Anyway, this thing can't give birth to cubs. If you use it now, maybe you can get good things for jailbreaking. Lester didn't want to live in this damn place for a year, let alone he was wronged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of the item Super Viagra /. Looking at the surrendered prisoners in the cell, Lester didn't talk nonsense and climbed to the upper bunk of the two-story bed, looking down condescendingly on the 6 trembling prisoners below. If you didn't know that they can provide you with fear points, you can go up and solve them all with one knife. But now I want to keep them alive. The fear value generated by these people is of great help to the improvement of their own strength. 6 of you stand in a row for me, and tell me one by one what you did to get in here. As soon as Lester sat firmly on the bed, he couldn't wait to give orders to the 6 prisoners below. He wants to gain fear points by bullying these prisoners, but he must not bully them for no reason. Although few of these people who can be imprisoned in Azkaban are good people, if he is too cruel, it may arouse the rebellious psychology of these prisoners. The ancient people also paid attention to being famous when they fought wars. Naturally, I needed an excuse to punish them. Hearing that Lester, who was sitting high on the upper bunk, asked them to state their crimes, the prisoners were stunned for a moment, a little confused. Generally, the prisoners in the cell came in because of something they committed, and they usually couldn't hide it, so they didn't know Lester's intentions. So, soon they honestly reported the reasons for their imprisonment. First was Ho San, who was arrested for stealing in Diagon Alley. The crime was relatively minor, and he was only sentenced to 3 months. If nothing happens, Ho San will be released from prison next month. Then the other few people are relatively simple, all using black magic to maliciously hurt muggles. His hands were more or less contaminated with the lives of several muggles. But the death of muggles is not worth mentioning to the officials of the Ministry of Magic. In their view, muggle life is not life at all. So the group of them were only imprisoned for about 2 years. Only the wretched old man who left a deep impression on Lester committed the most disgusting things. He actually used black magic to seduce 13 muggle boys. It wasn't until 2 years ago that the Ministry of Magic noticed the demon's actions and sent several Orurs to arrest him. The nature of the case was the worst, and the longer the sentence, it was sentenced to 5 years. It is estimated that it is very difficult to get out of Azkaban alive from the hands of this group of Dementors. After hearing the crimes of the 6 prisoners, Lester pondered for a moment. First of all, Ho San, who was arrested for stealing in Diagon Alley, committed the least crime, and the crime is not too deep, so he can accept it. As for those murderers who used black magic to kill muggles for fun, Lester rejected them from the bottom of his heart, and he was still included in his blacklist. As for the wretched old man who raped young children, Lester felt sick to his stomach just looking at his wretched expression. It seems that the first lucky one is you. Lester looked at the wretched old man who didn't know the disaster was imminent, and he had already thought of a way to deal with him. It will definitely make this old thing who rapes young children live or die. Having made up his mind, Lester naturally did what he said. Slowly standing up from the upper bunk and looking down at the 6 prisoners below, Lester said slowly, "Since you can elect me as the cell leader, it means that you think highly of me. Since I am your prison boss, I will lead you to reform and strive to be a new person after you get out of prison." Prisoner, hearing Lester's remarks that he would lead himself and others to be a human being again, the remaining 6 prisoners, including Ho San, felt their eggs ache. "Big brother, I made myself into Azkaban when I was only 10 years old and killed a person to stand up as soon as I came in. As a result, you now actually say that you want to lead everyone to be a new person together. Do you think I should believe it?" Okay. Looking at the non-committal crowd below, Lester didn't say much. Anyway, he didn't care what they thought, and all he wanted was the fear value. In fact, he didn't even believe what he said before. "Okay, in order to teach you scumbags to be human again, it seems that I need to teach you some great principles." Lester looked at the group of unknown prisoners and said slowly, "Since this group of people are the scum of scum, if I want to lead them to do good, I can't use ordinary methods. Strong medicine should be used in severe cases, and Lester still understands this. Starting tomorrow, you will learn knowledge from the East with me." The next day, in the peaceful Azkaban cell, the sound of reading aloud resounded. Many prisoners in the cell felt extremely bewildered when they heard the sound of reading that was incompatible with the surrounding environment. I just felt like I was back in the Hogwarts classroom again. Study and learn from time to time. Isn't it easy to say? Is it a pleasure to have friends come from afar? Is it not a gentleman if you don't know, but not stunned? The principles from the mysterious East kept ringing in the prison cell and reached the ears of many prisoners. Inside Lester's cell, the 6 prisoners knelt obediently in a row, and in front of them was Lester, who was holding a knife as a pointer. While they were reciting ancient poems that they didn't know what they meant, they looked at Lester, who was sharpening his sword in fear. Ding! From prisoners, Leonardo's fear value, plus 100. Ding! From a prisoner, Quentin's fear value, plus 100. Lester, who was still sharpening his knife, would hear a pleasant system notification sound in his mind from time to time. Usually, every system notification sound means that his fear value has increased by 100 points. Mispronounced. Suddenly, Lester, who was still sharpening the knife, paused and raised the knife to the thigh of the wretched old man in front of him. Damn it, I taught him knowledge with good intentions, and this old man actually dared to run away. A painful low cry echoed in the cell, shaking the other prisoners who were still concentrating on reciting the Analects. Ding! From prisoners, Leonardo's fear value plus 100. Ding! From a prisoner, Quentin's fear value plus 100. Concentrate when reading the Analects of Confucius. Lester pulled the knife out of the wretched old man's thigh and said bitterly, "You boy, how long have you been reading before?" The worst batch of students. With Lester pulling out the knife, a column of blood spurted out from the wretched old man's thigh in an instant, and the bright red blood kept spraying out. Hosan, who was kneeling beside the wretched old man, was immediately sprayed with blood, but even so, he still didn't dare to stop his mouth. 1,600 fear points. Just after stabbing the wretched old man, Lester couldn't wait to check his panel. Lester couldn't help but smile with satisfaction after discovering that he could do another draw. Before, he planned to find a chance to escape from prison, to enjoy magic and enjoy the wonder of magic. But now that the fear value is constantly being recorded, Lester feels that it is not unacceptable to live here for a year. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ignoring the terrified crowd and the wretched old man whose thighs were still bleeding, Lester called the system directly and wanted to draw a lottery. The first lottery gave him God-level invisibility, and the second lottery gave him Super Viagra. These two things seem to work well in Lester's opinion, although he has never used Super Viagra. But just through the introduction of Super Viagra, Lester can know the extraordinary of Super Viagra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Wall Penetration. Wall Penetration allows the caster to pass through any wall without hindrance. The world is so big, unimpeded. Wall Penetration. Looking at the shining Wall Penetration on the system panel, Lester's eyes lit up. This is exactly what he needs. Now, he is in the cell of Azkaban. If he wants to get the wool, he can only get the wool of the 6 people in the cell. Although there are a lot of fear points in the account every day, the wool will be wiped out sooner or later. From Hosan's mouth, Lester learned that Azkaban only replenishes criminals on Wednesdays every week. In other words, until next Wednesday, there can only be these 6 prisoners in his cell. Obviously, these 6 prisoners are obviously not enough for him. It was only the first day I didn't watch it, and I stabbed one to death. If calculated according to this algorithm, these 6 prisoners are not enough for him. But now that I have the wall penetration technique, it means that I can go to other cells to escape. At that time, wouldn't all the prisoners in Azkaban be their own sheep? Louder! I can't hear you. Lester, who was happy in his heart, directly slapped a murderer on the face in order to express his joy, and scolded him louder. Anyway, these people are scumbags. If they don't beat them for nothing, they won't beat them. Hitting him himself is just to discourage the souls he killed. The murderer who was slapped inexplicably looked aggrieved, thinking that he was a scary existence outside. But if he looked at him on the street, he would give him a good lesson. But now looking at the wretched old man who was still bleeding from his thigh, the murderer sincerely confessed, immediately raised the volume a few degrees, and read the Analects even louder. Scholars can't be resolute. The responsibilities are heavy and the road is long. Rin takes his own responsibility. Isn't it too important? Isn't it too far away after death? The sound of reading aloud echoed in this lifeless prison again. Suddenly, just after the 6 members of the Analects in Lester's cell raised their volume, there were several sharp curses from the cell next door to Lester. Dog thing next door, can you be quiet? Yeah, be quiet. Is your mother dead? Is chanting sutras here to save you? I've entered Azkaban, and I still want to start a new life. Can you calm down a little bit? Obviously, they who were in the next cell were very dissatisfied with the 6 prisoners who had been reciting the Analects. Those who could be locked up here are naturally not good things. Now, the prisoners next door to me don't know what's going on, and they talk about such positive things every day. How can this group of prisoners bear it? And if you miss it, just read it. Can you read it once in a while? Is it a bit too much for you to read it from yesterday to now? If you don't sleep, we still have to sleep. Listening to the great truth that came from time to time in the next cell, the other prisoners, let alone sleeping, felt as if they were being roasted on a fire. They really wanted to die. Familiar, but not ignorant, the group of people who listened to it collapsed, but those who read it collapsed even more. These 6 prisoners have been reciting the Luanyu with Lester since he became the cell leader. At first, Lester could practice with him, but later, after reading it a few times, he let them read it all by themselves. Those who have just learned the Analects of Confucius can't read this. As a result, whoever reads it wrong will be stabbed in the thigh. If they were at Hogwarts, the professor would punish them a little if they made a mistake, but this kid Lester really poked him. Didn't you see that old Quentin, who is relatively stupid, has no good place on his body? These 6 prisoners have not closed their eyes for a full day. Hearing the abuse from the next door to him, Lester's whole face collapsed. It frightened the 6 prisoners who had been secretly paying attention to Lester's expression. In my heart, I prayed silently for the prisoners next door. They knew that Lester had the ability to hide from the sight of Dementors. For Lester, it was too easy to escape to a prison cell. Stop it all for me. Lester put a serious face on his face and stopped everyone who was still reciting aloud. With the cessation of everyone's reading aloud, the cursing in the opposite cell gradually subsided. After Azkaban fell into silence again, Lester turned around and said coldly to the prisoner in the next cell, "What did you mean just now?" Lester felt extremely wronged. He kindly helped other prisoners to reform themselves, but the result was not understood by others. Instead, you have to endure the abuse of others, which is too unfair. Puff. Hearing Lester's immature words with a hint of a child's voice, the prisoners in the next cell burst out laughing. Although they knew that this kid seemed to have something, he surrendered all the prisoners in the cell on his first day in Azkaban. But so what? Can he still pass through the heavy iron gate to beat himself? The fearless prisoner became even more presumptuous and directly cursed at Lester through the wall. All kinds of grievances in the cell were vented out, and all kinds of foul language emerged endlessly. Listening to the abuse in the cell next door, Lester's face darkened, and his body gradually disappeared into the cell. God-level invisibility activate. In the cell, watching Lester disappear in front of him, the remaining 6 prisoners knew, "I am afraid that someone will lose their life today." According to Lester's petite character, the strong man was stabbed 3 times for just a little provocation, and his soul was sucked away by the Dementor. Now that the people in the cell next door are scolding Lester so much, I'm afraid it's really hard to survive today. Why do you insist on messing with me? Lester shook his head helplessly. He just wanted to live quietly in the ghostly place of Azkaban for a year and get 100 million fear points along the way to increase his strength. Unexpectedly, with such a small request of his, someone would make trouble for him. Walking slowly to the wall that separated the 2 cells, Lester pressed his hands tightly against the cell wall. I muttered silently in my heart, "Wall-piercing technique." After using the wall penetration technique, Lester only felt light all over. The right hand that was still leaning against the wall actually penetrated directly. Seeing the miraculous effect of the wall penetration technique, Lester immediately stepped into the wall and entered the cell next door. At this time, in the cell next door, the prisoners hadn't realized the danger coming, and they were still cursing Lester at the top of their voices. The arrogant expressions of each one are simply unbearable. Lester, who was invisible, looked at the blushing and thick-necked prisoner who was cursing in the cell, and his eyes flashed coldly. Holding a small stone knife, he came to the most scolding prisoner. Raising the sharp knife in his hand high, Lester stabbed the prisoner's waist fiercely. Since he stabbed a strong man several times before, Lester already had a wealth of stabbing experience at this time. The knife in his hand entered the prisoner's body very easily, stabbing a blood hole in the prisoner. The prisoner, who was still concentrating on cursing, suddenly froze, and a severe pain continued to come from his waist. The sound of a knife piercing his flesh made him tremble subconsciously. Looking down dully, he saw a blood hole inexplicably appearing in his waist. Spring-like blood is spraying out crazily. Immediately, the prisoners in the entire cell saw this strange scene, and all became a mess. Again, everyone who could be imprisoned in Azkaban is a simple guy. They have all seen the world. It stands to reason, what scene have these people never seen? Not to mention that someone was stabbed. Even if they were killed by the death curse, they would not be surprised. However, the stabbing of this person was too weird, right? When cursing and cursing, there's a blood hole in the body, which is a bit too scary. While the rest of the prisoners in the cell were panicking, Lester was not idle at all. Holding a small knife, aiming at the waists of the remaining prisoners, one knife at a time. Cruel and merciless, without a trace of sloppy, is simply frightening. Accompanied by 7 deep screams, all the prisoners in the cell laid down on the ground in pain, clutching their waists tightly with their hands. He stared in horror at the empty cell. Ding! From prisoners, Leonardo's fear value plus 100. Ding! From a prisoner, Quentin's fear value plus 100. At this time, in the first cell, the remaining 6 inmates immediately realized what happened when they heard the 8 low-pitched screams from the next door. Thinking of Lester's cruel methods, the 6 prisoners who were still kneeling subconsciously became afraid. At the same time, it is not only the original 6 prisoners who are afraid, but the prisoners next door are the real fear. I had a good time swearing at others, but somehow I got stabbed in the waist. Who wouldn't be afraid if it was put on someone? Immediately, the terrified prisoners contributed 800 fear points to Lester. It's 2,000 fear points. Lester's eyes lit up when he heard the system prompts that kept flashing through his mind. Unexpectedly, he could gain 1,600 fear points just by stabbing 8 more people. If he stabbed all the prisoners in Azkaban with a small stone knife, wouldn't he be fined? And this is not a one-time sale. I just need to stab these prisoners. You can ask them to join their own small class of re-being. When they make a mistake and punish them, they could get a lot of fear points. Thinking of this, Lester couldn't help laughing out loud. I didn't expect that being imprisoned in Azkaban was not a bad thing, but it put me in a big gold mine. This should be left outside. How can there be so many scumbags for him to bully? Just do what you say. After seeing that the 8 strong men have successfully stopped their wounds, Lester slowly released his invisibility and revealed his figure. Seeing Lester suddenly appearing in the cell out of nowhere, the 8 prisoners in the cell who had suffered heavy waist injuries were shocked at first, and then filled with endless fear. Although they were very curious about how Lester was invisible in Azkaban, and how he could come to his cell silently. But the current situation is obviously not the time for them to think about this question, because at this time Lester, who is still holding a blood-dropping knife, is looking at himself and others with a smile. Prisoners. Lester looked at the bleeding wounds of the prisoners and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a sorcerer in the magic world, stopping the bleeding is fast. If this was in the Muggle world, being stabbed in the waist might directly kill someone. Cough, cough. After coughing loudly and attracting the attention of all the prisoners in the cell, Lester said slowly, "I want to invite you to join my small Analects class. I don't know how you all feel about it." After finishing speaking, Lester stared at the prisoners in the cell with a murderous look, and he could only stand up for himself. It's a pity that no one who can join the underworld in the magic world is a fool. Facing Lester's invitation, no matter their reluctance in their hearts, these prisoners still showed a look of gratitude, expressing that they must join this small class of Analects of Confucius. Although they don't even know what the Analects of Confucius is, it doesn't affect their yearning for learning the Analects of Confucius. Very good. Seeing that the prisoners in this cell were so knowledgeable, Lester couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. The number of people in his small class of Analects of Confucius has grown again, and has grown to a full 14 people. Who was the cell boss before your cell? Prisoner. Amid a burst of pushing and shoving, a man with a scar on his face was pushed out reluctantly. A dead fellow is not a poor fellow, but this brat actually wants to find the original prison boss. It must be a bad thing. The scar who was pushed out also looked anxious. During the years when he wanted to be the head of the prison, he always treated these prisoners as brothers. Unexpectedly, when something happened, they all betrayed him. Looking tremblingly at the expressionless Lester, Scar was trembling with fear. Who knows? Lester grinned at Scar and ordered, "Okay, from now on, you will be the leader of the Qinglong study group in the Analects of Confucius classroom." The Analects small class. Qinglong study group. When the prisoners were at a loss, Lester slowly explained, "From now on, you will be responsible for watching them recite the Analects aloud. If you find anyone who reads wrong or is lazy, you will give him a knife. I believe that you, as the cell leader, must have your own weapons. Prisoners, a good word is warm in 3 winters, but a bad word hurts others, and it is cold in June." At this time, the prisoners in the cell could hardly believe their ears. They have all accepted their fate of being included in the Analects of Confucius classroom, but they never expected it. The second he surrendered, Lester promoted a small leader for them. He also ordered this little leader to stab himself twice if he had nothing to do. Is this what he did as a human matter? Many prisoners turned pale with fright when they thought of their actions of pushing Scarface out just now. They're just wizards and criminals, and a knife hurts. Ignoring the other prisoners who were confused, Lester said to himself, "After a while, the next cell will read the Analects, and you can follow along. I hope you can study hard and be a good person after you get out of prison." After finishing speaking, he nodded to the team leader he had just promoted and ordered, "Watch them carefully and stab them if they read wrong. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can tell me and I will solve it for you." Listening to Lester's ruthless words, the man with the scar nodded dully. He said why there was a hint of crying in the voice of the prisoner next door before. Now seeing Lester's ruthless posture, Scar immediately understood where the crying came from. Nodding hastily to express his understanding, Scar immediately pulled out a knife of the same style from under his pillow. As the cell leader, he naturally has his own unique weapon. "Study hard. I am very optimistic about you." He patted Scar on the shoulder, stared at Scar, and then Lester entered the invisible state again. He still has a career to deal with, and he has no time to waste on these prisoners. When he was imprisoned a few days ago, he carefully observed the composition of the Azkaban cell. As the only prison in the British wizarding world, Azkaban naturally accommodated all kinds of criminals. Because it is the only prison in the British magic world, whether it is because of the vicious Death Eaters or the stealthy Hosan, they will all be imprisoned in Azkaban for custody. If the crimes of these criminals are not divided and detained, I am afraid that people will die every day. Therefore, light criminals like Lester are usually locked in outer cells with multiple people. Only the big black wizard who is full of evil will be locked in the innermost cell and accompany the Dementors all day long. From Hosan, Lester learned that there are 10 cells in Azkaban for 8 minor offenders like him, and all of them are connected into a line, spreading all over the outer area of Azkaban. In other words, Lester, who can pass through walls, can easily shuttle between the cells of various light criminals. Just do what you say, and after discovering that Scar and the others accepted his rule honestly, Lester was satisfied to go through the wall again and return to his cell. Inside the cell, Hosan and the other 6 people looked at each other, kneeling on the ground very honestly, waiting for their return. "Okay." Lester, who had lifted his invisibility, slowly appeared and said, "The problem has been solved. You have already read the Analects of Confucius for a day. You can take a rest." Hearing that Lester told him to wait for others to rest, the prisoners who were still kneeling on the ground immediately collapsed to the ground. But they're like this. If you read the Analects of Confucius for a day and a night, and you get stabbed from time to time if you make a mistake in the middle, you are just like them. Ho-san. After several people lay down, Lester walked up to Ho-san and asked, "Why didn't you see the Dementor today?" Lester was a little curious. He asked the group of people to read the Analects aloud for two purposes. One is that when they make mistakes, they can stab them with a knife to gain fear points. The second is that their reading aloud will attract Dementors, and then they can gain another amount of fear. With this cycle, within a year, I will definitely be able to take off. But what made him a little strange was that he clearly asked the group of people to read aloud, but why he didn't see a Dementor for a whole day. This, Hosen stammered, explained, all light criminals like us are guarded by a Dementor. The Dementor sucked the soul yesterday. It should be in a dormant state now. Hearing this, Lester understood that it was just dormant, and he was taken aback. He thought the Dementors would not come. After unraveling his doubts, Lester patted Ho-san on the shoulder and said, "You guys rest for an hour first, and start reciting after an hour." After speaking, Lester disappeared again and entered a state of invisibility. He is now going to other cells to pay homage to the Mountain Gate. Anyway, he will spend his days in Azkaban in a daze, so it is better to study culture with Lester. After being released from prison in the future, you can start a new life. Thus, Lester, a merciful and merciful man, began a tireless recruitment plan. Passing through the cell wall with ease, Lester easily entered another cell. After entering the other cells, Lester didn't say any nonsense. Holding a small knife to the prisoners in the cell, no matter men, women, young or old, it is a sharp knife to their waist. No way. Based on his experience, he persuaded them well and kindly let them join his small class of Analects of Confucius. Not only will they not appreciate it, but they will regard themselves as fools. Therefore, Lester did not hesitate to choose the simplest and rude method. No matter what happens, he will stab someone first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Monali's fear value, plus 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Obi's fear value, plus 100. Soon, Lester gained another 800 fear points. Then, under the terrified and puzzled eyes of the prisoners, Lester slowly appeared, skillfully pulled them into the Analects of Confucius learning classroom, and very enthusiastically gave them a name. White Tiger Study Group. Innocent stabbed prisoner. Looking at Lester, who looked concerned, and asked himself to wait for others to join the Analects of Confucius small class. These prisoners who were stabbed inexplicably only felt pain in the ass. UTM can't talk properly? We didn't say not to join your small study class. You came up and stabbed at the waist. Isn't that too unruly? Helpless. Now the situation is stronger than people. People can be invisible and can pass through walls. I and others don't even have a magic wand. What can I use to fight him? Therefore, the prisoners in this cell also sincerely confessed. Under the leadership of the original cell boss, all of them joined Lester's small class of Analects of Confucius. As for whether joining this small class of Analects of Confucius is their sincerity, only they can know. After all, the waist was unexpectedly stabbed. It really hurt. It turns out that there are 2,000 fear points, plus the new 800 points. That is 2,800 points. Lester snapped his fingers and slowly calculated his income. The light prisoners in Azkaban had a total of 10 cells for 8 people, and he had already conquered 3 of them by relying on his personality. There are 7 cells left of the prisoners waiting for their own redemption. Facing the confused prisoners of Azkaban, Lester naturally couldn't favor one over another. He made sure that all the prisoners of Azkaban could learn the ancient philosophy from the East. As soon as the 8 prisoners with aggrieved faces were included in his small Analects study class, Lester immediately entered the invisible state again. Without stopping, he went to the next cell. The operation was the same as Lester's method before. First, he took a knife and stabbed everyone's waist first. Then, good words and good words persuaded them to join their own small class of Analects of Confucius. In this way, With Lester's diligent efforts, it only took half a day. All the petty criminals in Azkaban had a blood hole in their waists, and, at the same time, the number of people in the Analects of Confucius learning class reached the highest peak in history. Including Lester, a total of 79 people joined the small class of Analects of Confucius. The goal of recruiting all petty criminals was successfully accomplished. Lester's third day in jail. The sky in Azkaban was still gloomy as usual, and a large number of Dementors haunted every corner of the island. The Orur stationed on the edge of the island were bored lying on the bench, chatting with their colleagues about the homework. Thanks to the notoriety of the Dementors, the prisoners of Azkaban have not caused trouble for a long time. Therefore, the Orurs in charge of management had nothing to do all day long, so they had to stay idle in the office built by the Ministry of Magic every day, waiting wholeheartedly for the arrival of the rotation. At this moment, they were still in a state of relaxation, unaware that the entire Azkaban had turned into the shape of Lester. The three armies can win the commander, but the common man can't win the ambition. On the outskirts of the huge Azkaban, all the light criminals had dark circles under their eyes, shaking their heads and reciting ancient poems that had already been carved into the depths of their souls. They hadn't felt this way in a long time since they graduated from Hogwarts. The loud reading sound resounded throughout the prison. Even in the deepest cell in Azkaban, the sound of reading aloud outside could still be heard. Let me ask you, people don't know, but they're not stunned. Are you not a gentleman? What does this sentence mean? In the cell, Lester held a small knife, looked at the wretched old man in front of him with a smile, and waited for his answer. Facing Lester's sudden question, the wretched old man swallowed nervously. His rotten head was running crazily, and the whole person entered a state of brainstorm. After a long time, the old man's eyes suddenly brightened, and he said cautiously, "Some people don't know my name, but I haven't gotten angry yet. This is already a gentleman." Lester, listening to the old man's outrageous explanation, Lester raised the knife in his hand expressionlessly. He extremely suspected that this wretched old thing in front of him was playing tricks on him. Seeing Lester suddenly lift the knife, the wretched old man was trembling with fright, and at the same time, his ignorant eyes were full of confusion. He thought that there was nothing wrong with his explanation like this. Looking at the wretched old man with a confused and helpless expression, Lester hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't go down with the knife. It wasn't because he felt pity for this old man, but because he suddenly remembered that he didn't ask them to read the Analects of Confucius to really help him change his past and start a new life. How he got into Azkaban, until now, Lester himself is clear. He was obviously falsely imprisoned because he offended a pure-blood noble. So why was he working for the Ministry of Magic? Instead of making these prisoners reform, he should make them even crazier. Hooligans are not to be feared, but they are cultured. If I can teach this group of prisoners the culture of the underworld in the prison, I will wait for them to be released from prison. That is the cultured underworld. Facing this new generation of dark wizards with faith, culture, and discipline, I believe the Ministry of Magic will definitely have a headache. Okay. Lester clapped his hands suddenly, scaring the wretched old man who was still panicking and almost jumped up. "You old bastard is really talented." Although the old man's crimes are indeed disgusting, his ideological consciousness is still very high. Didn't you see that people easily translated the true meaning of the Analects of Confucius? You will be the class representative of the Analects of Confucius from now on. Lester waved his hand and directly accepted the position of the wretched old man. He wanted the wretched old man to translate all the famous sayings in the Analects, and then pass them on to the other prisoners. When this group of educated prisoners is released from prison, the Ministry of Magic will definitely be in a daze. Yes, facing the pie that fell from the sky, the wretched old man was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic, and immediately took over the class to represent this position. Okay. Lester was very satisfied, and immediately said, "Then I will test you." Seeing that Lester was about to test himself, the wretched old man immediately became serious. Whether it's a dragon or a worm, Whether you can get Lester's reuse depends on how your answer is this time. Lester pondered for a moment and decided to ask a simple question first in case the old man would not be able to answer it. If a gentleman is not serious, he is not powerful. What does this mean? Facing Lester's question, the wretched old man immediately said without hesitation, "My lord, you must hit hard, otherwise you won't be able to establish your prestige." Hearing the old man's outrageous explanation, Lester's eyes almost went straight. But after thinking about it carefully, this explanation is quite suitable for this group of dark wizards. Lester went on to say, "A gentleman loves money, and he gets it in a proper way." Perhaps with Lester's approval, the wretched old man became more and more confident. As soon as Lester finished asking, the wretched old man immediately replied, "I like money, so it makes sense to take your money of." And after finishing the answer, the wretched old man nodded in agreement. Obviously, he also agrees with this sentence very much. The wretched old man, prison chief, asked in admiration. These famous sayings were put forward by that great Eastern philosopher. They're all wise sayings. I, Leonardo, want to immediately worship him as a teacher. Lester, facing the question from Leonardo, that is, the wretched old man, Lester couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, he said slowly, "It is a great philosopher named Confucius. These principles are all put forward by him and his disciples." Fear. Hearing the philosopher's name, the wretched old man couldn't help shrinking his pupils. As expected of a great philosopher who can say so many truths, even his name is so domineering. On the endless sea, an isolated island is floating alone on the sea. On the island, countless Dementors in worn cloaks were wandering aimlessly. In Azkaban, the light criminals on the outskirts of the prison read the Analects aloud in unison, and often read the translation after reading the original text. Wealth and honor, due to unrighteousness, are like floating clouds to me. Illegitimate money is like floating clouds to me. When reading, every prisoner shook his head excitedly, often because of the wonderful explanation in the article. At first, they learned the Analects of Confucius, which was all forced by Lester. But later, after Lester told them about the interpreter of the Analects, the enthusiasm of the prisoners suddenly increased. All of them regard the Taoist elder brother from the East as idols, and study the Analects of Confucius eagerly every day. In the cell, Lester sat on his own throne, listening to the sound of prisoners reading aloud, and fell into deep thought. He obviously just wanted to find an excuse to stab the knife, but he never expected that it would develop into this situation in the end. Looking at the group of prisoners who wished to recite the Analects all day long, Lester sighed helplessly. In the end, things went beyond his expectations. Since the translation of a new version of Analects of Confucius came out, everyone's enthusiasm for learning has increased. The chances of self-stabbing are also reduced. And the Dementors guarding the light criminals didn't know what was wrong when the prisoners recited the Analects aloud. Instead of performing its duties as a jailer, it shook its head and listened intently. There is no intention of stepping forward to manage it. So, just like that, after Lester's 6th day in prison, his fear value was finally cut off. Of course, his income these days is still very generous. Not only did he gain a full 50,000 fear points, but he also unlocked new functions of his own system, a more advanced lottery draw. Dark Lord system. Host, Lester Bader. Magic power, 10, 100 for adult wizards. Master the spell, God level invisibility, full level, cannot be improved. Wall penetration, basic spell, cannot be upgraded. Task none. Lottery draw. One time, 50,000 fear points / time. Originally, 1,000 fear points could be drawn once, but now it has become 50,000 fear points. Of course, the lottery rewards are even more generous. It was like the most basic lottery draw, except that Lester got a god-level invisibility technique with the lottery given by the novice. The other things drawn are tasteless. For example, the wall penetration technique. This thing is still obtained by lottery. Any little wizard who has studied at Hogwarts can easily cast it. As for the super strong Viagra, Lester has no place to use it. It is completely a waste item. Now the requirement for the lottery have increased, but the things obtained by the lottery can be more advanced. In this regard, Lester himself is still very satisfied. System, I want to draw a lottery. After several days of continuous accumulation, Lester, who managed to save up to 50,000 fear points, immediately called the system after finding out that he could finally draw a lottery. He believed that if he spent 50,000 in a lottery draw, the rewards he got would definitely not let him die. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic second knot curse. Lester. Seeing the gleaming second knot technique on the system panel, Lester rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Although he had expected it a long time ago, the lottery system for upgrading to level 2 should give him an offensive spell, but he never expected that the curse given to him by the system would be so cruel. True to its name, the effect of the second knotting technique is just like his name, extremely brutal. Second knotting curse, legendary black magic, which can instantly twist the lifeblood of male enemies into twists and lose all combat power. Worry, so cruel. Seeing the explanation of the second child's knot-tying technique, Lester, who is so cruel that he stabs people in the waist every day, shuddered subconsciously after seeing the twisting into a twist. This is too frightening. Just when Lester in the prison lamented how terrifying his new spell was. On the deserted sea, a huge ship is slowly approaching Azkaban. It has been a full week since Lester was imprisoned today, and it is time for new prisoners to move into Azkaban. On the deck of the ship, the Orur escorting the prisoners tirelessly explained the rules of Azkaban to the prisoners as usual. The prisoners in the audience also listened to the rules of Azkaban with expressions of trepidation, their eyes full of confusion about the future. Apparently, the group of prisoners was terrified by the name of Azkaban. Among the prisoners, a man with a fierce face didn't pay any attention to the chattering words of the Orurs on the stage. Unlike other prisoners who were full of confusion about the future, the man's eyes were full of murderous intent. Others entered Azkaban because they committed crimes and were arrested by the Ministry of Magic, but his entry into Azkaban was completely voluntary, because he has a task to complete, which is to kill Lester, who is only 10 years old. As a well-known black wizard on the road, Song Biao is confident, even if he doesn't have a wand in his hand. He can still easily complete the task with his powerful wandless spellcasting. After all, in the wizarding world, there are very few people who can cast spells without a staff. To give an example, in the wizarding world, there are many people who know the 3 unforgivable curses. Even Harry Potter can release it smoothly after watching Cruciatus once. So, being able to use death curses or something in the wizarding world doesn't mean how good you are. You can only call yourself a powerful wizard if you can cast spells silently and without a wand. Just like casting spells silently, even among the elite Orur troops, there are quite a few people who are unable to cast spells. Not to mention the more advanced wandless spellcasting. This advanced spellcasting method can only be easily used by adults like the 4 heads of Hogwarts. Others who can use wandless spells are all big names in the magic world. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic never imagined that a top dark wizard who could cast spells without a staff would be imprisoned in the cells of light criminals in Azkaban. After all, a dark wizard like this who can cast spells without a stick will either do nothing or do great things. Just like Voldemort's boys, they were directly imprisoned in the depths of the prison full of Dementors, and they were with the Dementors all day long. There is very little waking time every day. Bang! The sound of the ship hitting the rocks suddenly sounded, and Sang Biao followed the surrounding prisoners and slowly got up. Obediently followed the guard Orur and walked towards the prison of Azkaban. In order to enter Azkaban, he deliberately committed a trivial matter and was only imprisoned for a month. In a month's time, it was enough for him to kill the unarmed 10-year-old Lester. Following the Orur leading the way, Sang Biao unscrupulously looked at the Dementors around him. Perhaps in the eyes of other prisoners, these Dementors are extremely terrifying existences. But in the eyes of Song Biao, who is a top black wizard, these Dementors are nothing more than rotten fish and shrimp. If he hadn't devoted all his attention to black magic, I am afraid that with his fighting power, he would be more than enough to be a headmaster at Hogwarts. With disdain on his face, he followed the Orur towards Azkaban, and before he entered, he heard the sound of reading books coming from inside. Parents are here. If you don't travel far, you must travel well. Your parents are in my hands. You can't run away. Even if you run away, I have a way to catch you back. Hearing this, the Aurors who were just about to escort these prisoners into Azkaban froze for a moment. It's only been a week, so why are these scumbags still obsessed with studying? And what books are they reading? Why is the explanation so cruel? The leading Orur shook his head, forgetting all the wild thoughts in his mind. He doesn't care what kind of nerves these Azkaban prisoners have, as long as they don't want to riot and escape. Soon, the leading Orur managed to assign these new prisoners to their own cells. And Sang Biao also sneaked into the cell of Azkaban smoothly, waiting for the time to come. As soon as he entered Azkaban, Sang Biao began to act. First, he carefully looked at the prisoners in the cell a few times, and Sang Biao smiled dismissively when he saw them. Who is the head of your cell? Sang Biao, who had just entered the door, waited for the Orur to walk away, and he couldn't wait to shout. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. But he, Sang Biao, just doesn't believe in this evil. He is a well-known wizard killer in the entire wizarding world, since he graduated from Hogwarts at the age of 18. Because of his status as a muggle wizard, it was difficult for him to find a decent job. So he resolutely joined the ranks of dark wizards and soon became popular in the circle of dark wizards. He firmly believed that he was the strongest existence, at least in this small cell. After all the prisoners here are petty criminals, and they all come in with petty crimes. Facing the big black wizard Sang Biao, this group of petty criminals are all insignificant little buddies. I am. As soon as Sang Biao finished speaking, a man with a scar stood up from among the prisoners. A face full of vicissitudes was covered with scars, and at the same time, a bloody knife was still clutched in his hand. That's right, this person is the leader of the Qinglong study group appointed by Lester a few days ago. Scar. Scar was playing with the blood-stained knife in his hand, and looked at Sang Biao impatiently, his eyes full of disdain. Scar was with Lester. How dare the new prisoner in front of him make trouble with him? What? New here, you want to find something? Scar brandished the knife while staring at Sang Biao's waist. He kept making gestures in his hands. Che looked at the Scar who kept gesticulating in front of him, and Sang Biao really looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Put a small broken knife here in the cell to scare who? When he was sacked, it was a big scare. Would a big black wizard like Sang Biao be afraid of his small broken knife? Suddenly, Sang Biao's face was full of jokes, and he said, "Yes, so what?" No again. Before he finished speaking, Sang Biao's face suddenly froze, and he felt a sudden pain in his waist. Looking down, he saw that the small knife that was still in Dao Scar's hand was sticking brightly in his waist. A chill rushed to Sang Biao's heart instantly from the soles of his feet. Is this Scar a bit too unconventional? According to common sense, they should not pay homage to the mountain gate first and ask what the other party does. Then he took advantage of the opportunity to report his identity, won the admiration of this group of prisoners who had never seen the world, and became the leader of the cell logically. Why did this kid stab himself with a knife when he came up? Aren't you a bit unruly? Sang Biao, whose waist was severely injured, still has no intention of giving up reasoning. Hardly enduring the pain, he gritted his teeth and spit out a few words from the tip of his teeth. Can we gangsters talk about some rules? Before he finished speaking, the knife Scar slashed Sang Biao's waist again. Puff! The sound of a knife piercing flesh sounded very abruptly in the cell, interrupting what Sang Biao hadn't finished speaking. The fuck, seeing himself being stabbed again, Sang Biao finally couldn't take it anymore. He is a dark wizard, not a gangster. His strength is very strong, but is mainly in the use of black magic, not in the use of knives. I wanted to talk to him about the rules, but I didn't expect the other party to be so ignorant of flattery. Suddenly, Song Biao's eyes were full of killing intent, and he slowly raised his finger. Avada! That's right. He was so angry that he no longer planned to hold back. Anyway, Lester can't run away in Azkaban right now, and killing this nasty Scarface first won't affect the mission. As Song Biao chanted the mantra, an imperceptible green light appeared on his fingertips. When it was about to be shot out, Dao Scar held the knife and slashed Song Biao's waist again. Worry, Song Biao, who was still concentrating on chanting the mantra, never expected that Scar would stab himself again in the middle of chanting the mantra. The killing curse, which was about to be successfully cast, was directly interrupted. The strong backlash caused by the failure to cast the spell immediately flooded Song Biao's heart. Puff! Song Biao, who was severely injured both inside and outside, spit out a mouthful of old blood. Not surprisingly, the bright red blood sprayed all over Scar's face. Scar, prepare your last words. Scar wiped off the blood on his face expressionlessly and said coldly to Song Biao, "He is no longer the Scar of the past. He is now the Scar who has learned the language." He murmured in a low voice, "Everything will be established if you hesitate, and you will fail if you don't hesitate." Scar raised the knife high and slashed at Song Biao's neck, looking at the scar that would kill him if he didn't agree with each other. Song Biao was so frightened that his face turned green. Has he been out of the era for too long? Why are the petty criminals in Azkaban so vicious now? He thought about it and didn't say anything. Are the local gangs a little too unruly, seeing that the sharp point of the knife was about to stab her in the neck? Song Biao made a decisive decision. All the strength of his body was concentrated on his legs and then exploded instantly. Plop! With a thud, Song Biao knelt down fiercely. "Brother, I was wrong." That's right. Facing the threat of death, he finally chose to give up. After all, he was a powerful dark wizard. If he just died in the hands of an unknown person like Scar, isn't that too bad? In a dark, damp cell, Song Biao knelt on the ground very aggrieved, with a very unmatched humility on his fierce face. Yes, he was scared. Song Biao has been a dark wizard since he was 18 years old, and it's not that he has never seen ruthless people. But to be honest, this is the first time I've seen a ruthless person like Dao Scar who stabs others in the waist. "Brother, stop stabbing me. I surrender." Seeing that Song Biao gave up so quickly, Scar reluctantly withdrew the knife. "What happened to come in?" Scar asked coldly. In his opinion, Song Biao, who looks like a hill, is a bit timid in character, but since he dares to enter the cell, he will shout. That means he still has a little ability, and the crime he committed should not be trivial. Secret lingerie. Faced with Scar's question, Song Biao blushed from holding back, and finally saw that Scar was very impatient, and then whispered, "I was caught stealing underwear, so I locked him in." Scar. At this time, it was not only Scar who was speechless, but Song Biao, who was the person involved, was the real death. Since his task is only to kill Lester, he can leave after killing. So Song Biao chose the lightest crime. "I thought that I was the eldest brother when I went in, and no one knew what I did to get in." Unexpectedly, he was planted as soon as he entered the cell. Helpless, in order to survive, Song Biao could only tell his crimes. After Song Biao spoke out about his crime, the cell fell into deathly silence. After a long time, Scar, who was the head of the cell, slowly said, "What is your purpose for coming in?" That's right, Scar, who is an old Jiang who immediately realized that this fierce-looking guy in front of him should have entered Azkaban on purpose. How about being sent to Azkaban just for stealing underwear? How much underwear was stolen at this point? So for Song Biao's excuse, he didn't believe that he had no other purpose in entering Azkaban after killing Scar. Facing Scar's question, Song Biao was surprised at first, not knowing how Scar knew. However, after pondering for a while, he still said indifferently, "I need to find a kid named Lester." From Scar's point of view, what kind of influence does Lester, a brat, have in Azkaban? In his opinion, even if he didn't make a move himself, it would be very difficult for Lester to get out of Azkaban alive. But since someone is willing to pay for Lester's life, Song Biao is still happy to do it. Lester? Brat. Scar's heart moved, but his face remained unchanged, and he said, "What? You want to trouble a child? You can tell me. Maybe I've seen it in prison." Hearing that Scar might have seen Lester, Song Biao was overjoyed and hurriedly began to paint with dancing gestures. While gesticulating, Song Biao suddenly noticed that the prisoners around him were looking at him in the wrong way. "You, why are you looking at me like this?" Song Biao, who felt something was wrong, asked dryly. For some reason, he felt that the atmosphere in the cell was a bit inexplicably weird. Suddenly, Scar, who had been listening to Song Biao's description, rushed forward. Song Biao, who was caught off guard, was thrown to the ground at once. This is not over yet. The prisoner who had been watching the show, at the moment Song Biao was thrown down, went up to surround Song Biao and beat him up. He dared to trouble Master Lai. Brothers hit him. At this time, in Lester's cell, Lester jumped up from the bed with a look of surprise, startling the other prisoners in the cell. Not paying attention to the trembling prisoner who was frightened by his sudden departure, Lester focused all his attention on the system in his mind. On the originally calm system panel, the fear value was constantly being refreshed. Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. 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 Song Biao. Lester slowly muttered the legendary name. He wanted to scare others before, but he could only get 100 fear points. But this guy named Song Biao can actually contribute 1,000 fear points to himself at once. What does this mean? This shows that the strength of this guy named Song Biao should not be underestimated. According to Lester's judgment in the past few days, the amount of fear has a lot to do with the strength of the provider. Some strengths are not bad, and you can contribute 100 fear points to yourself at one time. The average strength ranges from 50 to 100. Fortunately, those who can enter Azkaban are all dark wizards, and their strength is considered acceptable. That's why he contributed a considerable amount of fear to Lester. However, now that there is this Song Biao, the fear value of other people is not worth mentioning in front of this Song Biao. One person can beat 100 people in Azkaban. Did he contribute a full 10,000 fear points to himself in just a few minutes without looking at him? It can be seen that this is a big fat sheep. No, I'll find him soon. Lester jumped off the bed immediately and couldn't wait to enter the invisible state as soon as he landed. Although he could pass through walls without being invisible, that might attract the attention of the Dementors. Therefore, Lester will enter the invisible state every time before passing through the wall. After becoming invisible, Lester impatiently put his hands on the cell wall, moved his lips slightly, and cast the wall-penetrating spell. After a while, Lester successfully passed through the wall and appeared in another cell. As soon as Lester entered the cell, he saw a group of people kicking around a poor prisoner. Stop! Seeing so many of them beating one person, Lester couldn't help it immediately, lifted his invisibility directly, and called everyone to stop. Just now, he was sure that the person who was surrounded and beaten was the big fat sheep, Song Biao, he was looking for. Scar and the others who were concentrating on beating stopped immediately when they heard Lester's voice. Grandpa Lai, this kid wants to fuck you. When Scar saw Lester appear, his eyes lit up immediately, and he wanted to go forward to complain. Unexpectedly, Lester stepped over the Scar in one step and came straight to Song Biao. Can this be saved? Looking at Song Biao, who was beaten so badly under his feet, who had already vented more and breathed less, Lester hesitated. With the rotten meat in front of him, it was difficult for Lester to be sure whether he was still alive. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lester slowly took out the small stone knife he carried with him and slashed at Song Biao's already bloody body. Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. Song Biao. He thought it was the guard Orur who came just now, so he decided to play dead. Unexpectedly, I got stabbed again, inexplicably. Alive. Unaware of Song Biao's speechlessness, Lester, who had just stabbed the knife, looked happy. If he can still get fear points, it means that the big fat sheep Song... Stand back. Lester's face brightened, and he hurriedly ordered Daoskar and others to back off and keep a certain distance from Songbiao, the big fat sheep. I'm afraid that some prisoner will suddenly go crazy and go up and stab Songbiao, so that the fat sheep in his hand will fly away. System, how much fear do I have now? Seeing that the whole person was paralyzed on the ground in front of him, seeing Songbiao, who was breathing too much and not breathing, Lester asked the system anxiously. He can't let Songbiao die like this. Whether he can have fear value depends entirely on Songbiao. Ding! The host currently has a fear value. 12,000 points. 12,000 points. Lester's face darkened. This point of fear was not enough for him to draw an upgraded lottery. System, give me 1,000 draws once. Give me 10 draws. Seeing that Songbiao on the ground was about to die, Lester didn't care about it, and hurriedly asked the system to draw a lottery. Although the first level lottery may not draw any good things, if you draw a treasure that can save Songbiao's life, it will be a big profit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the prop, Triangle Army Thorn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Rusty Dagger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Leather Sofa. The melodious system notification sound kept ringing in my ears. Sure enough, the reward pool of the 1,000 fear point lottery draw was full of useless waste. After smoking for a long time, Lester didn't get anything back. Except for the first few items, the rest are all broken copper and iron, things that no one picks up when they are thrown on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the potion, Life Potion. Poor quality, it will cause permanent defects to the body after taking it. Please take it with caution. Just when Lester had given up and was about to draw again, the last lottery item gave him hope. Life Potion. This thing feels reliable as soon as it hears the name, and is a good thing that can kill people's bones at a glance. As for the notes behind the Life Potion, Lester said that it's no big deal as long as it can save people's lives. It's fine. It's just the lowest level of the lottery draw. What good things do you hope to get? Turn your heads away. The moment the Life Potion was drawn, Lester immediately made all the prisoners in the cell turn their heads away. The system is his biggest secret. He can't let others know that he has a system. After Scar and the others turned their heads obediently, Lester directly took out the Life Potion he had just obtained from the system. When he came to Songbiao, who was like a pile of rotten meat, Lester, who was holding the potion, was in trouble at this time. Where is Songbiao's mouth? Seriously searching for Songbiao's mangled body, Lester couldn't confirm that it was Songbiao's mouth after searching for a long time. It doesn't matter. Just find a hole to plug it in. Seeing that Songbiao was about to die, Lester gritted his teeth and found a small hole in Songbiao's body that looked like a mouth. Holding the potion in his hand, he slammed it hard into the small hole. Ah! A tragic cry suddenly came from the other side of Songbiao's body. At the same time, Songbiao's lifeless body began to tremble violently. It's useful. Lester looked at the frantically shaking Songbiao, and his eyes lit up suddenly. He didn't expect the Life Potion to be so effective. It's amazing that Songbiao's body can react like this before it completely enters Songbiao's mouth. It's just that Songbiao is a little unqualified, and I gave him a Life Potion out of kindness, but he didn't thank himself and didn't say anything, and even frightened himself with farting. And the sound of farting is so strange. It's really an unqualified thing. Although he was already a little dissatisfied with Songbiao in his heart, who made him a cash cow for Lester, Lester decided to ignore the past and still rescue Songbiao. Brother, this is a good thing. You swallow it. Why are you spitting it out? Seeing that Songbiao was about to regain his vitality, Lester saw that the test tube that had just been stuffed into Songbiao's mouth was actually slowly spit out by Songbiao. At the same time, Songbiao's buttocks kept screaming like killing a pig. That horrible sound made it hard for Lester to imagine how a person farting could make such a sound. However, now is not the time for him to think about this. His cash cow is about to die, so he has no time to think about it. Seeing that Songbiao was still stubbornly spitting out the potion, Lester stood up directly from the ground. Exhausting all the strength in his body, he kicked the potion bottle that was still stuck in Songbiao's mouth and was about to be spit out. Ah, sang Biao, who was already in great pain, only felt a chill in his buttocks, and then the piercing pain continued to come from the base of his tail. With Lester's fierce kick, the potion bottle containing the life potion was forcibly stuffed directly into Song Biao's body. ITM. Ah! Finally, Song Biao couldn't bear it anymore. The hard potion bottle ruthlessly pierced into his body, breaking the last trace of his dignity as a man. A line of hot tears slowly flowed from Song Biao's eyes, forming a small puddle on the ground. He had already been stabbed several times in the body, and he was already a little overwhelmed. Now that Chrysanthemum has suffered such cruel treatment again, poor Song Biao has suffered a double blow in heart and body. At this moment, he didn't know whether it was because of pain or humiliation. His body wriggled crazily on the ground like a caterpillar. The wound was dragged by the movement, which made the injury worse, and the blood continued to spurt out from the wound, splashing everywhere. Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. 3 system prompts kept ringing in Lester's ears, making him confused. Isn't he helping Song Biao? Why can I still get fear value? At this time, it wasn't just Lester who was confused in the cell, but the Scar who had witnessed how Lester gave Sang Biao stomach medicine was the most confused. Before being sentenced to Azkaban, Scar was a second-rate potion master. On weekdays, I sell some low-quality potions to make some small money. The reason why he came in was also very simple. There was a problem with the inferior potion he sold. Someone drank his joy potion and ended up laughing wildly. He didn't stop in the end, and before he could be sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magic and Magic, the person suffocated to death. Then, as a producer of inferior potions, Scar was sentenced to 1 year and sent to Azkaban. As a potion refiner, Scar, although the level of refining potions is not very good, he still knows some knowledge about using potions. For example, if you want to administer potions to people, the correct procedure is to open the bottle containing the potion and then pour the potion that really has magical power into the person's mouth, instead of stuffing the whole potion with the potion bottle in someone's mouth. Are you helping him or hurting him? Moreover, the place where you TM stuff doesn't seem to be your mouth either. Boom! The sound of the medicine tube bursting suddenly came from Song Biao's body. Originally still in great pain, Sang Biao, who was determined to survive, suddenly became quiet. Some black rays of light glowed in the green, slowly spreading from Song Biao's chrysanthemum to other parts of Song Biao's body. Moments later, something magical happened. The wounds on Song Biao's body that were still bleeding out were all healed suddenly, and a warm airflow kept swimming in Song Biao's body. Because the warm current flowing in his body was so comfortable, Sang Biao couldn't help but let out a groan. I was so frightened that goosebumps fell all over the unknown Scar on the side. Could it be that this Song Biao has a special hobby? The life potion is really cowhide. Seeing Song Biao, whose physical functions are gradually recovering, Lester's hanging heart can finally let go. At the same time, Lester stared at Song Biao's gradually recovering body, his eyes full of inquiry. Didn't the life potion just say that it has side effects? He wanted to see what abilities Song Biao would lose after drinking. It's a pity that Lester watched for a long time, but didn't see any tricks. But he didn't care too much. After all, as long as Song Biao was revived, he really didn't care about Lester's physical defects. Soon, Song Biao, who had absorbed all the power of the life potion, finally regained his spirits. Is your name Lester? Song Biao, who had just recovered, still couldn't turn his head around. Staring at the 10-year-old child in front of him, Song Biao subconsciously took out the photos he carried with him from his prison uniform. Facing Lester in front of him, he began to compare. A few seconds later, Song Biao looked happy. Sure enough, the child in front of him was his mission target, Lester Bader. Lester. At this time, he successfully witnessed the whole process of Song Biao holding his own photo and comparing it to himself. If I guess correctly, the Song Biao in front of me was sent into Azkaban to kill him. It's a pity that there is something wrong with my brain, and I actually took out the photo reference directly in front of my face. The smile on Lester's face gradually froze, and a murderous aura erupted from his body slowly. He didn't expect that the pureblood family who framed him in Azkaban would be so over the top. Not to mention imprisoning a 10-year-old child in Azkaban. He even sent a killer to assassinate him. I have endured so much. If I didn't have the system, I am afraid that I am still sleeping next to the toilet in the cell. I thought this was going too far, but I didn't expect that the pureblood family was still unwilling to let me go, insisting on killing me. This is a bit deceptive. After a brief moment of anger, Lester's dissatisfaction with the Ministry of Magic reached its peak. A guy like Songbiao, who looks like a killer at first glance, can enter Azkaban so easily. There is no operation of the Ministry of Magic here, and he would not believe that he killed Lester. In his previous life, he had only watched Harry Potter movies, and his evaluation of the Ministry of Magic was just useless. But unexpectedly, after actually traveling to the wizarding world of Harry Potter, Lester discovered that this magical world is more than useless. It's simply a place where filth is hidden. In fact, not only the Ministry of Magic, but Lester is very dissatisfied with the mainstream thinking that is currently prevailing in the magic world. Pure blood. Although this ridiculous idea is banned by everyone on the surface, it has already been tacitly understood by all wizards. In fact, even now, pure blood wizards still rule the entire wizarding world. Although now, due to the continuous improvement of the technological level of Muggle society, the population of Britain has skyrocketed. The number of Muggle wizards is gradually increasing, but how many important positions in the wizarding world are held by Muggle wizards? Look at the current leaders of the Ministry of Magic, which ones are not from pureblood families. Just like Lester's parents, both of them were Muggle wizards. With their excellent grades, they finally entered the Ministry of Magic. I thought I could complete the class leap, but what happened? The other pureblood wizards have been promoted long ago, and the two powerless Muggle wizards are still standing still. Not only that, all kinds of dirty work at work are done by their group of powerless Muggle wizards. And those purebloods with noble births can surpass all Muggle wizards just by virtue of their superior backgrounds. You can wantonly insult Muggle wizards, manipulate the laws of the Ministry of Magic, and act recklessly in the wizarding world without punishment. The Ministry of Magic is more than just an excuse for pure-blood wizards to appease Muggle wizards. I didn't see that Muggle wizards would be arrested as long as they cast magic in front of Muggles, and pure-blood wizards, even if they drove their alchemy cars in the sky, would not be punished in the end. In addition, that pure-blood family has repeatedly made trouble for itself through the Ministry of Magic, and Lester has long been extremely tired of the Ministry of Magic. Gradually, a bold idea appeared in Lester's mind. Attack the Ministry of Magic. People don't attack me. I don't attack others. If people attack me, I will kill them. Lester, who killed the strong man himself when he first entered prison, is naturally not a little white rabbit. He has obviously regressed, but the pureblood family and the officials in the Ministry of Magic have made more and more progress. The clay figurine is still angry. Not to mention Lester is a decisive master. Therefore, the angry Lester decided that he couldn't bear it anymore. With the help of the system now, he can escape with all the prisoners in Azkaban. And according to the Harry Potter movies that Lester had watched in his previous life, the Orur in charge of Azkaban must have the port key to the Ministry of Magic. At that time, he can take all the criminals in Azkaban and transport them to the Ministry of Magic through the port key. Hit the pure bloods in the Ministry of Magic by surprise. If there was only one person in Lester, it is estimated that his raid would not only be useless, but would put himself in danger. But who said that Lester was fighting alone? He has the help of all the prisoners in Azkaban. Don't look at this group of prisoners who are stabbed by him with a knife like a grandson. If you give them each a magic wand, more than enough to make them wreak havoc in the Ministry of Magic. After all, no one who can enter Azkaban is a simple guy. It is estimated that the 3 unforgivable curses can be used as smoothly as drinking water. Years of prison life also brought them endless pressure. This group of black wizards who know magic is simply a group of flammable, and explosive gunpowder kegs. One day when they erupt, they will shock the entire magic world. Of course, raiding the Ministry of Magic with all the prisoners of Azkaban was just a small plan of Lester. Before the plan can be implemented, he still needs a little help. Wanting to take a group of vicious Azkaban prisoners to raid the Ministry of Magic is easy to say, but it requires multiple preparations to actually implement it. If he really brought this group of vicious prisoners to kill inside the Ministry of Magic, Lester couldn't guarantee that he would not be accidentally injured by the killing curse. After all, when the time comes to fight, who will be able to distinguish the camp? This group of mobs will definitely use black magic immediately, killing people in the Ministry of Magic. If you don't prepare some means of protection now, then the day he escapes will be his Memorial Day. Don't look at him now. There's a lot of rumors in this Azkaban, but the premise is that none of these dark wizards have magic wands in their hands. If they really got the wand, Lester, who can only be invisible and pass through walls, is not their opponent at all. Therefore, he needs to obtain better skills through a lottery, and all of this has to be obtained from the Sangbiao in front of him. At this time, Sangbiao was not aware of the danger at all, and was still rejoicing that he could find Lester so easily. Looking at Sangbiao with a joyful face, Lester was not used to his faults at all. From the gray prisoner uniform, he took out a knife and aimed it at Sangbiao's right hand. Ding! Fear value from Sangbiao, plus 1,000. The fear value from Sangbiao reached Lester's ears as expected. Lester, who had just stabbed Sangbiao's right hand, did not stop at all. He quickly pulled out the knife and slashed at Sangbiao's left hand before he could react. At this time, Sangbiao finally reacted under the severe pain, which made him subconsciously cry out, "Pick out his tendons for me." Ignoring Sangbiao's wailing, Lester coldly ordered Scar on the side. A powerful wizard like Sangbiao, who can provide himself with 1,000 fear points at one time, Lester does not believe that Sangbiao will not be able to cast spells without a staff. So for the sake of safety, Lester still plans to abolish Sangbiao's hands first, so that he can't cast spells without a stick and he can be safer. Sangbiao, although he was stabbed twice and felt very painful, Sangbiao's ears were fine. He can't tell who is the killer now. Why does he have to pick his hand tendons every now and then? Scar on the side was taken aback when he heard the words, and after a while, a grim smile appeared on his face. He took out a homemade knife from his pocket and walked towards Sangbiao in a sinister manner. Looking at Sangbiao, who was still lying on the ground, looking very miserable with two big blood holes in his hands that were still bleeding blood. A trace of fierceness flashed in Scar's eyes. Without hesitation at all, he picked out Sangbiao's tendons with 3 strikes. Accompanied by Sangbiao's tragic screams, Lester's ear rang again with a pleasant system notification tone. Ding! Fear value from Sangbiao, plus 1,000. Ding! Fear value from Sangbiao, plus 1,000. Ding! Fear value from Sangbiao, plus 1,000. Looking down at Sangbiao, who was writhing in pain, Lester was expressionless. Since you want to kill yourself, you must have the awareness to be killed by yourself. Besides, as a killer, Sangbiao probably has countless lives in his hands, so treating him like this can be regarded as killing harm for the people. Of course, he definitely couldn't just kill the other party like this. He had to treat this big fat sheep well. Sangbiao, right? Lester slowly squatted down and looked at Sangbiao, who was lying on the ground. A powerful killing intent gushed out of Lester's body and kept attacking Sangbiao. At this time, Sangbiao, who was stabbed again, was picked on his hand muscle again, and finally his chrysanthemum was exploded by a potion bottle, had already collapsed. If his hands were still intact before, after Lester and the others relaxed their vigilance for a while, they can kill them with just a few killing spells. But now, seeing his powerless hands drooping on the ground, Sangbiao's eyes were filled with tears of regret. He regretted that he hadn't cast spells without a staff to kill the little bastard, Scar, so that he was attacked all the time and had no chance to cast spells. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. What he has to do now is to survive under the hands of this little devil in front of him. Looking up at Lester, who was staring at him, Sangbiao was filled with fear. With a handsome appearance, a straight nose, and jet black hair. Even though he was wearing a gray prison uniform, he still did not look downcast. The breezy and calm expression seemed as if the sky had fallen, and even the slightest waves could not be caused on his face. There is a complete galaxy in the calm water eyes, and the tranquility is full of endless, murderous intent. This is a ruthless person. The first time he saw Lester, Song Biao came to this conclusion from his heart. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Lester stared at Song Biao in front of him. His dark eyes revealed endless murderous intent. As a killer, Song Biao had killed countless people, but this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying look in his eyes. Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. Ignoring the system's prompt, Lester slowly raised the knife, pointed at Song Biao's heart, and started counting. 10, 9. The familiar numbers on weekdays turned into life-threatening symbols in Song Biao's ears, striking his heartstrings violently. He will really kill himself. Song Biao's pupils shrank slightly, and fine sweat continued to emerge from his forehead. 8, 4. Suddenly, Lester, who was still counting, paused. After reading the 8, he did not read the 7 that Song Biao had expected, but instead read a number that was far from 8, 4. "I'm the fuck," Sang Biao, whose heart had been tense all the time, heard that Lester didn't play cards according to the routine, and suddenly said a 4. He was so frightened that his heart almost stopped. Song Biao wanted to cry. "Brother, do you have an interrogation like this? Just jump from 8 to 4. If you want me to die, just say it." Of course, Song Biao only dared to think about this idea in his mind. When facing death, Song Biao said that he had better admit it. Seeing that the knife on his chest was about to stab his heart, Song Biao finally couldn't help it. "It's Khalifa!" Song Biao, whose mentality had already collapsed, shouted loudly. "I was sent by the Khalifa family. He doesn't want to care about the dignity of a killer now. People will be gone. What's the use of dignity?" Therefore, after a brief hesitation for 0.5 seconds, Sang Biao confessed his employer without hesitation. This is not over yet. In order to survive, Song Biao's small mouth still turned into a machine gun at this time, and quickly introduced the situation of the Khalifa family. "Now that you have surrendered to the enemy, it is better to cast more thoroughly. Besides, when the Khalifa family sent him, he clearly told himself that the target was a helpless brat. Who would have thought that this brat would be so ruthless in his methods, and he would be so open-minded in a place like Azkaban, in the dark and damp cell? In order to survive, Sang Biao told Lester all the news he knew about the Khalifa family. The patriarch of the Khalifa family, Ununice Khalifa, is the director of the Orur office of the Ministry of Magic, and all British Orurs are theoretically under his jurisdiction. Ununice Khalifa. There was a flash of murderous intent in Lester's eyes. It seemed that Ununice Khalifa was the one who asked the family's children to take his place. No wonder he could find any excuse to frame himself and go to jail. It turned out that he himself was the director of the entire Orur office. "Go on." Lester stared at Song Biao and scolded. "Tell me about the situation of the rest of the Khalifa family." The Khalifa family has a total of 6 members, and it is a new pure-blood family in the chaotic era of Voldemort. Sang Biao swallowed and continued. "They are Ununice Khalifa's parents, his wife, and a child. Of course, he also has a brother who fled to the European continent during Voldemort's turmoil. I don't know the trace now." Lester nodded after hearing this, and had a certain understanding of the situation of the Khalifa family. In the eyes of Lester, the current magic world is no longer the fairy tale of the previous life. It is a complete, real world with flesh and blood. Here, he would not be so naive as to think that Voldemort's purging of Muggle wizards was really to support the ridiculous purity theory. Didn't he, Voldemort, know that he was a half-blood wizard himself? He knew it very well, but he still advocated the pure blood theory as always, and even led his men to massacre Muggle wizards in the wizarding world. Why? In Lester's view, the reason why Voldemort massacred Muggle wizards and advocated pure blood theory is very simple. That's because Voldemort supporters are all veteran pure blood nobles. Yes, rather than Voldemort being the cause of the Second Wizarding World War. It's more the old purebloods who led the war. Because there are too many Muggle wizards in the wizarding world now. So many that they have seriously threatened the status of the old pureblood family. In order to protect the interests of their own family, this group of old pureblood families had to resist, so they used all the family resources to cultivate a Dark Lord. Even if there is no Voldemort, the pureblood family will still support a Voldemort. Voldemort. Anyway, this group of pureblood families has been passed down for thousands of years, and the family background is extremely rich, but with resources, they can provide a Dark Lord. It's just that they played it off later, underestimated Tom Riddle's talent, and accidentally cultivated a real Dark Lord. After Voldemort became stronger, he directly controlled the pureblood family that originally supported him. And in order to ensure their support, he still chose to advocate pureblood theory, helping them slaughter Muggle wizards and at the same time gain power in the wizarding world. This kind of behavior is bound to anger the occupants of the original interests, that is, the emerging family of the Ministry of Magic. Also, in order to safeguard their own interests, this group of ruling families of the Ministry of Magic immediately recruited all the Muggle wizards, and at the same time characterized Voldemort and others as terrorists, and recruited a large number of Muggle wizards as Orurs to eradicate Voldemort for them. Therefore, the turmoil 10 years ago, in Lester's view, was a frantic contest between two interest groups entrenched in the magic world. And now, the result is clear. Voldemort was defeated by Harry Potter. The new ruling family of the Ministry of Magic has successfully won the war and become the true master of the magic world now. This is why Eunice Khalifa, the head of the Orur office, could be so arrogant and imprison Lester in Azkaban without being tried by the Ministry of Magic. Lester briefly digested the information in the cell and made clear his future enemies. First of all, the new ruling family of the Ministry of Magic will definitely be his enemy. After all, they framed themselves into Azkaban and sent people to assassinate themselves. The relationship between myself and them can never be repaired. I need to become stronger. Lester's eyes were extremely determined. He is so soft-spoken now that he can't fight against the huge Khalifa family at all. Even after a few days, his plan was successful, and he led a large number of Azkaban desperados to attack the Ministry of Magic. It is also difficult for him to kill his enemy, and he not only has to make a big fuss in the Ministry of Magic, but also has to get rid of his own suspicion. After all, he was going to Hogwarts to go to school in a year. If he really made a big fuss in the Ministry of Magic and was defined as a dark wizard, how could he go to Hogwarts to go to school? Therefore, he must now accumulate his strength and prepare for the riot in a few days. Songbiao, stop talking. Lester looked down at Songbiao, who was still rambling on, as if he wanted to recount the genealogy of the Khalifa family, and slapped him casually. Ding! Fear value from Songbiao plus 1,000. You lied to me. Lester stared at Songbiao expressionlessly, and stared at Songbiao with hair straightened. He thought he had already told everything he knew. Why did Lester still say that he lied to him? Seeing Songbiao's aggrieved face, Lester didn't care at all, and just punched and kicked Songbiao. Ding! Fear value from Songbiao plus 1,000. Ding! Fear value from Songbiao plus 1,000. Ding! Fear value from Songbiao plus 1,000. Every time he hits Songbiao, the powerful Songbiao will live up to expectations and contribute 1,000 fear points to Lester. That's right, Lester didn't beat Songbiao because Songbiao deceived him. In fact, he didn't even know who was going to kill him before. He said that Songbiao lied to him just to find an excuse to beat him. After all, Songbiao contributed not only a lot of fear value, but also contributed quickly. In just 10 minutes, he contributed 10,000 fear points to Lester. In addition to the fear points obtained by feeding him medicine before, Songbiao alone contributed 50,000 fear points to him. It was enough for him to draw another second-level prize pool. Songbiao, do you know that lying to me will really kill you? Lester squinted his eyes, looking directly into Songbiao's terrified eyes. Seeing Lester's ferocious eyes like a beast, Songbiao swallowed in fear. Weakly said, Didn't you even know who was going to kill you before? Why do you say I lied to you now? Since he can become a top killer, Song Biao will naturally not be a fool and immediately reflected the loopholes in Lester's words. Lester. Hearing Song Biao's question, Lester touched his nose in embarrassment, but after a while, fierceness appeared on his face again. I see deception in your eyes. Lester spoke nonsense in a serious manner and said seriously, you killers are the most inhuman. Who knows if you are lying to me? Hearing Lester's arrogant and unreasonable explanation, Song Biao opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but after hesitating for a moment, he chose to close it. After all, people are now using knives, and I am fish. Looking at Lester's posture, it is obvious that he wants to find an excuse to torture himself. Now, even if what I say is extravagant, I am afraid that Lester will not believe it and will stab himself instead. Seeing that Song Biao rarely refuted, a trace of surprise flashed in Lester's eyes. He was still waiting for Song Biao to refute before giving him a good knife. But now seeing Song Biao's resigned expression, Lester didn't know what to do for a while. Why don't you TM speak? Suddenly, Lester had an idea and said viciously, are you looking down on me, Lester? After finishing speaking, he also slapped Song Biao and slapped Song Biao's big face full of flesh. Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. Feeling the severe pain constantly coming from his face, Sang Biao's whole body collapsed. I talk TM, you say I'm stubborn, I don't speak, and you say I look down on you. If you want to hit me, just say it. Why are you making so many excuses? Helpless, Song Biao had no choice but to close his eyes aggrieved. Out of sight, but out of mind. If he doesn't go to see Lester, this brat is always embarrassed to beat himself. Snap! As soon as Song Biao closed his eyes, Lester's big slap followed immediately. Don't want to look at me? Are you looking down on me? Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. Reluctantly, Song Biao opened his eyes and went to see Lester. Snap! You kid actually dare to stare at me. Are you out of your mind? Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. Ding! Fear value from Song Biao, plus 1,000. Poor Song Biao can see it completely at this time. This Lester has no intention of letting him go. He wondered what he did to Lester. I just wanted to imply him. Didn't I succeed in the assassination? As for being so small-minded, torturing yourself like this all the time, if you still dare to be in a daze, watch. Song Biao. Time flies, and it has been a week since Lester was framed and imprisoned in Azkaban. The new wizard killer, Sang Biao, also gradually accepted his fate of being beaten. At first, he had a little intention of resisting, but he gave up later, because Lester and his gang really beat him. In just 1 week, Song Biao fell into a state of near-death 7 or 8 times, each time relying on Lester to infuse him with a life potion he had drawn from the system to barely save his life. At the same time, the inferior life potion also exerted its power. Now Song Biao is like a vegetable, and all his body functions have almost disappeared. He could only lie in the toilet every day and suffered merciless abuse from other prisoners. Pitiful? He is a killer, and he has countless lives in his hands. If he is pitiful, wouldn't those killed by him be even more pitiful? Besides, he actually dared to enter Azkaban to assassinate the uncrowned king in Azkaban. Isn't this against all the prisoners in Azkaban? System, I want to draw a lottery. Give me 100,000 draws once. In the first cell that came in, Lester was lying comfortably on the bed with a cool system panel in front of him. On the top of the system panel, a series of zeros are extremely dazzling. Thanks to the help of the big fat sheep Song Biao, Lester raised enough fear points of 500,000 in just 1 week. Naturally, his system has also been upgraded to a certain extent. The options of 10W draw once and 50W draw once are turned on respectively. A 500,000 lottery draw will definitely draw good things, but it can only be drawn once. As for the 100,000 fear value lottery, although the items in the prize pool are a little worse than the 500,000 one-time lottery, it is still extremely powerful. I haven't seen such a terrifying spell that can draw the second nodding spell, even with 50,000 fear points. If you double the fear value and just draw 10W once, I'm afraid you can get a lot of good things. System, give me something good. Although he knew that the system couldn't hear him, Lester still told the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Boggett racial skill transformation. Boggett. After hearing the name, Lester was stunned subconsciously because it seemed to be the name of a dark creature in a magic world. Although I have been staying in Azkaban since I crossed over, I have no chance to go out. But he had seen Harry Potter in his previous life. If he remembered correctly, isn't Boggett the dark creature that can transform into other people? In order to guess his own thoughts, Lester immediately began to experiment quietly on the bed, silently imagining the face of Scar in his heart. Lester only felt himself trembling, and then a strange feeling spread all over his body. System, I want to take out the mirror. Lester immediately took out the mirror from the system and looked into the mirror. As for Azkaban, where Lester got the mirror, it was drawn by lottery from the system. In order to maintain Song Biao's life, Lester used 10 consecutive draws of 1,000 fear points every day to obtain life potions. And this exquisite mirror in his hand is the product of his daily lottery. Although it's really the same. Looking at himself in the mirror who looked exactly like Song Biao, Lester was completely stunned. Stretching out his hand to pull the flesh on his face, feeling the real touch on his hand, Lester only felt that this transfiguration technique was sincere. Before, he was worried about how to make a fuss in Azkaban without being caught, but now all problems have been solved. I have this powerful transformation spell, as long as I pretend to be Song Biao at that time. Will it be fine soon? The question is also something that Song Biao took the lead in doing. Who can blame him on Lester? He was just a poor and helpless 10-year-old boy. System, pump me again. Excited, Lester decided to do nothing and smoke again. As long as I can give myself a stronger attack spell this time, I will take my brothers to kill in the Ministry of Magic the next day, and I am not used to the problems of the Ministry of Magic at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the magic spell, Fire Shield. Lester, isn't this the spell cast by Grindelwald to destroy the entire Paris? Looking at the 4 shining characters on the system panel in front of him, Lester knew that his miserable prison life was finally coming to an end. It can be invisible, it can also set fire, and it can make other people's dicks tie knots. So strong. How can others play with it? Except that the mana value is a little low. But isn't he still a child now? When he grows up, he will directly inherit the 3rd-generation Dark Lord in line, just in the fact that Lester was excited and ready to escape from prison. The system's melodious machine-synthesized sound rang in Lester's ears again. Ding! The task is detected and you can receive Prisoner's Wrath. Angry prisoners, in this desperate place of Azkaban, everyone has lost hope of life. Prisoners live in a muddle every day, and their violent characters are deeply hidden in their hearts. Now the angry prisoners urgently need vent their depressed mood. Task requirement. Let 80% of the prisoners in Azkaban release the demons in their hearts. Task reward. Skill upgrade card can break the limit of full-level skills and forcibly upgrade skills. Lester, it really means that Chow 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 is here. I was just about to take the prisoners to do trouble together, but the system now provides me with a task. System, will there be any punishment for mission failure? Lester was very cautious and did not choose to accept the task, but asked the system worriedly. Ding! There is no penalty for mission failure, and whether to receive the mission is entirely up to the host's choice. After hearing that there was no punishment for this mission, Lester hesitated for a moment and said, "Get it. Anyway, there are rewards for success and no punishment for failure, so why not accept this task?" Dark Lord System. Host, Lester Bader. Magic Power, 10, 100 for adult wizards. Master the spell, God level invisibility, full level, cannot be improved. Wall penetration, base enchantment, cannot be improved. Polymorph from Boggots cannot be improved. Fire Shield level 1, 0 out of 100. Mission, Angry Prisoner. Lottery draw, 0 times, 500,000 fear points / time. With invisibility, being able to pass through walls, and being able to transform and fire fire. Isn't this invincible? Try what the enhanced version of the Fierce Fire curse looks like first. Lester knew about the Fierce Fire curse, but this was the first time he had heard of the enhanced Fierce Fire curse. In a magic world, Fiendfire is the most terrifying magic flame. It is rumored that it can devour some things, and only by casting a counter curse can Fiendfire be terminated. Although it is powerful, it has uncontrollable shortcomings, and it also has a counter curse that can curb Fiendfire. Therefore, although the Fierce Fire curse is as incomparably evil as the 3 unforgivable curses, it is not listed among the 3 unforgivable curses. Just about to release Fiendfire to try its power, Lester suddenly woke up. His TM is an Azkaban. If one operation is not done properly, wouldn't it set the whole of Azkaban on fire? But when I failed in my mission, not to mention I was burned to death. Go outside and try. After making up his mind, Lester immediately cast a god-level invisibility technique and entered an invisible state. Then he crossed the fence of the cell very easily and came to the outside of Azkaban prison for the first time. As soon as I walked to the heavy iron gate of the prison, I was faced with endless scorched earth. Countless Dementors wander aimlessly on the wasteland, and various strange rocks are scattered all over the island. Looking up at the sky, the gray mist shrouded the entire sky, and thick dark clouds were constantly condensing in the air. Walking on this small island, Lester became more and more frightened. The Azkaban prison is being built in the very center of the island, surrounded by hundreds of Dementors. He had only walked a few hundred meters, and he had already passed dozens of Dementors. If he hadn't been in a state of invisibility, he might have been sucked out of his soul by the Dementors long ago. Found it. Finally, Lester's eyes lit up, and he finally found a place where he was unscrupulous in experimenting with the Fiendfire curse. A bottomless cave. There's so many strange boulders on the island where Azkaban is located, so it's not too much to have caves made of boulders on the island, right? Lester walked into it without hesitation. Seeing that the cave was extremely dark, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The darker the better. Anyway, he can set his fire shield when he is invisible. If a patrolling Orur passes by and sees a blue flame floating in the extremely dark cave, it will definitely scare him to pee. At that time, another large amount of fear points will be credited. Fire shield. In the extremely dark cave, Lester slowly raised his right hand, moved his lips slightly, and recited the spell. In an instant, a blue flame appeared on Lester's right hand out of thin air. The scorching heat continued to diffuse into the surrounding air, and the terrifying atmosphere permeated the entire cave. The originally pitch-black cave, which was so dark that you couldn't reach your fingers, immediately became extremely bright under the light of this blue flame. The bewitching blue flame, under the control of Lester's thoughts, kept flying up and down in the cave, like a group of blue elves dancing happily in the cave. Unfortunately, all this is the scene in Lester's eyes. At this time, a Dementor that was still dormant in the extremely dark cave looked at the blue will-o'-the-wisp that suddenly appeared in the air out of thin air and felt that his whole soul was going to be scared to pee. Obviously, I slept soundly in the cave, but when I woke up, I saw a mass of soul-devouring demon fire jumping in front of my eyes. Who wouldn't be afraid to put this on him? Moreover, this flame was extremely evil, like a magic fire from hell, which made the Dementor feel extremely nervous. That's right, in Lester's eyes, this blue fierce flame is like a messenger, and he can control it as long as he wants to. So in his eyes, this blue fiend flame is harmless. However, in the eyes of others, the situation is quite the opposite. The moment the blue fiend flame appeared in the cave, the Dementor, who was supposed to be fine, immediately had goosebumps. As a Dementor, he was originally a creature of darkness, so he shouldn't be afraid of Fiendfire. But the blue fiend flame in front of him seems to be a bit different from other people's Fiendfire. He could feel the breath of death from above. I go. While the Dementors were cowering and hiding in the corner of the cave, Lester, who had been controlling Fiendfire to fly up and down, also noticed the uninvited guest in the cave. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Lester's eyes. For the dark creatures that eat people like Dementors, Lester naturally doesn't like them. Now that he was practicing Fierce Fire Curse, and this Dementor just happened to come to the door, he would naturally not be polite. Go! Lester's faith moved, and the blue fiend flame, which was still dancing in the air, stopped immediately and flew straight towards the Dementor in the corner as if he had received an order. With endless killing intent, Fiendfire immediately transformed into a magical creature similar to a lion in midair and rushed towards the Dementor. The surging magic flame is breathtaking. The powerful Fierce Fire Curse fell on the Dementor in an instant, and at the same time, the terrifying blue Fiendfire enveloped the whole body of the Dementor with lightning speed. Theoretically, it is also said that only the voice guard can harm the Dementor as a sole body, but Lester's Fiend Flame is unusually powerful. Not only can it devour touchable objects, it can even erode souls that cannot be touched. Fueled by the Dementor's body, the fiery fire is getting stronger and stronger. Even though he was far away, Lester could still feel that the surrounding air became a little hotter. Whoa! This time, for the second time, Lester heard the terrible cry of the Dementor. The first time was when he was first imprisoned. He hit the Dementor with a pillow, which made the Dementor angry, and only then did it make a whining sound. But this time, although it sounded like a whining sound, it was completely different from the last whining sound. Not only is there endless pain in the voice, but if you listen carefully, you can also hear the terrified cries of the Dementors. How could a Dementor be frightened by the Fiendfire? Although the Dementor screamed, extremely miserable, Lester still didn't change his face. Nah, my family. Its heart must be different. What's more, such a monster that feeds on humans has sucked so many human lives, it would be cheap for him to burn him alive with fierce fire. Accompanied by the painful howling of the Dementor, a charred smell slowly flowed out from the corner of the cave. Lester walked over to see that the Dementor, which was still alive and kicking, was burned to death by the Fiendfire the moment it came into contact with it. Not only that, other flames will leave black ashes after burning things, but Lester's fire shield body will not. Non-toxic, harmless, and non-polluting, just a simple burn can kill the opponent quickly. Cowhide! Lester waved his right hand lightly, and just after eroding the blue fire of a Dementor, it turned into a small blue fireball again and flew to Lester's palm. At the same time, Lester's ear rang again with the system's pleasant notification tone. Ding! Use the fire shield body. Kill a Dementor. Proficiency +1. Dark Lord system. Host, Lester Bader. Magic power, 10. 100 for adult wizards. Master the spell. God level invisibility. Full level cannot be improved. Wall penetration, base enchantment, cannot be improved. Polymorph, from Boggets, cannot be improved. Fire shield, level 1, 1 out of 100. Mission, Angry Prisoner. Lottery draw, 0 times, 500,000 fear points / time. As long as you kill a life, can you increase your proficiency a little? Lester's eyes lit up, and in order to verify his conjecture, Fiendfire, who was directly controlling the blue, flew out of his palm again. Soon, under the light of the fire, a black bug appeared in front of Lester's eyes. Perhaps due to the influence of the surrounding environment, the little bug looks extremely ugly, just like a large and disgusting version of a dung beetle. Lester carefully controlled Fiendfire, spitting out a tongue of blue flame. The fluttering tiny flames immediately surrounded the little bug, and the terrifying blue fiend flame spread to the little bug's whole body almost the moment it touched the little bug. The entire body of the little bug was completely ignited, and in less than a second, this innocent little bug was burned into carbon dioxide in the air. It's useless to burn the bugs. After the little bug was burned to death by his own fire, Lester waited for a long time without receiving news of the increase in skill proficiency. It seems that if there is no accident, his fire shield needs to be upgraded by killing intelligent creatures like Dementors. When he thought of killing intelligent life, he could gain proficiency, and Lester's eyes kept glinting coldly. Don't get me wrong, he has no intention of going to the Muggle world to set fires everywhere. In order to show his strength, he just wants to hurt innocent good people. He can't do such a thing even if he kills Lester. Of course, if he could be killed, maybe he would think about it. But isn't that the case now? He definitely didn't want to kill innocent Muggles. Now there are a group of corpses in the Ministry of Magic, corrupt officials standing on the heads of other wizards and domineering. Why does Lester need someone else to kill? Just do what he said. Lester didn't hesitate at all and directly retracted the blue Fiendfire that was still flying around in the air, and the whole person entered a state of invisibility. He was going to steal something from the Orur camp in charge of Azkaban, which was a magic item that could be sent directly from Azkaban to the Ministry of Magic. Poor Key. Striding out of the cave, Lester passed through one Dementor after another, and gradually walked towards the periphery of the island of Azkaban. Due to the many Dementors in Azkaban, staying in this place all year round will be more or less affected by the Dementors. Therefore, the Orur sent by the Ministry of Magic to monitor them, usually stationed at the outermost edge of the island, so as to avoid encountering Dementors and being robbed of their happiness. According to the direction in his mind, Lester was alone and kept walking eastward in a state of invisibility. He was on a ship at that time and landed from that place. He knew that where the ship landed, there was an Orur garrison around the landing site. If nothing else, it is where the Orurs responsible for guarding Azkaban gathered. Sure enough, after walking for dozens of minutes, Lester finally saw the buildings in the distance. A large white house from the outside looks a bit like Buckingham Palace in the Muggle world. Of course, it is only similar to a landmark building in Buckingham Palace. After all, there are only a few Orurs stationed here, and the area occupied is definitely not as large as Buckingham Palace. But although it is not as huge as Buckingham Palace in the Muggle world, after getting close to it, Lester found that this building is really not small. According to a rough estimate, it can cover an area of about 500 square meters and be 50 meters high. Judging from the windows upstairs, this office building is at least as high as the 3rd floor. Lester first carefully explored the environment inside the office building through the glass window at the door. He suddenly discovered that there were actually only 2 Orurs in the lobby on the 1st floor of the office building at this time, standing guard behind the door with a straight body, and the rest of the Orurs were nowhere to be seen. This is not over yet. Just as Lester was looking at it, 2 figures slowly descended from the upstairs. Lester took a look and immediately noticed the difference between the two. The Orur at the head not only did not wear the uniform of Orurs, but instead wore the gorgeous robes that belonged exclusively to nobles. There's a faint arrogance on the whole face, and the eyes that look at other Orurs are more like looking at lower animals. At this time, this guy who didn't know whether he was a nobleman or an Orur was listening impatiently to the request of the middle-aged Orur behind him. Lester was very curious about what they were talking about, so he used the wall penetration technique to pass through the wall of the Orur office building and entered it. As soon as he entered, Lester saw the luxuriously dressed Orur lying arrogantly on the big sofa in the living room. At the same time, he picked up a bottle of drink from the surrounding tables and drank it like no one else was around. And the middle-aged Orur, who looked extremely honest and loyal, stood in front of him very cautiously, begging constantly, "Director, I really need to go home." The man's voice was incomparably thick, and he sounded like a cheerful man, but at this time his voice was extremely humble. "My child is lost, and now there is no other adult in the family except the child's mother, and I am the only child. Before the man finished speaking, he was interrupted roughly by the Orur director in Azkaban. "Your child is lost. Don't you know how to find an Orur? Aren't you an Orur yourself? Why don't you even have such a little awareness? But my wife and children are ordinary people. Where are they going to find the Ministry of Magic?" Hearing this, the Huapao Orur, who was still very impatient, narrowed his eyes instantly. "You mean your wife and children are Muggles?" Hearing the very insulting address from his immediate superior, the man clenched his fists angrily, but he dared not make a move. Because he himself was born as a Muggle wizard, He has lived in the wizarding world for 3 years, and he knows that the wizarding world is far from as beautiful as described in Hogwarts. In this magical place, full of corruption and discrimination, the boss in front of him was obviously a child of a pure-blooded family, and he came to Azkaban to be gilded. If he provoked him, he might be stationed in Azkaban for the rest of his life. Men don't doubt the viciousness of this group of pure-blood wizards. They are scumbags who can do anything. It's a pity that the man is willing to endure it, but Huapao's pure blood is even worse. So, by the looks of you, you're mud blood too? The pure blood in Huapao mocked the middle-aged Orur word by word with disdain on his face, and his sharp words were like a sharp knife, stabbing the middle-aged Orur's heart continuously. His son was abducted by human traffickers, and he possessed a body of magic, but could not use it to find his own child, and he had to be ridiculed in this ghost place by this young man in front of him who had accomplished nothing except for his prominent family background. It's ridiculous that he can't resist yet, because now the magic world is dominated by pure blood, and pure blood rules everything in the magic world. Even the pure bloods, after getting drunk, started killing in the Muggle world, wantonly killing Muggles for pleasure. The Ministry of Magic will not embarrass this group of purebloods, but will shirk the responsibility on the Muggle-born dark wizards. This is the Ministry of Magic now, corrupt, stupid, and beyond repair. 10 years ago, the man was an Orur. When he just graduated from Hogwarts, he thought that the wizarding world was really as beautiful as it was described in school. As a result, the reality slapped him hard. Discrimination, abuse, and humiliation, these things that are strictly prohibited in school, are not uncommon in the Ministry of Magic, and everyone has even become accustomed to it. Just like the first big battle more than 10 years ago, the pureblood nobles, under the leadership of Voldemort, took the initiative to provoke the war and massacred Muggle wizards like them. As a result, the Savior turned out and defeated Voldemort. Those criminals should also be punished, but will they really be punished? The man clearly remembered that many of his colleagues died under the black magic of this group of pure-blooded black wizards. What did they get in exchange? In exchange for proof that those pure bloods were controlled by the Imperius curse. It's really ridiculous that I and others put in countless painstaking efforts and even their lives to defeat the powerful enemy. As a result, those pure bloods just slapped their butts and prevaricated the matter. What about the dead Orus? What about the Muggle wizards who died at the hands of these pure bloods? Who will remember them? Who cares about them? The warmongers of the past, now working as Dementor, not only infiltrated every corner of the Ministry of Magic, but still lived a life of luxury in the open. And what about their group of upright heroes, but spent most of his life in Azkaban? Now it is necessary to endure the insult of the descendants of the criminals who fought in the past. In this way, even though you are a mudblood, Merlin still gave you the right to cast spells. I'm in a good mood now, but I'm happy that you can bark like a dog, so I'll give you a leave of absence and let you go out. Looking for my son. There is a hint of banter in the young Orur's words, and he looked at the middle-aged Orur with a look of watching the show. The two Orurs, standing guard, also blushed with anger when they heard this. Their hands were tightly clenched together, and they didn't even feel their nails sinking into their flesh and blood. They're also very angry now, and the clay figurines are still a bit angry, not to mention that they are all men. Faced with such an insult, how could one not be angry? Although the man said he was mocking the middle-aged Orurs, why weren't they Muggle-born? What's the difference between that and calling a black man in front of an orangutan? After the middle-aged man heard Huapao Orur's words, his face turned blue and purple with anger. At his age, he was more than enough to be his father. But now he actually wants to call himself dad. Oh, you don't seem to want to, Huapao Pureblood asked knowingly, and said even more excessively, your son is just lost in the Muggle world. If you go out and rely on the help of magic, you can easily find your son. But what if your son is kidnapped by a dark wizard in the magic world? Then he will never come back. The pure-blooded Orur directly tore off his hypocritical face, just to humiliate the middle-aged Orur in front of him who had made great achievements for the Ministry of Magic and directly threatened him to kidnap his son. Finally, Lester, who had been listening for a long time, finally couldn't bear the anger in his heart. He originally thought that the Ministry of Magic was just a corrupt pure-blood family at the top, and there were still good people in it. But now, looking at the arrogant, pure-blooded Orur in front of him, Lester knew that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. Ministry of Magic, no. It should be said that the entire British wizarding world needs a transformation, a major makeover from the bottom up. A cold light flashed in Lester's eyes, and he felt murderous towards that arrogant, pure-blooded Orur. Slowly coming to the front of the pure-blooded Orur, thanks to the help of god-level invisibility, Lester's move did not attract the attention of others. The arrogant pure-blood was still talking nonsense at this time, pointing at the middle-aged Orur and constantly insulting him verbally. You Muggle-born wizards are not worthy of appearing in the wizarding world. I don't even know what Hogwarts thinks. It will give you the opportunity to learn magic. The words of the pure-blood wizards became more and more excessive, and in the end they even said that Muggle wizards were not worthy of living in the wizarding world. Such cruel remarks made the middle-aged man feel desolate in his heart. Don't you really like the wizarding world? If he had known that the wizarding world had been corrupted to this extent, he would certainly not have entered this corrupted world. The pure-blood wizard is aloof and treats others like ants. Even if Muggle wizards are powerful, they can only serve as cannon fodder for pure-blood wizards. Just like my colleague, but also the self who has been stationed in the ghostly place of Azkaban for most of his life. I have dedicated my whole life to the magic world, but now the magic world doesn't even welcome him. Gradually, the man became a little blackened. Because of that group of pure-bloods born superior, they all have the talent for casting spells. Apart from family inheritance, what advantages does pure blood have? Is it true that Muggle-born wizards have to do this kind of low-level work in the wizarding world all their lives? The man's eyes became more and more sad, and at the same time, his heart became more and more cold. He wants revenge. He wants to take revenge on this decadent society, and he wants the entire wizarding world to witness the power of Muggle wizards. Thinking of this, the man's eyes became more and more determined, and his hand slowly touched the wand at his waist. Just approaching the pure-blooded Lester in the gorgeous robe, just as he was about to teach him a lesson, he happened to see the change in the man's eyes. Subconsciously slowed down. He felt that he might not need to be so anxious to make a move, because the middle-aged man seemed to be about to explode. Instead of dying in silence, explode in silence. After the middle-aged man was silent for a moment, his eyes suddenly became extremely fierce, and he suddenly pulled out his wand from his waist. Disarm you. In an instant, a red light appeared in the hall, and the man's deep voice resounded throughout the office building. You dare! Looking at the middle-aged man who suddenly attacked, there was a trace of horror in the eyes of the pure blood in Huapao. He didn't expect that this lowly mudblood would dare to take the initiative to attack him, and it was in a place like the office building, because the man attacked suddenly, and Huapao pure blood didn't expect him to dare to attack him, so he couldn't prepare for it for a while. Seeing his disarming spell approaching gradually, Huapao pure blood's pupils shrank slightly, trying to avoid it. It's a pity that, except for Voldemort and Dumbledore's top bosses, others want to avoid the high-speed attacking curse in such a close situation. That's just nonsense. As soon as he uttered a yell, the disarming curse glowing red slammed heavily on the young man in Huapao. Hearing screams from all over, the young man in Huapao was blown away directly. Although the rulers in the magic world are very corrupt, magic is not corrupt at all. On the contrary, magic is still very magical. Under the attack of the disarming curse, the young man in Huapao slammed hard against the wall inside the office building, and then fell heavily to the ground. The hard wall was smashed into a small pit, and the gravel kept falling from above and hitting the half-blood in the Chinese robe, making him a little ashamed for a while. First, he was blasted away by the disarming spell, And then, because a pure blood in a Chinese robe came close to the wall, he felt incomparable pain in his body at first. After all, he is not an Iron Man. He can't feel the pure presence of pain. And even if he is an Iron Man, he can't bear such a rush. The pain was so mild that it was followed by endless humiliation. He was a noble pure blood, but was unexpectedly attacked by a lowly mudblood. Mudblood, you don't know what a mistake you've made. Hua Pao Chinxue got up from the ground in a panic, patted the dust on his clothes. His eyes were full of murderous intent. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. I will let you live in fear all your life, and you will definitely live a life worse than death. By the way, you seem to have a muggle wife and a muggle child. That's great. Don't worry. I'll let you take good care of him after you die. Hua Pao's pure blood had a ferocious face, and with the blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth, he looked like a wild dog that had gone mad. Just when the man was trembling with anger after listening to him, a trace of cruelty flashed in Hua Pao's pure blood eyes. Awada eats a big melon. That's right, what he said just now was not to anger the middle-aged Orur, but to distract him so that he could sneak attack him. Sure enough, the angry middle-aged Orur never expected that the pure blood in Hua Pao would sneak attack him at this time. And shooting is the 3 unforgivables strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. It's ridiculous to say that the decrees issued by the pure blood wizards themselves repeatedly emphasize that all wizards are not allowed to use the unforgivable curse. As a result, they themselves are extremely proficient in mastering each one. A green light full of death breath appeared in front of everyone's eyes instantly. Weird, deadly, and irresistible. Death curse! Not only the middle-aged Orur, but the other 2 wizards at the gate couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Hua Pao pure blood actually using the killing curse. This is a death curse that is strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. Once it is used and discovered, it will be listed as a dark wizard by the Ministry of Magic and arrested in Azkaban. But now this young man in Chinese robes, as the director here, actually knows how to break the law, which is simply very bold. Similarly, Lester also saw the unforgivable curse for the first time. The moment this green light appeared, Lester could feel the incomparable evil from it. He never expected that this pure blood in Hua Pao would be so unruly. Not only using the strictly prohibited spells like the death curse, but also doing nasty things like sneak attacks. Seeing that the killing curse full of death breath was about to hit the middle-aged Orur. At this moment, the middle-aged Orur looked at the death curse that was getting closer and closed his eyes resignedly. Lester on the side shook his head helplessly when he saw this. It was time for him to make a move. Fire shield. In an instant, a blue fiend flame appeared out of nowhere in the lobby of the Orur office building. The scorching heat of the terrifying Fiendfire continued to spread to the surroundings, and the breath of death gradually permeated the hall. The moment the scorching blue fiend flame reappeared in the hall, it calmed down everyone in the hall. The terrifying killing curse in front of this blue fierce flame is like a small fire in a torrential rain. It was completely eroded by Fiendfire in an instant, without leaving even a trace. Ooh! The moment the blue fire came out, the pure blood in Hua Pao only felt that he was being watched quietly by a scourge hidden in the dark, and the threat of death slowly surged into his heart. Come out! Don't you know that the attack on the Orur is to enter Azkaban? Although the Orur's legs were trembling in fear, he still yelled at the air with a stern voice, hoping to make this bold guy come to justice. Unfortunately, he met Lester. Hearing that the pure blood in Hua Pao asked him to come out, Lester smiled disdainfully. Is it because this Hua Pao pure blood is born with inbreeding, so his IQ can't keep up after birth? I hid myself, well, let me go out and attack him sneakily? Lester, who was still in the invisible state, ignored the barking of the pure blood dog in the Chinese robe at all, and went straight behind him. At the same time, he whispered something to his back. Second nodding technique. That's right, the magic spell used by Lester is exactly the wonderful magic spell that he drew a few days ago, the second knot tying technique. Because the name and description of this spell were too brutal, Lester never used it on the prisoners in Azkaban. After all, he wants to use Azkaban as his base camp. Although the prisoners inside are all scum, they're all his younger brothers now. If he uses such a cruel spell on them for no reason, maybe these younger brothers will endure it. Can't help violently resisting. Therefore, since Lester drew this terrible spell, he hid it for him. He thought that he would never meet someone who would allow him to use such a terrible spell in his life. But now he came across, due to the low voice of Lester casting the curse, and the fact that the eyes of the pure blood in Huapao were always focused on Fiendfire in front of him. This silent curse hit the pure blood in Huapao smoothly. Blood on the body. Open it for me. Ah. The pure blood in Huapao, who was still scolding Lester and ordering him to come out, only felt a cold in his crotch, and then severe pain continued to come from his lower body. The piercing pain made his expression twitch, and all the organs on his face were crowded together at this moment, and the ferocious expression was even more frightening, accompanied by several screams of earth-shattering weeping ghosts and gods. Such a pure blood in a gorgeous robe fell straight to the ground. With a Seema-like expression on his big face was whiter than the face of his fourth uncle and grandpa who had been dead for 7 days. Holding his lower body tightly with both hands, he still wailed in pain. Nodded. My lifelines are tangled. Quick, help me take off my pants. Ah! Facing Huapao, pure blood screams. The other 3 Orurs also felt their lower body go cold, and fear gradually surfaced in their hearts. Ding! The fear value from Huapao pure blood plus 50. Lester, who has been invisible all this time, glanced contemptuously at the Chinese-robed pure blood who was writhing in pain on the ground, feeling very speechless. He thought how powerful this pure blood wizard who shot the killing curse was, but in the end, it was so painful that he was given 50 fear points, which was less than 1/20th of Songbiao's. This is a bit too wasteful. Strolling to the front of Huapao pure blood, looking at Huapao pure blood who was still howling, Lester felt that it was necessary to help him. After confirming that the wizard in Huapao was too painful to cast the spell, Lester squatted down slowly, grabbed the waistband of the young man in Huapao with both hands, and then pulled it down fiercely. Draw. Accompanied by the sound of the pants rubbing against the skin, Lester skillfully took off the entire lower body of the young man in the Chinese robe. The second child, who had already been tied several times, was completely exposed to the air. Looking at this dick with a terrible shape, including Lester, all the men present felt a chill in their lower bodies. It was too scary to look at. Even Lester, who cast it, felt that he had gone too far in this matter. Although the behavior and words of this pure-blooded nobleman are very annoying, but it is enough to directly burn him to death with fierce fire. The second nodding curse I used was indeed a bit unconscionable. Thanks. After the trousers were taken off, Huapao pure blood, who was finally able to observe the wound, subconsciously said thank you, and then lowered his head to see the most terrifying scene he had ever seen in his life. A dick with 2 knots. Ah! The pure blood in Huapao, who had already adapted to the pain and regained some sanity, actually tilted his neck, stuck out his tongue, and fainted on the ground after seeing his big baby in such a shape. That's right, he really couldn't accept this cruel reality. The double torment, both physically and mentally, finally broke down the Huapao pure blood, who couldn't bear the pressure any longer and fainted from fright. That's it. Something that bullies the soft and fears the hard. Looking at the pure blood in Huapao, who was scared and fainted, Lester showed disdain, waved a small hand, and the blue Fiendfire that had been floating in the air turned into a long strip of blue ribbon inside. Swaying towards the fallen Huapao pure blood flew away. The entire ribbon is made of blue Fiendfire, which is beautiful and full of murderous intent. The moment he came into contact with Huapao's pure blood, the blue fierce flame spread all over his body with lightning speed. The scorching fierce fire instantly roasted Huapao's pure-blooded body, turning it into a wisp of black smoke, floating in the air. The 3 Orurs present only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the pure blood robes that had been lying on the ground disappeared in place, replaced by a wisp of black smoke. This is not over yet. After eroding Huapao's pure blood, the terrifying Lihua's figure instantly expressed several times, and it turned into a giant Lihua python. The giant fiery python is 100 meters long, entrenched in the center of the living room, and its head alone is as big as 3 Lesters. Exquisite patterns are all over his scales, and there is endless bloodthirsty in his fierce eyes, and a pair of pointed fangs shine even more sharply. A strong sense of oppression continued to come from the python's body, and the remaining 3 Orurs couldn't breathe. Looking at the fiery serpent that directly filled half of the room, the middle-aged Orur only felt that it was outrageous. How the hell did he make him fight? Is this Voldemort resurrected? First came to Azkaban to liberate his horseboy, and then he was met by himself and others. As a witness to the riot that year, the middle-aged Orur believes that in the entire wizarding world, except for Voldemort, the great terrorist leader, few people can release such terrifying black magic. Because Azkaban is too desolate and remote, basically no wizards are willing to come here to guard it. Often only muggle wizards with no background and rich kids who come to gild themselves will be stationed here. In addition to the Dementors that can be seen everywhere in Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic is basically in a state of letting go of Azkaban, so there are only 4 Orurs in the huge Azkaban at this time. Now, the pure blood in Huapao with the highest official position has been mercilessly swallowed by the terrifying fierce fire. Among all the people present, only the middle-aged Orur has the oldest qualifications. Naturally, he also took on the important task of communicating with Lester. "What are you? I don't know what you're going to do in Azkaban." In front of the blue fierce python, the middle-aged Orur looked extremely nervous, but looking at the 2 young Orurs who were almost scared to pee their pants, the middle-aged Orur could only stand up. Hearing the middle-aged Orur's question, Lester did not answer, but came to the head of the python. Stepping on the terrifying snake head, made of Fiendfire, instead of being corroded by Fiendfire, Lester felt that Fiendfire under his feet was like his own child, constantly enjoying himself under his knees and allowing himself to control it. After briefly scanning the remaining 3 Orurs in the hall and confirming that they did not pose any threat to him, Lester released his invisibility and slowly revealed his figure. I saw a very handsome black-haired boy stepping on the head of the fierce python with a proud face. The gray prison uniform on his body lifted up without any wind. Driven by the magic power, it was blown harshly. Powerful oppressive force surged out from his thin body, constantly exerting pressure on the 3 Orurs present. For a moment, the 3 Orurs present couldn't believe their eyes, and looked at Lester, who was stepping on the python's head with horrified eyes. "Who are you?" The middle-aged Orur in the lead finally couldn't help asking questions after seeing Lester. Although Lester's current identity was obvious, and the gray prison uniform on his body all showed that he was a prisoner in Azkaban, but Hafiz still couldn't help asking him. "Because have you ever seen a prisoner of Azkaban hang like this?" He escaped alone from the Azkaban prison surrounded by Dementors, and then easily killed the Orur director arranged by the Ministry of Magic here. Now it releases the Fiend Flame Serpent, which is half the size of a room. Do you think he looks like a prisoner of Azkaban? This is obviously a little Dark Lord. Me? Lester patted the sleeve of his prison uniform with a strange face, looked at Hafiz with a foolish look, and said, "Are you a fool? Didn't you see that I was wearing the prison uniform of Azkaban?" Lester was a little helpless. He wondered if it was a mistake for him to show up on his own initiative. The IQ of the middle-aged Orur in front of him seemed a bit low. He hadn't taken off his prison uniform yet. Who else could he be? Hafiz. Regarding Lester's answer, Hafiz only felt that he was very deceived. Is this what he asked? You think he doesn't know that Lestat in his gray prison uniform is a prisoner of Azkaban? What he was curious about was why Lester had successfully escaped from Azkaban and could still release such a terrifying fierce fire curse. It's a pity that now people are using knives, and I am fish and meat. Facing Lester's insults, Hafiz only feels very wronged, But when he thinks of his son he has not found, and the love he has wanted for many years, but he has never been able to give her, the wife of a happy life, Hafiz decided he endured. Lester at this time knew nothing about the inner movements of the middle-aged or Hafiz. He is now looking at Hafez hesitantly, hesitating whether to accept him as his first little brother. Just now, Lester, who originally planned to steal the door key, then returned to Azkaban and brought all the prisoners to the Ministry of Magic, suddenly had a bold idea. That is to control the whole of Azkaban. That's right. As the only wizard prison in the wizarding world, all wizards who broke the law will be imprisoned in the ghostly place of Azkaban. If he can control Azkaban, that means he has the right to control all the dark wizards in Azkaban. At that time, there will be countless younger black wizards scrambling to serve him. Given his young age, he must have a spokesperson who can assist him in managing Azkaban. And Hafiz, who looked dumb and silly in front of him, seemed to be a good choice. He has a family, old seniority, no family background, and most importantly, his brain doesn't seem to be working well. If he could subdue this Orur and support him to become the warden of Azkaban, he would be able to firmly control the entire Azkaban. After making up his mind, Lester stopped thinking. Looking down at the terrified Hafiz, Lester asked slowly, "I ask you, are you willing to surrender to me?" After asking, Lester didn't wait for Hafiz to answer, but went on to say, "You have dedicated most of your life to the Ministry of Magic now. And what did you get? Not just an ordinary Orur." Hearing Lester's words, Hafiz, who was still a little hesitant at first, began to breathe gradually. That's right, he passed the exam with high hopes and worked so hard to get into the Ministry of Magic. What did he get in the end? The so-called most difficult exam in the wizarding world can only be restricted to Muggle-born wizards like them, and those noble-born purebloods can often inherit their father's career and enter the Ministry of Magic with ease. You are over 30 years old now, and you're still doing nothing in this broken prison. Let me ask you, do your wife and children know about your current situation? Have you brought them happiness? How many years have you been stationed in this ghost place that no one cares about? How many times a year do you see your family? As Lester kept asking questions, Hafiz's eyes gradually filled with anger. I left my hometown, my warm family, and went to guard this ghostly place, but the group of pure-blood wizards just regarded it as a gilded scenic spot. They enjoy the joy of the family every day, but what about themselves? There are not many opportunities to see children in a year. Now his son is lost in the Muggle world, and the Ministry of Magic is not even willing to send an Orur to help him find it. This is just a matter of releasing a magic spell. Looking at the anger on his face, it was obvious that Hafiz had listened to his own words. Lester knew that he only needed to give him a strong medicine, and he would immediately surrender to himself and become his last loyal man. Lester looked at Hafiz, whose face was flushed with anger, and whose whole body was trembling, and knew that it was time to give him a favor. "If you are willing to surrender to me, I will give you everything you want." Confident words resounded in the hall, accompanied by the crackling sound produced by the flames scorching the air, constantly permeating Hafiz's heart. "I will give you supreme status and uncountable wealth. I will make you the focus of the magic world, a hero in people's eyes. I will let your family live a happy life and let you spend time with them every day." Lester finally looked solemn and said, "I will let you rise step by step and step down those pure-blood nobles who look down on you one by one." Lester, who stepped on the python, was like a passionate orator, waving his hands constantly, telling the three Orurs about the bright future. At this time, his words were like whispers from hell demons, constantly penetrating the hearts of the three Orurs. Finally, an Orur who was guarding the gate couldn't bear the temptation and knelt down directly. Plop! The knee hit the ground hard, making a loud noise. The Orur looked at the aloof Lester with a fiery face, and his heart had already entered into the bright future Lester described. Hafiz at the side saw his colleagues who had knelt down and surrendered. Apart from being excited, he felt extremely terrified. Yes, even though Lester described a beautiful blueprint to him, After hearing his speech, what Hafiz felt the most was not excitement, but incomparable fear. Like in the dark age of Voldemort's troubles, he was still a high-spirited young Orur who wanted to make a difference. At that time, in order to win the support of other wizards, Voldemort gave a speech every day at the beginning of the wizard gathering. Voldemort at that time was like Lester now, with ambition and fearlessness in his eyes. The bright future, full of temptations and rich promises, flowed out of their mouths, igniting the emotions of the wizards present again and again. In the end, just through one speech, Voldemort gained hundreds of followers. But now, looking at Lester standing on the Python's head, beating Feng Chio vigorously, shouting to overthrow the pure-blood tyranny and make Muggle wizards really stand up, Hafiz knew that the magic world was about to usher in the third Dark Lord, and it was also the most terrifying Dark Lord. Not only does he possess terrifying strength at a young age, but he can also control people's hearts so well that a few words can make an Orur who has worked for 5 or 6 years surrender. If he is really allowed to grow up, then I am afraid that the magic world will really usher in a big reshuffle. I'm willing to surrender to you, my great master. Finally, after the other 2 Orurs knelt down to express their surrender, Hafiz also gave up his obsession. Regardless of whether he is the 3rd-generation Dark Lord or not, since the Ministry of Magic failed to appreciate his talent, he can only vote for another hero. With a puff, Hafiz knelt down on the ground, formally expressing his surrender to Lester. Seeing the 3 Orurs who had already knelt down and surrendered to him sincerely, Lester stopped his speech, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Now, he finally took the first step to master the entire Azkaban. Very good. Lester waved his hand, and the fiend-flame serpent that had filled the room instantly dissipated into the air, as if it had never been there. At the same time, Lester came to Hafiz, who was still kneeling on the ground, and ordered, "Give me the door key to the Ministry of Magic." Hearing Lester's order, Hafiz, who had decided to devote himself to Lester, stood up immediately, ran to the 3rd floor in a hurry, and then fetched a black brick. Handing it to Lester respectfully, Hafiz said respectfully, "Master, this is the portkey to the Ministry of Magic." Although Hafiz didn't know what the master needed this portkey for, but as a younger brother, he would do whatever his elder brother asked him to do, so naturally he wouldn't talk too much. "Is this the portkey?" Lester carefully played with the moving brick in his hand, feeling the magic breath on it. To be honest, if it weren't for the magic breath from above, Lester really felt that Hafiz had the audacity to deceive himself, and that broken brick was here to fool him. "Okay, everyone stand up." Carefully putting the black brick-shaped portkey into his pocket, Lester waved his hand, motioning for Hafiz and others to stand up and speak. Seeing this, under the influence of Lester's words, the other 2 Orurs who surrendered to Lester also stood up one after another and stood respectfully in front of Lester. Like Hafiz, there were also Muggle wizards, and they were not reused in the Ministry of Magic, so they were sent here to watch the gate at will. Now that a hero is willing to take them in, they will naturally seize this opportunity. "You guys will go to Azkaban with me in a while." Looking at the 3 respectful Orurs in front of him, Lester said expressionlessly. He wanted to see if the 3 Orurs really surrendered to him, or they surrendered to him under pressure. Sure enough, the 3 Orurs turned pale with fright after hearing that they had crossed most of the island and were about to enter the Azkaban prison. However, it soon returned to normal. "After all, since I have surrendered to Lester, I must obey the order honestly. After all, Lester and himself and others are not related. If he doesn't need to pay by himself, why should he give himself and others glory and wealth?" Seeing this, Lester nodded in satisfaction. He returned to Azkaban with these 3 Orurs for 2 reasons. One is to rely on these 3 submissive Orurs to demonstrate his Lester's powerful strength. After all, dark wizards worship the strong after all. Don't look at me, now relying on a small knife to beat all the prisoners by stabbing the waist. He also taught them a language and provided them with spiritual support and a program of action. But if his own strength is not enough, this group of rebellious black wizards will definitely not submit to him honestly, and there may be a lot of trouble at that time. The second is that he needs 3 trustees. Yes, he wants these 3 Orurs to be trustees for him. Lester knew very well that none of these prisoners were fools. If he really asked them to go and make trouble at the Ministry of Magic, I am afraid that except for a few bold prisoners, the rest would not be willing to go. So he's giving an unprecedented speech in Azkaban, a speech that can mobilize everyone's emotions, a speech that can make the entire magic world tremble. And whether you can really tame these prisoners depends on whether your speech, after a while, could be successful. In the silent Orur office building, Lester pushed open the door of the lobby on the first floor expressionlessly and strode towards the outside world. Setting foot on the land of Azkaban again, Lester only felt that this place and the office building were simply 2 worlds. The 3 Orurs who followed closely behind him felt a gust of wind blowing towards them the moment they stepped out of the hall, and they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, shivering all over from the cold. Lester was not surprised to see this. After all, although this group of Orurs have been stationed in Azkaban all year round, due to the presence of Dementors, they spent most of their time in the Orur office building and only had new ones every week. When the prisoner arrives, they will go out to help escort the prisoner. So it's normal to feel uncomfortable when you first go out. Lester looked at the 3 trembling in the harsh environment, frowned, and waved his little hand. Fire shield. I saw a blue fierce fire immediately appearing around Lester, and it continued to expand, turning into a semicircular protective cover that could accommodate 10 adults. The protective cover directly wrapped Lester and the other 4 in it. The cold wind that originally brought a bit of chill from time to time, after encountering the protective cover of the great fierce fire, was like a small pool of fire meeting a big fire. It was scattered as soon as it touched it, and even a wave could not be stirred up on the protective cover. Under the protection of Lester's blue Fiendfire, the 3 of Hafez, who were still unable to adapt to the harsh environment of Azkaban, felt warm all over and felt a sense of security at the same time. Follow me. Lester turned his head and gave instructions to Hafiz and the others, and then strode ahead to open the way. At this time, he released a huge fiend flame protective cover, walking on the dark island of Azkaban. It was like lighting a torch in the dark night and instantly attracted the attention of countless Dementors. There is a blue fierce fire protective cover the size of a basketball court, and the light it emits is enough to light up the surrounding land for 100 miles. The Dementor, who already liked darkness and hated light, immediately discovered Lester, an unexpected guest. Just a few steps out of the Orur office building with Hafiz and the 3 of them, Lester encountered a single Dementor. The Dementor, unaware of the danger, was still wandering aimlessly on the island. The moment they saw this Dementor, Hafiz and the other 3 immediately became nervous, wanting to pull out their magic to cast the voice guard. After all, in their view, only the voice of protection in the entire magic world can cause harm to dark creatures like Dementors. You don't need to make a move, just watch it. Turning his head to stop Hafiz and others from moving, Lester's eyes flashed a cold light, and he waved his small hand at the Dementor. Crash! A hot tongue of flame shot out from the protective cover around Lester in an instant and flew towards the Dementor in a flash. The terrifying fierce flame with infinite heat appeared in the air. The moment it appeared, it scorched the air with crackling noises. Woo! Woo! The Dementor that was still wandering was directly hit by the flame tongue made of Fiendfire, and just after it uttered a few painful screams, it was instantly burned to ashes by Fiendfire. Ding! Use the fire shield body. Kill a Dementor. Proficiency +1. So strong. Hafiz, who was behind Lester, looked at the Dementor that was instantly burned to ashes. His pupils suddenly shrank. You know, a dark creature like a Dementor, even an experienced Orur, would be difficult to deal with. But unexpectedly, the 10-year-old Lester in front of him just waved his hand. How could he not be shocked by killing a Dementor? Unlike Hafiz, who was shocked by the damage from the Fiendfire curse, Lester was contemplating at this moment. I still need to kill 98 Dementors, and my fire shield can be upgraded. Dark Lord System. Host, Lester Bader. Magic Power, 10, 100 for adult wizards. Master the spell. God level invisibility, full level, cannot be improved. Wall penetration, base enchantment, cannot be improved. Polymorph, from Boggets, cannot be improved. Fire shield, level 1, 2 out of 100. Mission, Angry Prisoner. Lottery draw, 0 times 500,000 fear points / time. Among the 4 spells I have mastered now, only the Fire Shield has room for improvement, and this is also a relatively strong AoE spell in Lester's hands. If the Fire Shield can be upgraded to level 2 by killing the Dementor now, it will be of great help to the plan to make a big fuss about the Ministry of Magic tomorrow. So for a while, Lester was not in a hurry to bring Hafiz and others back to Azkaban. Instead, they took the 3 of Hafiz and swaggered across the small island of Azkaban. If you want to control Azkaban, you must first eliminate this group of Dementors who eat people. So cleaning up this group of Dementors now will not only improve the level of your fire shield, but also help to control the entire Azkaban by himself. Therefore, Lester tacitly led Hafiz and others around the island of Azkaban quietly. Soon, they encountered 3 more Dementors alone. With a cloak with holes, a body floating in midair, and gusts of wind hanging around him from time to time, affecting the environment of Azkaban all the time. Lester, who already regarded Azkaban as his territory, naturally couldn't see this. With a wave of his little hand, he casually released 3 flames, easily burning the 3 Dementors who destroyed the environment to ashes. Ding! Use the Fire Shield body. Kill a Dementor, proficiency +1. Ding! Use the Fire Shield body. Kill a Dementor, proficiency +1. Ding! Use the Fire Shield body. Kill a Dementor, proficiency +1. 3 consecutive system prompts rang in Lester's ears, indicating that his Fire Shield proficiency had increased by another 3 points. Beautiful! Lester's eyes lit up, and with Hafiz and the other 3, he quickened his pace and started sweeping Azkaban again. If they want to go quickly to the prison of Azkaban, their best path is to take a straight line. But Lester didn't agree. If he walked in a straight line, although he could encounter many Dementors as he continued to go deeper, some fish would definitely be caught. Therefore, Lester decided to approach the Azkaban prison bit by bit with a semicircular walking route, and at the same time kill all the Dementors he could see and do a good job for the greening project of Azkaban. Make a contribution. He, Lester, is exhausted today, and he will sweep the entire Azkaban. Azkaban, which is dark and humid like hell, has always been considered the most terrifying place in the entire magic world. Regarding the misunderstanding of other wizards about Azkaban, Lester only felt that he was in pain. After all, the environment in Azkaban was bad. Did he want such a bad situation? Is there a small island willing to be named Devil Island? It's not the good deeds of these Dementors who destroy the environment. Therefore, for the reconstruction project and greening plan of Azkaban, Lester felt that it was necessary to educate such disgusting creatures as Dementors. Fire Shield. Lester and the others swaggering on the island of Azkaban immediately attracted the attention of many Dementors. Often, the moment this group of Dementors appeared in Lester's eyes, Lester would send out a terrifying fire, directly eroding the group of Dementors. In the blink of an eye, in just half an hour, more than 80 Dementors died under Lester's fire. The ground of Azkaban Island alone was burnt 2 centimeters away. In this way, Lester was still a little dissatisfied and still took Hafiz and others from house to visit this group of Dementors that destroyed the environment. No, soon another 5 Dementors appeared in Lester's eyes. On a hill made of black, strange rocks, 5 Dementors were quietly watching Lester swaggering. The black body completely merged with the darkness in the dark environment, and for a while, Hafiz and others didn't realize their pure presence. Unfortunately, Hafiz is Hafiz and Lester is Lester. When the group of Dementors were secretly observing Lester, Lester discovered their pure presence at a glance. However, In order to prevent these Dementors from escaping, Lester still pretended not to see them and walked forward with Hafiz and others. Fire shield. The moment they approached the Black Hill, Lester pushed against the hill with both hands. A scorching fiery fire shot out from his palm in an instant and immediately eroded the entire 20-meter high strange rock hill completely. At the same time, the 5 Dementors above were naturally not spared and were also burned to ashes by the terrifying Fiendfire. Ding! Kill 5 Dementors with Fierce Fire Curse. Fire Shield Proficiency +5. Fire Shield Level Up. Accompanied by a series of pleasant notification sounds from the system, Lester's Fire Shield was still upgraded to the 2nd level. Dark Lord System. Host. Lester Bader. Magic Power. 10. 100 for Adult Wizards. Master the Spell. God Level Invisibility. Full Level. Cannot be improved. Wall Penetration. Base Enchantment. Cannot be improved. Polymorph. From Boggets. Cannot be improved. Fire Shield Level 2. 0/1000. Mission. Angry Prisoner. Lottery Draw. 0 times 500,000 fear points /time. At the same time, a bunch of information about the use of the Fire Shield suddenly appeared in Lester's mind. After sorting out for a brief moment, Lester's eyes lit up after successfully accepting all the information. The Fire Shield body can still be used like this? Lester, who had just learned the new usage of the Fire Shield, was extremely excited. He led Hafiz and others and couldn't wait to find the next victim on the island of Azkaban. Soon, Lester, who had penetrated deeply into Azkaban, found 3 more Dementors very easily. At the same time, the 3 Dementors also noticed Lester, who was covered in blue Fiendfire. Ding! Fear value from Dementors +100. The moment he saw Lester, each of these fearless Dementors contributed 100 fear points to him. Whoa! Seeing the Fiendfire protective cover the size of a basketball court, the 3 Dementors immediately wanted to flee in panic. Lester looked at the backs of them fleeing in a hurry, and he didn't intend to act in a hurry until they were about to escape from his sight. Lester raised his right hand and pointed in the direction of the 3 Dementors. Get a light pinch. Call. A huge blue fiery palm instantly appeared around the 3 Dementors and directly forcibly grabbed the 3 Dementors that were still running away desperately. The moment they came into contact with a giant Fiendfire's palm, the 3 Dementors let out a terrifying scream, and before they could react, they were burned into a plume of black smoke. Ding! Use the Fire Shield body. Kill a Dementor. Proficiency +1. The system's pleasant prompt sounded in Lester's ears again. But at this time, he didn't care about the system prompt, and instead looked in the direction of Azkaban thoughtfully. Call. Accompanied by gusts of cold wind, hundreds of Dementors in black cloaks were flying towards Lester and the others at high speed. Whoa, whoa! Angry roars continued to pass from the mouths of the group of Dementors, resounding throughout the entire island of Azkaban. Even in Azkaban prison, which is hundreds of meters away, the roar of these Dementors can be faintly heard. They came for revenge, and Lester's massacre of Dementors finally attracted the attention of a large number of Dementors. Although they are dark creatures, they can't stand Lester's killing like this. So, after 3 more comrades were killed, this group of Dementors decided to unite and defeat Lester, the Butcher. At this time, Lester and the others, who were facing the group of Dementors, were the first to be affected. Dementors are creatures of darkness, whose every move will inadvertently rob others of their happiness, and their roars can make others fall into endless fear. At this time, the roar of hundreds of Dementors immediately caused endless waves in the hearts of Lester and the others. Hafiz and the other 3 Orurs were so frightened that their expressions paled and they sat down on the ground. Only Lester, under the protection of the Fire Shield, was not affected by the roar of the Dementors, and he still stood there with his usual expression. Standing on a high place, looking down at the overall situation, Lester could only see a black cloak flying towards him and others at high speed. Seeing the overwhelming group of Dementors attacking him from in front of him, Lester smiled disdainfully. Well done. Lester raised his small hand and slapped the group of Dementors. Accompanied by Lester's action, a huge fiery palm with a length of 10 meters quickly appeared in the sky above the group of Dementors, and then slammed down. Boom! After a loud noise, endless flames emanated from the huge Fiendfire palm, instantly burning the dozens of Dementors below to ashes. A deep palm print was left on the ground, and the scorched soil also showed the power of this attack all the time. Ignoring the system prompts that kept coming from his ears, Lester waved his small hand again, and another fierce palm of Fiendfire smashed from the sky to the ground. Whoa! Accompanied by several screams, dozens of Dementors were mercilessly killed by Fiendfire shield. Looking at the Dementors who were still rushing forward without fear of life and death, even under the constant attacks of Fiendfire's palm, Lester's mouth twitched into a sneer. Lester opened his arms wide, and a huge blue fireball appeared in front of Lester. Go! A trace of fierceness flashed in Lester's eyes, and he pushed his hands forward fiercely. The whole blue fireball, like a missile, flew towards the Dementors. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and a huge fireball exploded directly in the central area of the army of hundreds of Dementors. Dozens of Dementors hadn't had time to react. It turns into air at high temperature. This is not over yet. After the fireball exploded in the Dementor, Fiendfire directly took the bombing point as the center and spread out in a circle. A strong air wave came from the center of the explosion, followed by terrifying Fiendfire splashing everywhere. Whoa! The Dementors who managed to escape the first attack had no strength to resist this indiscriminate fierce fire attack. Just a little bit of sparks is contaminated, and that little bit of sparks will immediately spread to the entire body of the Dementor, swallowing the Dementor in an instant. With this attack alone, Lester managed to cut the number of Dementors by half. The remaining Dementors who survived were no longer as arrogant as before. Whoa! Terrible roars came from their mouths again, but unfortunately, this time, the reason they roared was not because of anger, but because of fear. Only 3 Fiendfire attacks wiped out most of the Dementors. Facing the terrifying Lester, this group of Dementors who were still angry and wanted to kill suddenly calmed down. Looking at Lester, who was surrounded by fierce flames, like a living Balrog, and at his companions who had been burned to ashes, the group of Dementors retreated. Whoa! Shouts of fear kept coming out of their mouths, and the Dementors that were still in groups at first, like a defeated army with their helmets and armor removed, fled desperately in all directions. In an instant, in the sight of Lester standing on a high place, countless Dementors fled frantically on the ground like headless chickens. If it was someone else, after seeing that the group of Dementors who came looking for trouble were scattered, they would choose to let them go. Unfortunately, they met Lester. Stepping on the hill, watching the fleeing Dementors on the ground, Lester sneered. Afterwards, he slightly opened his hands and drew a big circle on his chest. A moment later, on the ground hundreds of meters away with Lester as the center, there suddenly appeared a circle of Lihua Gauchion. Blue Fiendfire crackled in the air, and terrible black smoke billowed wantonly over the tall walls, obscuring the entire sky. Many Dementors who were still fleeing desperately did not stop the car for a while because of the sudden appearance of the high wall of fiery fire and directly bumped into it. Woo! Accompanied by a few pitiful cries, these unlucky Dementors were instantly burned to ashes by Fiendfire, turning into a few streaks of black smoke. The rest of the Dementors saw the miserable condition of the few Dementors in front of them, and they all backed away in horror, trying to get away from the fiery wall. However, their thinking is correct, but if Lester can't stand him, he will manipulate Fiendfire. Just as the Dementors wanted to retreat, to stay away from this terrifying Fiendfire wall, they saw that the airtight Fiendfire wall actually moved. The terrifying fierce flame burned wantonly in the air, and at the same time gradually narrowed its internal range, slowly shrinking towards the center. Facing the terrifying Fiendfire that was approaching, the Dementors scrambled to escape to this central area. Due to the large number of Dementors, many unlucky Dementors did not run past their companions, but were squeezed behind. Then, They were greeted by ruthless Fiendfire. As for the fast-running Dementor, he just ran to the central area, and before he had time to catch his breath, he saw Lester smiling at him. Dementor, there's Lester in the front, Fiendfire in the back, death in any case. At this moment, the group of Dementors only felt a little suspicious of life, and only felt that the script was taken wrong. Shouldn't it be their group of terrifying dark creatures chasing Lester and the others? Why is it now in the Dementor Battle Royale mode, and it's the Dementors who are killed? Looking at Lester with the terrifying fierce flame floating beside him, the group of surviving Dementors swallowed carefully and knelt down on the ground silently. Since they're all soul bodies, they don't have legs, so their kneeling posture is very similar to crawling. For a while, Lester thought they were going to make a big move. After all, is it always like this on TV? The scary monster suddenly poses in a weird pose, and then releases powerful skills, catching the protagonist group by surprise. Want to zoom in? Lester looked at the crowd of Dementors lying on the ground around him and felt chills in his heart. Fortunately, he had already seen the conspiracy of these Dementors. Otherwise, he would have been overshadowed by a group of dark creatures. Fire shield body, I burn it. Looking at the Dementors who were concentrated on using their big moves and had no time to take care of their own Dementors, Lester secretly rejoiced. He would not be like a stupid boss, waiting for them to magnify their moves. He would go first. Immediately, a blue fire dragon shot out from Lester's hand again, fiercely rushed towards a group of prostrate Dementors, and once again took the lives of dozens of Dementors. Dementor, seeing that more than a dozen compatriots died in the blink of an eye, this group of Dementors just wanted to cry because of their grievances. Haven't they all surrendered? When Voldemort brought his little brothers over, after seeing them surrender, he didn't make things difficult for them. But now in Lester, this TM has already surrendered and wants to beat them. This is a bit too much. Finally, a Dementor hero couldn't bear this kind of grievance, and finally stood out from the group of monsters. Seeing the hero who suddenly stood up, countless Dementors cast admiring glances at it. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Dementor slowly said, "We cast." Lester looked at the Dementor who suddenly stood up and planned to kill him, but just as he was about to make a move, he found that the Dementor seemed familiar. Isn't this the Dementor that sucked the strong man to death, and then followed him to learn the language? Finally, under Lester's curious eyes, the Dementor finally spoke a complete sentence. "Don't fight. We surrender." Lester rubbed his ears, looking at the talking Dementor in disbelief. Isn't it said that Dementors are creatures of darkness? Why is this Dementor suddenly able to speak, and it is so ancient in China? You can talk. Lester looked at the Dementor curiously. He had killed a lot of Dementors, but this was the first time he had seen a talking Dementor. "I've learned from you." For a while, the Dementor looked at Lester, stammered, and looked at his expression of thinking hard, obviously saying that these few words had exhausted all its vocabulary. "So, you Dementors are planning to mess with me?" Without dwelling on the Dementor's stammer, Lester got right to the heart of the matter. If he heard correctly just now, the group of Dementors said they would surrender. Sure enough, upon hearing Lester's question, the talking Dementor hurriedly nodded and said, "We are willing to serve you." As Dementors, they don't have human loyalty to the king. Whoever is stronger is their master. When Voldemort was strong, they were dark creatures, loyal lackeys of the Dark Lord. When a Ministry of Magic was strong, they were good assistants to wizards and loyal staff who guarded Azkaban. Now that Lester is so powerful, they naturally don't mind changing the hall, defecting to Lester, and accepting Lester as their master. After all, people now treat me like a fish if they don't take refuge in Lester. I'm afraid they will be completely eroded by the terrible Fiendfire immediately. In addition, the Ministry of Magic is now paying less and less attention to their group of Dementors, which has caused their current salaries to plummet. They are now very nostalgic for the era of the Dark Lord when Voldemort was rampant, and now a new generation of Dark Lord is rising. Naturally, this group of dark creatures who see the wind, and the wind will seize the opportunity and rush to hug their thighs. Okay, very good. Seeing that the group of Dementors wanted to submit to him, Lester was overjoyed. If this group of Dementors were his enemies, he would only feel disgusted by this dark creature. But if they can submit to themselves, then this group of Dementors is a good fighting force. How many people are there in your entire Dementor group? Do you count among the Dementor group? Hearing Lester's question, the talking Dementor immediately cheered up and said proudly, "I'm the patriarch of this group of Dementors. At the same time, I am also the only Chuanzai who can speak human language among all the Dementors." As he said that, the Dementor excitedly wanted to perform for Lester. Know what you know what you don't know, and know what you don't know. You know what you should know, and you don't know what you shouldn't know. Do you know? After speaking, the Dementor looked at Lester expectantly, waiting for his reward. Lester, to be honest, as the decisive third-generation Dark Lord, Lester was rarely speechless, but after listening to the Dementor reciting the Analects in rhythm, he only felt that his world-view had collapsed. By the way, is the charm of Confucius really so great now? The famous philosophical quotes from thousands of years ago not only conquered the group of prisoners who committed all kinds of crimes, but now they also conquered the Dementor, who is not even a human being in front of him. Okay, don't memorize it anymore. Ruthlessly interrupting the Dementor, who was still reciting the language, Lester continued to ask, "How many Dementors do you have now?" As a combat power that can be used, Lester naturally needs to find out the number of Dementors. When the time comes, bring this group of Dementors with them, and they will definitely catch the Ministry of Magic by surprise. Woo-woo. Obviously, Lester's question was beyond the Dementor's comprehension range. After making a few calls that belonged exclusively to the Dementor, only then did the Dementor slowly say, "There are about 1,000 of them." More than 1,000. Lester's eyes were instantly filled with excitement. There are a total of 1,000 Dementors. This Lester is so big, and he has never fought such a rich battle. "Can you call me your little brother?" Lester asked expectantly. At the same time, in order to show his sincerity, Lester waved his little hand and directly extinguished the overwhelming fire, leaving only the charred ground, expressing their former pure existence. Of course, I saw the Dementor slowly raise its head, then opened its mouth wide and roared. Woo-woo. The rest of the surviving Dementors also raised their heads when they saw this, and roared in response to the sky. Woo. Gradually, a few hundred meters away, a Dementor who was still wandering aimlessly on the island was stunned when he heard this roar, then immediately raised his head and roared loudly. In this way, with the talking chief of the Dementors as the center, the roars of this group of Dementors resounded continuously on the small island of Azkaban. After hearing this series of roars, all the Dementors on the island seemed to have received some order. No matter what they had to do before, they put the current matter aside and turned to the east. Float away. At this time, Sirius, who was located in the deepest part of Azkaban, was very surprised to see the Dementor who was still patrolling, but left immediately after hearing the roar. He was already ready to be sucked, and happy get ready. Is your way of communicating so primitive? Looking at the shouting Dementors in surprise, Lester was speechless. He thought they had some special way of communicating as dark creatures, but he didn't expect that their way of communication was by roaring, which really surprised him. Soon, though, Lester had no time to think about it, because in his line of sight, a black line gradually appeared on the horizon, and it was still expanding. Dementors! Hafez, who was behind Lester and had been watching Lester's miraculous operations, saw the army of Dementors slowly appearing on the horizon, and his face turned pale with fright. Although he is a guard of Azkaban, he has never seen such a huge group of Dementors in his life. Unlike Hafiz and the others who were terrified, Lester was really excited when he saw the large number of Dementors approaching. He wasn't afraid that the group of Dementors would suddenly come back and want to kill him. After all, he could fire fiercely and become invisible. If the group of Dementors really wanted to assassinate him, he would release an uncontrollable fierce flame and then enter a state of invisibility, easily killing the group of Dementors. So, Seeing the overwhelming Dementors flying towards him and the others, instead of feeling scared, Lester developed a lot of ambition. As we all know, Azkaban, the notorious wizard prison, consists of two parts. There's Azkaban prison, which is the cell where mortals are held. There's also the small island where the Azkaban prison is located. Due to the large number of Dementors wandering on it, it has become a part of the prison over time. Now, the prisoners in the cells of the Azkaban prison felt dumbstruck when they saw the Dementors rushing outside. Some felons stayed in Azkaban prison all year round, and they had never seen this group of Dementors so anxious. The wretched old man Leonard looked at the Dementors rushing towards the door in horror and asked the other people in the cell with some uncertainty, "The mysterious man is back again?" As an elder, he not only experienced Voldemort's dark and turbulent era, but even Grindelwald's World War era. Although the strength is not the top among this group of prisoners, they must have the widest knowledge. At this moment, he looked at the Dementors floating towards the outside like the tide, and felt a little chill behind him. So many Dementors came out in full force. Either someone came to rob the prison, or the Dark Lord recruited them. Combined with the fact that he hadn't seen Lester for half a day, the wretched old man Leonard had reason to suspect that the dispatch of this group of Dementors was most likely caused by Lester. I hope Master Lai can get through this disaster safely. Just when Lester sat down as the first disciple, Leonard prayed that Lester would be safe and sound. Familiar, but do not know, now Lester is not only not in danger, but a lot of fun. Looking at the black Dementors in front of him, Lester didn't panic at all. Obviously, this group of Dementors also received the order of the Patriarch and knew that they were about to usher in a new master. So when they saw Lester, they did not show any aggressiveness. It's time to draw a big cake for this group of Dementors. Lester's eyes flickered, and he had already thought about how to make a cake for this group of dark creatures. Although these dark creatures all expressed their allegiance to him now, Lester knew that their allegiance came at a price. He was not so narcissistic that he thought that he could easily subdue this group of Dementors by relying on his domineering aura. In fact, the reason why these Dementors abandoned the Ministry of Magic to join themselves is very simple. That is, the Ministry of Magic cannot give this group of Dementors what they want, and only the Dark Lord, who regards human life as nothing, can give them countless souls. Just like a business negotiation, as long as you know the final demands of the other party, then the control of this negotiation will come to you. And Lester happened to know what the group of Dementors wanted, and that was the soul. Fire shield. I saw Lester slowly raising his right hand in front of nearly 1,000 Dementors. Call. Accompanied by the whistling sound of a burst of flames, a blue fiery round platform slowly appeared at Lester's feet. This was not over yet. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 Dementors, Lester calmly controlled the fierce fire platform to rise slowly, straight into the sky. Finally, after ascending to the point where he could overlook all the Dementors present, Lester stopped ascending. At this time, Lester was like a god aloft, looking down on the thousands of lives on the ground. The Dementors on the ground looked at Lester, who was slowly flying up under the support of Fiendfire. Their eyes were full of bewilderment. Woo! Why does this human wizard fly? Woo! I don't know, but that noseless wizard seemed to do the same thing back then. The last sound came from the only Dementor who could speak human. Seeing that the head of the family was angry, the two Dementors who were still whispering immediately quieted down, staring blankly at Lester in the sky. Ahem! Lester, who was high above the sky, took out the microphone he had drawn from the system lottery and coughed twice in a low voice. Finding that the effect was good, Lester nodded in satisfaction and started his own painting. I'm also a brother from the dark world. I know that you have been not accepted by the public because of your weird eating habits, and you have even been labeled as dark creatures. At this time, the Dementors in the audience, after hearing Lester's words, immediately became agitated, whispering to each other as if they were discussing something. Seeing this situation, Lester immediately knew that his beginning had attracted the attention of these dark creatures, so he was not in a hurry to say the next sentence. Instead, He let the group of Dementors discuss first to accumulate emotions. Familiar, but not aware. Just when Lester thought that the group of Dementors were attracted by his speech, the group of Dementors were stunned. Whoa. Whoa. I don't know. Woo woo woo. No, we can't understand human language either. Whoa. But didn't that noseless wizard talk for a long time? We'll just have to listen to the main points then. It makes sense. Many Dementors nodded in deep satisfaction. On the fiery platform, Lester became more excited as he spoke, and he let himself go. Capitalism, Marxism, in short, all the principles that can be quoted from ancient times to the present, he integrated into this speech. Sometimes between speeches, Lester would sneak a peek at the audience's reaction. After discovering that the Dementors in the audience stopped talking and kept looking down at the ground, Lester smiled with satisfaction. This group of dark creatures obviously listened to their own words. Otherwise, why would they have such a dignified face? I'm such a gifted speaker. After a little narcissism, Lester, who had no idea that these Dementors could not understand human language, finally concluded the speech. So, please trust me, Lester Bader. Under my leadership, you Dementors will have countless souls. At this time, the Dementors in the audience, who were already drowsy, finally heard the only word they knew, soul. Woo-woo, soul. The Dementors, who were still extremely calm, became restless in an instant, roaring excitedly at the top of their throats. Lester was very satisfied upon seeing this. It seems that his speech was very successful. Didn't you see that this group of Dementors, who were still lifeless before, became extremely emotional after listening to his passionate speech? Immediately, Lester waved his small hand and landed directly on the ground. Under the frenzied eyes of many Dementors, Lester winked proudly at Hafiz and others who were present all the time and asked, "How is it? Isn't it a good story?" Hafiz, looking at the expectant Lester, Hafiz nodded mechanically. What can he say? Tell Lester, who has been spitting all over the place for half an hour. These Dementors can't understand human language. Hafiz was really afraid that after Lester knew the truth, he would burn the group of Dementors to death with fierce fire, eliminating embarrassing evidence. On the gloomy island of Azkaban, there was an eye-popping scene. I saw more than 1,000 terrifying Dementors whimpering and wandering on the island. In the center of this group of Dementors, a luxurious sedan chair built with blue Fiendfire was floating out of thin air. Keep moving with the group of Dementors. Inside the luxurious sedan chair, there is a cool throne that also consists of Fiendfire. Lester sat on this throne very arrogantly, and behind him was the Hafiz Orur trio. That's right. After using Lester's pie plan, all Dementors have obeyed his rule. He is now returning to his home base, Azkaban prison, with his army of Dementors. Although the movement of this group of Dementors basically relies on floating, the magical creatures run relatively fast. In about 10 minutes, Lester could see the tall walls of Azkaban prison in the distance. Inside the wall is a large dirt playground, which is used as a place for prisoners to relax during their weekly activities. Because this is the magic world, there is a magic world that expands without trace, and the land price is not valuable at all. In addition, Azkaban was originally a small island, and the only building on it was the Azkaban prison. Therefore, Azkaban prison occupies a vast land, and the dirt playground used to let the prisoners relax is as big as 4 basketball courts. Lester slowly stepped down from the fiery throne, waved his hand, and signaled that the group of Dementors were waiting for him at the edge of the playground. Although the group of Dementors couldn't understand human language, they could still understand Lester's actions. So, after receiving Lester's gesture, groups of Dementors immediately drifted towards the edge of the playground. "Open the door for me." Lester looked at the closed door of Azkaban prison, turned his head, and ordered Hafez. Bang! Accompanied by a sound of unlocking, a huge lock fell directly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Afterwards, the 8-meter-high iron gate was slowly pushed open under the magic of Hafez and the 3 Orurs. Although the island of Azkaban is dark all day long, if it is said to be the darkest place, It is the Azkaban prison where the prisoners are held. This is where the real darkness is. As the iron door of the prison cell was slowly pushed open, a ray of light from the outside gradually penetrated into the dark prison, bringing a glimmer of light to the confused prisoners inside. Silence, deathly silence. After discovering that the door of the Azkaban cell was opened, the reaction of the group of prisoners was not excitement, but fear of the unknown. They knew that unless it was the time to escort new prisoners to prison every week, the door of Azkaban would never be opened by others during the rest of the time. If there is, it means that the person who came must not belong to the Ministry of Magic. Countless prisoners in the darkness, like owls in the dark night, cautiously watched the slowly opened door. They wanted to see who was so bold, who dared to come to Azkaban to rob the prison, and even successfully pass the Dementor's obstruction. Soon, under the expectant eyes of many prisoners, a thin figure dressed in gray appeared in front of everyone. Isn't that Grandpa Lie? Many prisoners immediately recognized the young man's face when they saw him. Isn't this the Lester who stabbed himself in the waist with a knife and forced himself to wait for others to learn the Analects of Confucius? Behind Lester, three figures followed closely. From the outfits of the three of them, it is not difficult to see that they are all Orurs in charge of guarding Azkaban. Could it be that Grandpa Lie escaped from prison and was arrested by Orur? Many prisoners recalled the scene of all the Dementors rushing out in the Azkaban prison just now, and their expressions changed. Prison escape is no small matter in Azkaban. If you're caught by a Dementor, you will lose your life directly. Although Lester kept stabbing them in the waist with a knife when he was there, he also taught them a lot of truths. Most importantly, Lester's arrival brought a glimmer of hope to their muddled lives, a glimmer of hope for life. But now Lester was arrested for breaking out of prison, and now it seems that he will be publicly executed. How does this not make the prisoners nervous? Just when the hearts of thousands of prisoners were about to reach their throats, Lester stopped and stood directly in the central area of the prison, the only place illuminated by lights. Until this moment, the prisoners in the prison could see the whole picture of the boy clearly. That's right, the boy in the gray prison uniform was Lester. However, his current situation seems to be somewhat different from what he and others imagined. Instead of being arrested for escaping from prison, he seems to have subdued the Orur who was in charge of supervising Azkaban. As a prisoner, Lester looked, as usual, like the leader of the Ministry of Magic came to inspect Azkaban, looking at everything in Azkaban unscrupulously. But the Orurs, who were the jailers, looked humble in front of Lester and obeyed Lester's orders all the time. At this time, Lester, who was located in the center of the prison, naturally noticed the gazes of the other prisoners, but he did not explain too much. After all, although he is the uncrowned king of this prison, it does not mean that he likes these criminal prisoners. He is still a normal person with a very healthy heart. Ahem. Lester's expression was normal. He skillfully took out the microphone and tried the sound test. At this time, all the light criminals in the prison were also attracted by Lester, and they all looked at Lester, wanting to see what he had to say. As for the felons in Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic punished them by soundproofing the walls of the prison. Even if there's a concert next door to them, they can't hear anything, so Lester is not afraid at all that they will hear his speech. Looking around, he found that the light criminals in Azkaban were all looking at him helplessly. Lester just started his speech. In the current magic world, under the oppression of pure-blood wizards, there is no room for us to survive. Lester, who knew how to provoke conflicts, immediately established an enemy for all the prisoners present, that is, the pure bloods of the Ministry of Magic. The dark wizards who can be imprisoned here must be muggle wizards with no background or down-and-out purebloods from poor families. After all, if they had a family background, they would be able to get off their crimes by giving the officials of the Ministry of Magic a little money. So how could they be locked up here? And who were the people who put them on trial in Azkaban? Isn't it the group of pure-blood wizards in power at the Ministry of Magic? So many of the prisoners present, like Lester, had a grudge against the pure-blood officials of the Ministry of Magic. Sure enough, as soon as Lester's words came out, it was like throwing stones into the calm water. which aroused huge repercussions. Damn pure blood! Many prisoners who felt the same way even yelled out excitedly. Lester did not stop the prisoners' fierce reaction, but smiled mysteriously. This is where it goes, and more exciting remarks are yet to come. At this time, all the light criminals in Azkaban prison joined in this carnival of insulting pure blood. The prisoners now fully understand that it wasn't Lester who escaped from prison and was captured by the Orurs, but that Lester subdued the Orurs guarding Azkaban. Seeing the prisoners getting more and more excited, Lester pressed his hands on them out of thin air, signaling them to be quiet. I saw that a miraculous scene happened. The prisoners who were still discussing in the cell were involuntarily quiet when they saw Lester's action. All of them looked helplessly at Lester, who was located in the center of the prison. They admitted that their emotions had been aroused by the first sentence of Lester's speech alone. Under the eager gaze of hundreds of prisoners, Lester continued without changing his expression. Are we really prisoners? Are we really criminals? The group of nobles who have no worries about food and clothing take pleasure in killing all day long. But did the Ministry of Magic sentence them? And our group of Muggle-born wizards, facing the exclusion of pure-blood wizards, can't find a serious job in the wizarding world, so we have to do some illegal activities. Are we born bad people? Lester's words were sonorous and powerful, and the sharp words deeply entered the hearts of every prisoner. Yes, who is born a bad person? Isn't it all the corrupt wizarding world that forces them to be a bad person? Don't they know it's illegal to be a dark wizard? Don't they want to find a decent job after graduating from Hogwarts? Does anyone really like this precarious life? Don't they envy those wizarding families who are reunited? They also want to, but reality does not allow them to live the life they want. Gradually, all the black wizard prisoners became quiet, and their faces changed constantly following Lester's words. Has anyone paid attention to Muggle-born wizards like them all these years? Does anyone know how outrageous the secrecy regulations issued by the Ministry of Magic really are? They are not allowed to practice magic in the Muggle world, and they are not given wizarding jobs. Didn't the British Ministry of Magic force them, a group of Muggle-born wizards, to die? Don't look at their group of prisoners. They're all ruthless dark wizards now. But the moment they just stepped out of the Hogwarts campus, they didn't have infinite yearning and longing for the wizarding world. But what about reality? As soon as they stepped out of Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic gave them two choices. One is to stay in the magic world and work as a cow for pure blood wizards, as some industries such as waiters, trained salesmen, and so on. Or those who have good academic performance in school and are stronger can only serve as dogs for the pure bloods, becoming their black wizard thugs who come and go as soon as they are called. What does that mean? I have worked so hard to study magic at Hogwarts for 7 years, but the result is that my job is just to be a waiter. This is as outrageous as a college student who has mastered 8 languages when he graduates. Instead of being reused, he can only work as a waiter in a small hotel. And the second choice is even more outrageous. It is to let them give up magic and return to life in the Muggle world. What a ridiculous statement. I spent 7 years in exchange for a warning from the Ministry of Magic not to use magic in the Muggle world. What else do they have besides magic? Don't forget, before they came to the wizarding world, they only had primary school education in Muggle society. What job can a primary school degree get you in the Muggle world? Isn't it a waiter or something? And it's a waiter who can't use magic. So this group of capable Muggle wizards will naturally not be at the mercy of the Ministry of Magic. So they appeared here because they broke the law. Immediately, including Hafiz, who was like a door god behind Lester, all Muggle-born wizards in the prison fell into deep thought. Although Lester did not get a warm response this time, Lester knew that this group of Muggle wizards who had been oppressed all listened to his words. In the cell, Dowscar covered his scarred face in great grief, recalling how he was mercilessly beaten by pure bloods when he just left society. He hates these pure bloods in power. He hates this rotten magical world. Who knew that Scar's original dream was to become a famous master of potions, not a counterfeit drug dealer who could only use junk materials to make inferior potions? At the same time, under Lester's speech, It is not only the scar that has been felt, but Song Biao, who is like a pile of mud at this time, is the one who feels the deepest. If it is said that in the entire prison, who is the most oppressed by the pure-blood nobles, Song Biao feels that he needs to stand up and express it. Thinking of him, he has shown excellent magical talent since he first entered Hogwarts, and he is self-taught in black magic, and his use of it is amazing. But so what? After graduating, those pure-bloods whose talent was not as good as mine learned more advanced black magic by virtue of their family's resources, but he had to stay where he was. He was not reconciled, so he became the thug of the Caliph family. As a Muggle wizard, even though he was powerful, the Caliph family never took him seriously. He is simply a dog of the Khalifa family, and all the dirty work is left to him. It's like entering Azkaban to assassinate Lester. It's a trivial matter that can be done by ordering the jailers, but they let themselves enter Azkaban to do it. What is this for? Isn't it better to have a record of being imprisoned in Azkaban on your resume, so you can be better controlled by them? As for Hafiz, let alone, he has suffered more grievances from pure-blooded nobles than anyone else. At this time, the sad experience of the three scars was not just an isolated case, but a common phenomenon among the prisoners of Azkaban. After all, who can be imprisoned in Azkaban without a story? Of course, there are also some real scumbags among them, such as Lester's Chinese class representative, the wretched old man Leonard. Why do you have such a serious expression? Feeling the solemn atmosphere in the prison, the wretched old man felt that he was a little out of breath. Since he was young, when wild wizards were rampant, he didn't feel the same way these young wizards felt when they were oppressed. The other prisoners are different. If it is said that Lester was only regarded as a ruthless and powerful big brother before, now, after listening to Lester's speech, they feel that in the entire magic world, only Lester is the one who truly understands himself. Only Lester, who was also born as a Muggle, would pay attention to the various injustices that Muggle wizards encountered in the wizarding world. Since most of the prisoners were trapped in painful memories, even some real scumbags, like the wretched old man Leona, did not dare to speak out when they saw this situation. So, when Lester finished saying what he just said, a weird scene happened. In a huge prison, it was so quiet that even a needle could be heard falling on the ground. All the vicious prisoners were clasping the iron bars of their cells, looking forward to Lester, who was the most prominent place in the center of the prison. They admit they have been deeply moved by Lester's speech. Finally, under the watchful eyes of more than 100 prisoners, Lester spoke again, and it was a blockbuster when he opened his mouth. The magic world is not exclusive to the pure-blood nobles. In fact, the Muggle wizards who occupy the majority of us are the real masters of the magic world. We Muggle-born wizards also have the same rights as pure-blood wizards. The more Lester talked, the more excited he was, and he directly brought out the Voldemort turmoil 10 years ago. It's Voldemort, it's pure blood, it's squeezing our living space. If it is said that before Voldemort made troubles, Muggle wizards still had a little social status. But after Voldemort made trouble and massacred Muggle wizards, although the battle was won, the status of Muggle wizards fell to the bottom all of a sudden. Voldemort was defeated, but he was defeated by the baby Harry Potter, who was also a pure blood, and had nothing to do with lowly Muggle wizards. Moreover, the turmoil in the past few years has caused the death of many Muggle wizards, making the low social status of Muggle wizards even more humble in the wizarding world. In this struggle between the two factions of pure blood, Muggle wizards are like poor consumables. As long as they need them, Muggle wizards are wizards. After they win, useless Muggle wizards will be discarded like waste. Even a hero like Hafiz, who fought against Voldemort, is now trampled on by the pure blood wantonly and dare not resist. This is the true portrayal of Muggle wizards in the wizarding world now. We must have rights. Lester waved his hands emotionally, speaking impassionedly to the dark wizards locked in the cells in front of him. Just when all the prisoners were shocked by Lester's deafening speech, Lester continued without stopping. If we are not given the right, then we will fight. Silence, deathly silence. In the huge Azkaban prison, only the sound of Lester's heavy breathing kept ringing in the prison. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the quiet prison, all the prisoners blushed with excitement, and their hands were firmly grasping the iron fence of the cell. The palms of their hands turned white due to excessive blood loss without knowing it, and there was a hot light in their eyes. If before their sincere hearts had been buried after experiencing all kinds of injustices in the magic world, then now their hearts have a pulse again. At this time, all the prisoners, including Hafiz, held their breaths and did not dare to make a sound, because they know that they are a powder keg that is about to be detonated, and they only need a spark to detonate their emotions. Finally, Lester in the central area moved, and he also knew what the prisoners were thinking. I saw him holding up his hands and shouting, "Down with pure blood! Long live!" Boom! Lester's words instantly ignited the entire prison. All kinds of excited roars sounded one after another in the Azkaban prison. Even Hafiz, who was mature and stable, was beating his chest excitedly at this moment, venting his restless emotions. Afterwards, thunderous applause sounded endlessly in the prison of Azkaban. Every prisoner seemed to have gone crazy, venting their emotions crazily. Even though their palms were flushed from being slapped too hard, they still didn't stop applauding. Long live! The deafening shouts resounded through the sky, and even the prisoners in the prison cells of heavy criminals were awakened by this shocking shout. At this moment, Lester took advantage of the time when the group of prisoners were full of anger and had nowhere to vent. He suddenly raised his right hand, slammed it into the air, and shouted, "Liberate the Ministry of Magic! Capture Ununice alive! Liberate the Ministry of Magic! Capture Ununice alive! Times 100! Liberate the Ministry of Magic! Capture Ununice alive! Times 100! Although they don't know who Ununice is, they know the Ministry of Magic. At this time, the prisoners who had undergone some brainwashing by Lester felt only a suffocation in their chests, and they desperately needed to vent it. They are now. Even if you let them rush into Hogwarts to kill, they can kill you too. At this time, the whole of Azkaban was not as cold as before, but became full of enthusiasm. Every prisoner, no matter what the crime is driven by the people around him, knocking on the fence of the iron gate frantically, and the passionate eyes of each one seem to want to leave this damn cage immediately and follow less. Let's go together to liberate the Ministry of Magic. Lester heard their restlessness, and at the same time heard their inner calling. He knew that his speech was a success. Now that the emotions of this group of prisoners have been mobilized by him, it is a great time to break into the Ministry of Magic and start a killing spree. Fight for freedom! I saw Lester open his arms fiercely and open his arms to the prisoners in the prison. In an instant, a huge blue fierce flame surged out of his chest. Call! The whistling sound brought by the scorching fierce fire actually overwhelmed the cries of these prisoners at the moment it appeared. All the prisoners subconsciously stopped breathing the moment the demon fire from hell appeared, and after a while, they immediately responded with even more enthusiastic applause. Although Lester's passionate speech was very inspiring, the magic world is still a place where strength speaks, and Lester's terrifying fierce flame, which casts spells without a stick, has already conquered all the prisoners present. This is not over yet. I saw that the fireball released by Lester became bigger and bigger in the air, and finally occupied a quarter of the center of the prison. Even though the prisoners were all held in their cells at this time, they were only a hand away from the Fiendfire like the scorching sun. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded very abruptly in the Azkaban prison, and the huge fireball of Fiendfire exploded directly in the air. The giant Fiendfire that exploded turned into dozens of light balls of Fiendfire, which flew to the iron gate of the cell in an orderly manner. Then, under the expectant and incredible eyes of the prisoners, they easily burned through the iron gates that had imprisoned them for several years, allowing them to gain real freedom. This, even Songbiao, who has now turned into a mess, couldn't close his mouth in surprise when he saw Lester using fierce fire to open the door. You know, Even he, a top dark wizard who is proficient in black magic, can't do things, but Lester, who is only 10 years old, can do it easily. How can this not surprise him? Perhaps he can really change the status quo of the magic world. Song Biao admitted that Lester's passionate speech really made his blood boil. But from a practical point of view, he doesn't think Lester can make things happen. After all, he is too young now. Although he has shown an extremely powerful speech and demagogic talent, the magic world still depends on strength after all. If you are not strong enough, no matter how popular your thoughts and ideas are, you can only become a pawn in the hands of the strong, not a chess player. But now, Lester's unparalleled control over magic has told Song Biao that this boy can make a career, even though he is only 10 years old now. Unfortunately, I finally offended him. When Song Biao thought that he actually wanted to assassinate Lester, his expression paled. From the day he spent in Azkaban prison, he could tell that Lester was definitely a ruthless guy. Leaving his own life instead of choosing to kill himself is just to torture himself. It would be great if Lester, the monster, was born 30 years earlier. If Lester had been born 30 years earlier, relying on his unparalleled magical power combined with his talent for speech that can easily confuse people's hearts, there would be no Voldemort in the future. I am afraid that even the arrogant pureblood noble we all kneel at Lester's feet. In this way, when he was young, he would not be a dog for the Khalifa family in order to learn more advanced magic. Maybe he could still have a part-time job in the Ministry of Magic controlled by Lester. It's a pity that it's useless to say anything now. Lester has risen, but he has become a useless person. Just when Song Biao gave up on himself, he felt that the surrounding voices suddenly quieted down. Song Biao, who had become a vegetable and could only lie on the bed, felt a shadow cast on him. Sang Biao took a closer look and found that the person who came was actually Lester, whom he had been thinking about. Looking at the expressionless Lester, Sang Biao felt dead silent in his heart. If I didn't guess wrong, Lester came to him at this time, probably to kill himself to sacrifice the flag to boost morale. Oh, I really want to experience the prosperous age you mentioned. Facing death, Song Biao had no fear in his heart at this time, but deep regret. When he entered the magic world, it happened to be the period when the pure blood wizards were rampant. He was bullied by the pure blood wizards since he was a child, and when he grew up, he had to be their cow and horse. Song Biao has long been fed up with this rotten magic world. He is confused and hopeless, and can only become a knife in the hands of the nobles, cleaning up all enemies for them. Until one day, when the knife gets rusty, it will be ruthlessly abandoned by the nobles. Master Lai, if I have a chance, I will definitely follow you in my next life to meet the magical world where everyone is equal and muggle wizards can live with dignity. Thinking of this, Song Biao closed his eyes resignedly, waiting for death to come. Come on, kill me. If my death can hasten the arrival of the prosperous age and bring the dark magic world to light again, then I will die with no regrets. Just when Song Biao had a tragic face and was about to dedicate his life to Lester's cause of overthrowing the Ministry of Magic, Lester, who had been secretly watching Song Biao, was stunned. Why does this kid have such a rich expression? Since Lester didn't know the rich psychological activities in Song Biao's heart, in his eyes, Song Biao in front of him was like a neuropathy with a problem in his head. For a while, the corners of the mouth were raised, revealing a sweet smile, and for a while, his face was bitter, as if his parents had died. It's even more terrible now, the expression of generosity and righteousness, and a well-deserved death, made Lester, who wanted to subdue Song Biao, a little confused. Do you want to take him in as a pony? Lester hesitated a bit, and now his only subordinate, Hafiz, can already confirm that his head doesn't seem to be very clever. However, Hafiz was using it as a shield for himself, and being a bit stupid would be easier to control, so Lester endured it. But this Song Biao in front of him is very strong, and he's going to take him in as a thug. If his head is abnormal due to taking inferior life potions many times, Song Biao's current body functions have almost disappeared. Basically, there's no good place in his entire body. Even the nervous system that controls saliva secretion has lost its function, and now Song Biao's mouth still has the saliva he just spit out. Looking at Song Biao, who looked like a dementia, Lester sighed helplessly. In the end, he chose to save Song Biao and make him his younger brother. Although his head seems to be a bit problematic, who made him the most powerful wizard in Azkaban now, except himself. Slowly taking out a green potion from his arms, Lester's eyes flashed with pain. This is not a low-quality life potion that has sequelae after drinking it, but a genuine life potion that can solve all pain after drinking it. You know, I smoked a full 100 bottles of low-quality life potion, and then gave myself a genuine bottle of life potion. Originally, I planned to keep it as a whole card for myself to save my life, but now it seems that I want to make this Song Biao cheaper. Song Biao, let me ask you, are you willing to hang out with me? Looking down at Song Biao, who was like a pile of rotten meat, Lester asked coldly. At the same time, a pair of sharp eyes stared at Song Biao's eyes. Rao, for a murderous existence like Song Biao, and lie under Star's gaze, he felt inexplicably flustered. However, Song Biao didn't have time to pay attention to Lester's eyes at this time, and he was now in a state of surprise. Lester was actually willing to put aside the past and let himself hang out with him. I also asked myself if I would like it. Nonsense. Definitely willing, if given the chance. Who would be willing to be a dog for a pure-blooded nobleman? Abba Baba, Baba Baba Papa. Even though he has lost his language ability, Song Biao excitedly expressed his wishes through Ababa Ababa. He believed that Lester would be able to understand his thoughts. Lester, seeing Song Biao, whose face was agitated, twitching all over, and barking nonstop, Lester was completely confused. Does this kid mean that he is willing to surrender to himself? Or does he mean that he wants to tear himself into pieces? The expressions are too rich and the content is too complicated. Lester couldn't tell what he was talking about for a while. Suddenly, Lester thought of Song Biao's innate magical ability, fart. Since he can't talk, can't he fart? If he had been deprived of the ability to fart, he would have been incontinent by now. Seeing that Song Biao's buttocks are a little yellow now, but the ground is still clean, Lester asked. Or, if you want, you can use your but to yell twice. If you don't want to, then you don't have to make a sound. And I will help you on the road myself. After finishing speaking, Lester couldn't help praising himself for his wit. So smart. No one else would have thought of such a smart idea. Song Biao. He felt that the decision he just made seemed a bit hasty. After a little hesitation for a moment, Song Biao used all his strength and finally let out 2 tiny little farts. Although the voice was very soft, Lester still heard it clearly. Very good. Lester's eyes lit up. A powerful wizard like Song Biao was exactly what he needed now. With his joining, it is estimated that this riot can become even bigger. Lester squatted down slowly, carefully avoiding the saliva shot by Song Biao, and slowly poured his only genuine bottle of life potion into it. As soon as the green potion was poured into Song Biao's mouth, a miraculous scene happened. A green light group began to wander in Song Biao's body, and whenever it passed a place, the damaged body functions remained intact. As the light ball continued to move around in his body, Song Biao only felt that his whole body was warm, like drinking Shirkwan Daba's soup, and his whole body was much more energetic. Master Lai, as soon as Song Biao regained his ability to move, he immediately knelt on the ground excitedly, looking at Lester with piercing eyes. When Song Biao recovered, Lester was actually not at ease with him as a dark wizard, so he kept paying attention to his movements. If Song Biao had the slightest thought of rebelling, he would immediately burn him to death with fierce fire without hesitation. In the worst case, just think that I misjudged the person and lose a bottle of life potion. But now, looking at Song Biao with fiery eyes, Lester knew that this black wizard had really been brainwashed by his speech and had completely surrendered to himself. Okay, go downstairs and get your wand. Lester nodded to the excited Song Biao and motioned him to go downstairs to find Hafiz to get his wand. Since Azkaban is a wizarding prison, before the wizards are imprisoned, Their wands will be confiscated and placed with the Orurs in charge. The Orurs will not return the wands to them until the sentence is over. Now, Hafiz has to send them a wand. Without a wand, these wizards are like wolves without claws, and they can only be slaughtered. But with wands, they be murderous beasts, all armed with dark magic. As for whether they will resist themselves when they get the wand, Lester can rest assured that no one who can enter Azkaban is a fool. Moreover, if there is really a reckless man, he will definitely not be able to escape the brainwashing of his own speech, and he would have long wished to go to the Ministry of Magic to kill. As for the few smart people who cannot be brainwashed, it is even less likely to hurt Lester. Now Lester is their hope for prosperity in the future. If someone really wants to harm Lester, I am afraid that no one else will take action. This group of wizards with a damaged future would probably tear him to pieces immediately. Although there are many wizards on the scene, the personnel are also very complicated. However, when the prisoners received their wands, they were incomparably orderly. No matter what they committed, they all lined up obediently. They're no longer the rabble that they were before. After Lester's brainwashing, they have become a group of muggle wizards with ideals and aspirations in the new era. Soon, due to the cooperation of the prisoners, in less than half an hour, the three of Hafiz successfully returned the wands to all the prisoners present. After getting the wand, the group of wizards were not too happy, but rather eager to try. Yes, they can't wait to make career with Lester. Finally, under everyone's attention, Lester slowly walked out of the cell on the second floor, followed by a strong Sang Biao. Clinging to the railing on the second floor with his hands, Lester slowly raised his wand under the watchful eyes of hundreds of expectant eyes downstairs. He got the wand from Hafiz. Although he could cast spells without a wand, he still asked for a wand to hide his clumsiness. The sharp black stick pointed straight at the roof of the prison, like a fearless sharp sword, trying to pierce through the sky. Seeing this, the other prisoners imitated Lester's appearance and raised their wands high into the air. In the silence, fanatical restlessness gradually spread in everyone's heart. Looking at the hundreds of expectant eyes downstairs, Lester knew that it was time to boost morale for the last time. I saw Lester raise his wand high, and at the same time shouted into the air, "Avada eats a big melon." Then, a dazzling green light appeared in the dark prison. Like a spirit snake, it flew towards the roof of the prison at high speed. Because the prison was too dark at that time, no one noticed at this time that the killing curse was cast by Sang Biao, who was behind Lester. But no matter who releases it, as long as the atmosphere is here, that's enough. Awada eats a big melon. The moment Lester shot, the other prisoners immediately understood his intentions, and all cast a death curse on the roof. Hundreds of killing curses were issued at the same time, and the powerful impact directly knocked down the roof of the prison. It's not over yet. I saw that the momentum of these hundreds of death-killing curses continued to climb upwards, and they didn't stop until they reached the apex. Boom! With a loud bang, hundreds of cadaver curses unleashed his terrifying power in the air. The green light of the killing curse was accompanied by this violent shock wave, covering the entire Azkaban. That day, a big hole was punched in the dark sky of Azkaban. That day, the whole of Azkaban turned green. Compatriots, it's time for these purebloods from the Ministry of Magic to see how powerful we Muggle wizards are. With that said, Lester immediately activated his Boggart skills, turning his body into a Sang Biao appearance. Sang Biao, seeing Lester in front of him who looked exactly like himself, like Lester carved out of mold, Sang Biao felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his heart. Sure enough, Lester, who turned into Sang Biao, slowly turned his head and explained, "Sang Biao, I can't be exposed to the public's view now. You have the highest level of black magic in the entire Azkaban, so I can only pretend to be you and take the prisoners to seek justice from the purebloods. Do you understand?" Looking at Lester with a sincere and serious face, Sang Biao nodded willingly. What else can he do? Now that he has decided to go to Lester wholeheartedly, he can't fall out because of such a trivial matter. Anyway, I am already a top-wanted criminal in the Ministry of Magic. Lions are not ticklish, so let's take the blame if you blame it more. After all, this is a blame for Lester, and others can't bear it if they want to. Okay, seeing that Songbiao's expression did not seem to be fake, Lester nodded in satisfaction. In fact, there is another reason for Lester to pretend to be Songbiao. That is, he wants to create a third-generation Dark Lord, a fake Dark Lord who can cover him and attract the attention of other wizards in the magic world. Since he wanted to become the Dark Lord that everyone was looking forward to, then this candidate must have some basis for being the Dark Lord. This person needs enough black history and a high level of black magic. That way it doesn't confuse others. And Songbiao is a good choice. So, staring at Songbiao's face, Lester slowly took out the portkey from his pocket under the eyes of everyone. It's time to let these arrogant purebloods know who is the real master of the magic world. After Lester finished speaking, he squeezed the portkey vigorously. In the next second, I felt a strong traction continuously coming from the portkey. Feeling the strong traction brought by the portkey teleportation, Lester did not resist, but let him carry him to teleport. Swish! Lester, who was in the teleportation state, only felt that his eyes were dark at first, and then he saw countless dazzling lights hanging brightly on a wide ceiling. Afterwards, Lester, who had just gotten used to it, heard countless noisy voices ringing in his ears. I saw that Lester, who was still in Azkaban, came directly to the lobby on the basement floor of the Ministry of Magic under the transmission of the portkey. Since the British Ministry of Magic is built underground, every wizard who wants to go to the Ministry of Magic, unless they use flu powder, needs to take the elevator into the lobby of the Ministry of Magic, and then go to the elevators on different floors in the hall, to various departments within the Ministry of Magic. As the entrance of the Ministry of Magic, that is, the facade of the Ministry of Magic, the design and decoration of the foyer are naturally magnificent. Fireplaces were built into the long walls on either side. A gilded fireplace on the left for wizards entering the Ministry of Magic, and a gilt fireplace on the right for people leaving. The floor was dark, polished wood, and the dome was peacock blue with shifting gold symbols. The Magic Brothers fountain is right in the middle of the foyer. It was a group of golden sculptures, one each of a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, spouting water into the pool below. At the end of the hall there were 2 golden doors, and next to it was the guard's office, which was responsible for registering the wands of visitors. Behind the gate is a smaller hall with elevators to other departments within the Ministry of Magic. It was a Monday working day, and the entire lobby of the Ministry of Magic was full of people coming and going. Countless wizards from all over the UK are constantly shuttling through this huge hall to deal with their own affairs. Worry, this portkey is actually not directly leading to the interior of the Ministry of Magic, but teleported to the lobby of the Ministry of Magic. At this time, Lester, who had just teleported over, looked at the hallway full of people coming and going, and even though he had already prepared, he still couldn't help but swear. Who would have thought that the portkey responsible for connecting to Azkaban actually leads to the Magic Hall? You know, the entire British Ministry of Magic is built underground in London. With magical magic, the Ministry of Magic has built 8 floors underground, and the foyer as the facade is located on the top floor of the Ministry of Magic, which is the first underground floor. What does that mean? In other words, if Lester wanted to kill Ununice and avenge his blood, he would take the prisoners all the way down from the basement level, fight all the way to the Orur command on the 7th floor of the basement to find Ununice, the damn guy. Is this going to force me to penetrate the entire Ministry of Magic? Lester had a headache. If he really went all the way from the foyer to the Orur command on the 7th floor, what would be the difference from hitting the entire Ministry of Magic? Isn't it the minister's office on the last floor that has not been knocked down? Forget it. You don't have to think about it so much. If you come, then set a small goal and penetrate the entire Ministry of Magic. Don't look at Lester talking about having a headache, but his eyes are constantly shining with excitement. Break through the Ministry of Magic. This is something that even Voldemort could not do in his heyday. If it is really made by myself, how much fear value can I get? After making up his mind, Lester first took a rough look at the environment of the foyer. After all, A large number of prisoners will arrive at the battlefield soon, and it is best for me to solve all hidden dangers before they arrive. Why are there only 2 Orur guards? After a while, Lester, who had looked all over the hall, had a look of surprise in his eyes. Logically speaking, as the most important facade in the magic world, it would not be too much to have 10 Orurs stationed in the foyer. As a result, there are actually only 2 Orurs guarding it now. Moreover, looking at their bragging and farting, they obviously didn't take this job seriously. At first glance, he was born in a pure-blood family, and under the control of the family, he was able to get this fat job. This is really cheap for me. Lester looked at the empty magic department hall with a hint of excitement in his eyes. If there were 10 Orur guards in the foyer, Lester would have to spend a lot of money if he wanted to deal with them quickly. But if there are only 2 Orurs, and they're still the kind of Orurs who look like bastards. Lester looked at the 2 Orurs standing at the security office on duty and walked there with a normal expression. Today is Monday, which happens to be the busiest day for the Ministry of Magic. So Lester followed the crowd and went to the security office together without attracting the attention of others. The security office is the only way to enter the Ministry of Magic. Here, 2 Orurs will check the wand of the visitor, and only after confirming that it is safe will the visitor be allowed to enter the Ministry of Magic. Soon, it was Lester's turn to submit the inspection wand. One of the tall and thin Orurs looked arrogantly at Lester, who was wearing a stern face, and said coldly, "Tell me, what is the purpose of coming to the Ministry of Magic?" The 7th-rank officials in front of the Prime Minister's gate, this group of Orurs from pure blood families, although they have no other skills, they're not bad at knowing people. Although Song Biao's ferocious face was terrifying, he didn't look like a rich nobleman at first glance. So these 2 pure bloods didn't think much of Lester at all. "Go to the Orur's office to do something," Lester said in a low voice, with a hint of honesty in his words. "Why? Have you been wronged in the magic world?" The thin and tall Orur frowned, looking at Lester with great interest. As the only violent organization in the magic world, Orurs can not only use force to fight crimes, but also have the right to choose whether to act. As a pure-blood wizard, the thin and tall Orur knew too well what the group of pure-blood bureaucrats sitting in the office were like. If a Muggle wizard committed a crime, they would immediately send Orurs to arrest him, and then throw him in Azkaban without interrogation. But what if a pure-blood wizard committed a crime? Sorry, the Orur office will have a 6-month discussion on this before sending an Orur. Discussions on how to quickly capture the criminal pure-blood. This discussion will continue until the criminal pure-blood handed over a generous bond to the officials of the Orur Command. Then, this matter will be settled immediately, and it will become a case of injustice without a head. Looking at Lester's posture now, he couldn't wait to find the Ministry of Magic directly on Monday. What else could it be if he was wronged? I advise you not to go. It's useless to go. Maybe you'll be humiliated. Looking at Song Biao's slightly honest face, the thin and tall Orur kindly reminded him. If this guy got agitated and started arguing with those pure bloods in the Orur office, I am afraid that those pure bloods killed him directly in the Ministry of Magic, and no one would know. Lester. He glanced at the tall and thin wizard who was still talking, and although he knew that he was kind, he seemed to be too good at making up his mind. Didn't I just want to find an excuse to come to the elevator? How did this thin and tall Orur think of so many things? Just when Lester's egg was hurting, another Orur spoke. What nonsense is there to talk to a mudblood? Another Orur, with a little arrogance on his face, directly spread his hands at Lester and ordered, "Hurry up and give me the wand. You are not allowed to enter the Ministry of Magic without inspection." He didn't care whether Lester would be beaten to death by the pure-blood officials after he entered. In his opinion, it was this group of lowly mudbloods who seized jobs in the magic world and squeezed him into the position of guarding the gate. Okay, here's my wand. Listening to the pure-blooded arrogant words, Lester frowned, but still handed over his wand. The magic wand was given to him by Hafiz. Since not every prisoner who enters Azkaban can get out alive, there are many unowned wands in Hafiz's place. Lester took one at random and used it to just pretending. Seeing this, the thin and tall Orur sighed, helplessly. Why didn't this guy listen to persuasion? Cut. The pure-blooded Orur who was in charge of inspecting the wand gave a disdainful cut, and at the same time took the wand handed over by Lester with disgust. As if holding some garbage, the pure-blooded Orur just grabbed the magic wand and couldn't wait to throw him into the inspection groove of the wand. Who knows what these mudbloods are doing with their wands? The pure-blooded Orur's eyes were full of disgust, but due to work reasons, he still turned his attention to displaying the results. Comparing the test results, the pure-blooded Orur muttered impatiently. Ebony wood, snake nerves /. After finishing speaking, the pure-blooded Orur gave Songbiao a strange look and said in a weak voice that could barely be heard by Lester. The choice of the mudblood. In order to cater to the noble pureblood, even the magic wand, all materials must be imitated. Saying that, the pureblood continued to scroll down to see what spells the wand had used before. First of all, what appeared in front of his eyes was a green light, which contained endless killing intent. Even through the inspection of the detection machine, the Orur was subconsciously frightened into a cold sweat. This is not over yet. I saw on the display panel that this wand has actually used thousands of killing curse in the past 20 years, among which the Cruciatus and Imperius curse have been used countless times. Among them, the most distant killing curse dates back to the era of Voldemort's turmoil more than 10 years ago. ITM looked at the usage records that were still being displayed on the screen. This Orur, who was so arrogant before, just felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body was chilling, and his body was shaking unconsciously. Brother, what are you doing at the Ministry of Magic? The faces of this group of pure-blooded Orurs turned pale with fright. They looked at Lester, trembling, and didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Not to blame him for being too cowardly, but Lester's identity is a bit scary. Death Eaters. Although he is very young, he has also experienced Voldemort's era of great turmoil. At that time, Voldemort, with the support of the old pure blood, said that he wanted to eliminate Muggle wizards. But what was their real purpose? Isn't it to suppress them, the emerging pure blood nobles who have gradually gained power with the support of Muggle wizards? My own family controls the Ministry of Magic, which has already affected the interests of these veteran purebloods. So, in this situation of opposing interests, back then, Voldemort's attitude towards wizards of the Ministry of Magic like them was no better than his attitude towards Muggle wizards. He would kill one when he saw one, and kill one when he saw two. The Death Eaters even launch terrorist attacks on the Ministry of Magic every day, throwing a few killing curses into the Ministry of Magic if they have nothing to do. They're a group of new purebloods who have just risen and have no family background. It can be said that they dare not speak out. It wasn't until Harry Potter was born, defeated Voldemort, and the old pureblood nobles suffered heavy losses and handed over a large amount of compensation after the war, that this group of emerging pureblood families gradually became rich. But now a few years have passed since the good times, and this group of Death Eaters is here again. The pure-blooded Orur said that he really wanted to die. To have used the killing curse so many times 10 years ago, if this person wasn't a Death Eater under Voldemort, who else could it be? Except for the Death Eaters during the chaos, who would dare to put the death curse like drinking water. You know, this is an unforgivable curse. Even a high-ranking Minister of Magic would not dare to use the killing curse so many times at once. This is not over yet. The pure-blooded Orur suppressed his fear and continued to read. The user of the wand, after the Wisengamot trial 10 years ago, was imprisoned in Azkaban to serve a sentence of 1,000 years. Pure blood Orur. Ding. Gain the pure blood Orur's fear value plus 100 points. Ding. Gain the pure blood Orur's fear value plus 100 points. Ding. Gain the pure blood Orur's fear value plus 100 points. The pure-blooded Orur who was in charge of testing the wand froze in place in a daze. After a while, the pure-blooded Orur regained his composure and took out the black wand tremblingly. He took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the black wand. "My lord, your wand." After carefully wiping it to make sure that the wand was spotless, the pure-blood wizard respectfully returned the wand to Lester. At the same time, he also took off the magic wand around his waist, very self-aware, and handed it to Lester together. Lester, since he was standing in front of this pure-blooded Orur now, he couldn't see the screen in front of the pure-blooded Orur at all and didn't know what was written on it. At this moment, he looked at the pure-blooded Orur whose attitude had been reversed 180 degrees and felt a little confused. After you've tested the wand, can't you just give me back my wand? Why are you handing me your wand along with it? And what the hell is this fear value that has already been wiped off the screen? Lester, who didn't understand, subconsciously glanced at the screen of the testing wand, and then he couldn't move his eyes. On this screen, it was clearly written, "The user of this wand was tried by the Wisingamot 10 years ago and was imprisoned in Azkaban to serve his sentence. The sentence is 1,000 years. Lester, to be honest, he really has some doubts now, whether his decision to accept Hafiz as his younger brother was a little too hasty. As long as he has a brain, he can't use a Death Eater's wand for himself. Hafez, you waited for me." There was a trace of anger in Lester's eyes, but he was still speechless. Hafiz is now a grasshopper on the same boat as himself, and he must not harm himself. After all, only he can reuse Muggle-born wizards, and he has experienced the darkness in the Ministry of Magic. So it is impossible for him to deliberately use the wand to assassinate himself, which shows that he really has a bad brain. Although he already had the heart to kill Hafiz 100 times, Lester still looked normal and took the 2 magic wands handed over by the Orur very calmly. "Don't move around. Put your head on your head and squat down, otherwise my death curse will not have eyes." After casually throwing the magic wand handed over by the Orur on the ground, Lester said coldly, "After all, life is your own, 50 galleons a month. Why are you fighting with me?" Yes, what the elder brother said is hearing that Lester let him squat down with his head in his arms. The Orur was overjoyed immediately and squatted on the ground very honestly, without any intention of resisting. To be able to escape from Azkaban, the most terrifying place in the wizarding world, alone, and to come to the Ministry of Magic with a magic wand used in crimes. This is definitely a peerless murderer. Maybe they came here this time to avenge their revenge 10 years ago, and came here to fight against the Ministry of Magic alone. Therefore, he should surrender wisely. The thin and tall Orur originally wanted to persuade Lester to be careful when he went in after he finished testing the wand. Then he saw the scene where his colleague honestly handed over his wand and then squatted down with his head in his arms. "What are you?" The thin and tall Orur looked confused and also looked at the wand detection screen. Worry saw the densely packed records of the use of the killing curse and the last Azkaban 1,000 sentence, and the thin and tall Orur couldn't help but swear. He understood why his normally proud colleagues had such a humble attitude now. Although he has the support of family power, since he can become an Orur, the thin and tall Orur is not a fool. Looking at the dense records of the use of the killing curse, he immediately thought of the great turmoil more than 10 years ago. Death Eater! The thin and tall Orur gave Lester a cautious look as he uttered the term in fear. When he found that this peerless murderer was also staring at him with a smile, the thin and tall Orur couldn't help but shuddered, and also threw his wand on the ground not far away, and at the same time he obediently hugged his head squat down. At this time, the farce that happened at the guard immediately attracted the attention of other wizards. After all, if you want to enter other floors of the Ministry of Magic, you must go through the inspection of a security department before you can take the elevator at the back to go to other floors. Originally, on Monday today, there were quite a few people go to the Ministry of Magic to do business, but there were only 2 people at the window responsible for inspecting wands. When Lester was negotiating with the 2 Orurs, the other wizards had been waiting impatiently for a long time. However, because of their sympathy, they did not urge them aloud, but it can be seen from their dissatisfied eyes that they are very dissatisfied with Lester's delay of time. Now, the 2 Orurs who were still in charge of inspecting the wands actually squatted down directly with their heads in their hands, which surprised the wizards who had been waiting for the inspection. These Orurs who are in charge of the gate on weekdays often look down on other wizards who come to the Ministry of Magic because of their prominent background. Even Muggle colleagues in other departments, they would sneer from time to time. But no matter what, they wouldn't be so frightened that they would throw away their wands and just crouch down on the spot with their heads in their hands. This shocking scene soon attracted the attention of all wizards in the hall. Maybe it's been safe for a long time. This group of wizards has no sense of crisis at all, and they didn't connect this incident with the thugs attacking the Ministry of Magic at all. They thought that these two Orurs had offended some big figures in the Ministry of Magic with their rude words. All the wizards in the foyer were paying attention to the three of Lester, and when they were about to watch the excitement. At this time, Lester, who had become the focus of all attention, shook his head helplessly. He originally planned to teleport directly into the Orr's office for a surprise attack. But now that it has been exposed, other prisoners will probably be teleported over, so it only needs a wave of strong attacks. I saw Lester slowly pointing the wand in his hand forward, then turned to all the wizards in the hall and said, "Now, everyone please hold your head and squat down. We have taken over the Ministry of Magic." The people eating melons in the hall. At this time, the entire crowded hall, after Lester said this sentence, seemed to be still, and no one spoke for a long time. Some wizards who had just entered through the fireplace or the telephone booth felt puzzled when they saw this strange scene. After a long time, a puff sound broke the silence in the hall. "Sorry, are you kidding me? He doesn't really think he is Voldemort. Does he want to hold so many of us hostage by one person? No, it should be an event organized by the Ministry of Magic." It's not to blame that group of wizards reacted like this, but they lived in a peaceful age for too long. It has been 10 years since the last dark turmoil. The wizards who have lived comfortably for 10 years have already regarded the Ministry of Magic as the safest place besides Hogwarts in their hearts. Now, in this safest place, a middle-aged man with a somewhat fierce appearance pointed at hundreds of wizards with his wand and made them crouch with their heads in their arms. How could such a magical operation not make them feel astonished? Therefore, even though they were pointed at by Lester with his wand, the group of wizards who came to the Ministry of Magic did not feel any fear at all. Among them, there are many officials from the Ministry of Magic who are frowning watching this farce. Everyone in the hall was pointing at Lester. The brick thrown on the ground in front of Lester suddenly shook. Then a horrible scene happened. In the huge foyer, prisoners in gray prison uniforms were constantly coming out of this brick. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. Gradually, as the number of prisoners continued to increase, the expressions of the melon-eating wizards, who originally had disdainful smiles on their faces, gradually froze. These prisoners are all powerful dark wizards. In the magic world, they are all able to beat several adult wizards. Moreover, this group of insane prisoners have been imprisoned in the dark place of Azkaban for several years. They're normal people. What about the abnormal dark wizards? The dark wizards who had just passed the port key and were teleported to the hall of the magic department first took a greedy breath of free air and then looked at the group of dull wizards in front of them without any concealment. Terrifying auras continued to emanate from the prisoners, and fear continued to spread in the hearts of other wizards in the hall. Ding! Get Liwa's fear value plus 14. Ding! Obtain Alhang's fear value plus 23. Ding! Get Mark's fear value plus 26. Even an experienced Orur could hardly keep calm under the watchful eyes of more than 100 prisoners. Not to mention their group of ordinary wizards who don't even have any fighting power. Due to the control regulations of the Ministry of Magic, in order to better control the wizards in the magic world, Hogwarts, the only school of magic in the British magic world, deliberately did not teach the students the lethal offensive magic when teaching. As a result, today's wizards, unless they are engaged in some combat positions, or they are pure blood with noble births and family inheritance, other wizards can't even cast a disarming spell. Therefore, in this educational environment, in the face of danger, these wizards have no ability to resist at all. I actually contributed so much fear. Lester looked at the trembling wizards in front of him and listened to the system prompts that kept coming from his ears, feeling that he was going to get rich. Although the strength of these wizards is not high, they can only contribute more than 20 fear points to themselves at a time, but they are too large to hold them, and the frequency is fast. At this time, in the huge hall, the group of prisoners who had just escaped from Azkaban and gained freedom looked at the terrified wizards in front of them. Their eyes turned green. If it wasn't for his leading brother, Lester was still looking at him. They would have killed all these wizards with the death curse. As for whether they are pure blood or not, this group of insane prisoners don't care. They just want to kill and vent all the grievances they have suffered in Azkaban these years. Okay, now everyone, throw your wands on the ground and squat down with your head in your arms. Seeing that the group of wizards in front of him were frightened and stood still without any response, Lester stood up helplessly and said, "I am a reasonable person. If you are willing to cooperate, I will not harm you. Yours." Crash clatter. As soon as Lester finished speaking, the wizards in the foyer who were still laughing at Lester threw out their magic wands without hesitation in order to survive, and at the same time squatted obediently on the ground. Of course, there are some people who are dishonest, thinking that there are so many people now that Lester can't notice him without throwing his wand. So they played a trick, just fished in troubled waters, made a movement of throwing a wand, and then followed the crowd squatted down. Damn it, you dare to play tricks. Just when this group of self-righteous wizards thought their operation was flawless, the prisoners behind Lester were not happy. They've been imprisoned in this damn place of Azkaban for so many years, and everything is new to them now. Therefore, they, who have been paying attention to the movements of the hostages, naturally noticed that some wizards were clever and did not throw their wands on the ground, and these prisoners suddenly became furious, especially when they saw these wizards without wands, who were often dressed in gorgeous noble robes and were obviously pure-blooded officials of the Ministry of Magic. The prisoners became even more angry. However, even so, they were not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they turned their attention to their leading brother, Lester, who was wearing a mournful face and wanted to ask his opinion. Lester, who was stared at by so many eyes, didn't change his expression at all, just nodded at them. Nonsense, he is not the Holy Mother. If he is allowed to kill innocent people indiscriminately, then he will definitely not be able to do it. But this behavior of hiding the wand is obviously against himself and others. What's more, most of them are pure-blood Ministry of Magic officials, so Lester will naturally not object to the prisoners' request. They were prisoners, dark wizards, not their own soldiers. I have more of a cooperative relationship with them than a leadership relationship. Now, they want to release their animal desires that have accumulated for several years, and Lester will naturally not stop them. Sure enough, after receiving Lester's affirmative reply, many prisoners showed ferocious expressions, and their bloodthirsty eyes were fixed on those pure-blood wizards who were playing tricks. Awada eats a big melon. Suddenly, a prisoner moved, and he suddenly pulled out a black wand from his arms, then drew a semicircle in the air, and then released a killing curse very skillfully. At the moment when the killing curse appeared, there was a commotion among the hostages, and many wizards closed their eyes in fear. Among them, a pure-blood in Huapao who was just now complacent and was about to use apparition to escape secretly, looked at the green death-killing curse that was flying towards him in front of him, and was stunned. At this time, in the hall, everyone looked at the green killing curse in disbelief, feeling their souls trembling. This is the killing curse, the 3 unforgivable curses strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. As long as it is used in public, it will be locked in Azkaban. However, when the wizards in the hall saw the off-white Azkaban uniforms on the prisoners, they fell silent. Flying curse. Suddenly, the pure-blood wizard who was about to be hit by Avada Kedavra had a fierce look in his eyes, and he rushed to the side quickly, while shouting, "There is no such thing as a group of black wizards like them. They plan to let us go. We have hundreds of people, and they only have more than 100 people in total. Everyone pick up the magic wand, resist together, and subdue them." At the same time, a stone slab drawn by the flying curse of the pure-blood wizard just stood in front of the death curse and resisted the death curse. Officials of the Ministry of Magic, fight back with me. It can be seen that this pure-blooded middle-aged man's status in the Ministry of Magic should not be low. Under his call, many people who had secretly not thrown their wands before raised their wands, ready to launch a counterattack. Without exception, all of them are officials of the Ministry of Magic. Similarly, to be able to work in the Ministry of Magic, their family status is naturally extremely prominent. Immediately, many wizards who were pure-blood officials of the Ministry of Magic raised their wands and launched a counterattack against Lester and other prisoners. Disarm you. Damn! All kinds of colorful spells flew towards Lester and the others like raindrops. At the same time, many wizards who threw their wands on the ground before were also bewitched by the pure-blood officials, and many of them wanted to pick up their wands again. Damn it! Seeing the curses flying towards him, Lester's face was as cold as ice. He originally wanted to make an example to the monkeys and make these wizards behave, but they didn't appreciate it and dared to attack him. Fire shield! Lester frowned. His lips moved slightly, and he uttered the spell. Call! I only heard the sound of a raging Fiendfire appearing in the hall out of thin air, and several fireballs composed of Fiendfire slowly condensed and formed in front of Lester. Afterwards, Lester raised his right hand and pointed at the pure-blood wizards who took up their wands and resisted. Brush! As if they had received an order, these groups of fierce flames rushed towards the resisting pure-blooded officials with lightning speed. The terrifying fierce flames scorched the air in the air and flew in front of those pure-blooded officials in an instant. As soon as they came into contact with the bodies of these officials, these groups of terrifying fierce flames immediately spread from their bodies, and in a blink of an eye, they spread all over their bodies, directly eroding them, including their bodies and everything. In order to avoid harming the innocent, Lester did not use a large AoE attack, but chose to use Fiendfire for precise strikes. Therefore, he just burned to death the first few wizards who resisted with fierce fire. As for the other wizards who resisted, Lester believed that the prisoners he brought were not vegetarians. Sure enough, seeing that the kidnapped wizards dared to fight back, the eyes of the wizards and prisoners behind Lester were filled with bloodthirsty light. Awada eats a big melon. In an instant, several prisoners in prison uniforms raised their wands quickly and immediately launched a counterattack with the death curse. At the same time, many wizards cast protective spells to resist the first attack of the rebel wizards. After resisting the first attack, all the prisoners of Azkaban raised their magic wands, and all kinds of black magic flew towards the group of resisting wizards as if free of money. Immediately, many screams sounded in the hall one after another. Those wizards who only knew how to disarm the curse. How could they be the opponents of this group of prisoners? Almost turned into a cold corpse. Help! Don't kill me. I'm willing to give everything. Many wizards who did not resist, after seeing this terrible scene, were so scared that they peed their pants and sat down on the ground. If they wanted to resist under the instigation of pure-blood officials before, now they just want to live well. Dozens of fresh human lives were killed so easily. This cruel scene shocked everyone on the battlefield. Ding! Get the fear value of the melon-eating wizard plus 24. Ding! Get the fear value of the melon-eating wizard plus 25. Ding! Get the fear value of the melon-eating wizard plus 27. In the blink of an eye, Lester, as the leading brother, had a lot of fear points in his account. However, now Lester has no time to take care of his fear value. I saw that the prisoners who were already a little crazy, after killing more than a dozen lives, the violence in their eyes became more and more intense. Seeing this, Lester muttered inwardly. As expected, the prisoners still couldn't get on the stage. If it wasn't for the fact that I still had some prestige with them, I'm afraid they would have launched an indiscriminate attack on the unarmed wizards in the hall. After I go to Hogwarts, I must personally cultivate a regular army of wizards. Lester sighed, looked at the trembling wizards in the hall with some pity, and said to the prisoners behind him, Go, search them, and remove all threatening magic items from them. Find it for me. Yes, Lord Lai. Hearing Lester's order, many prisoners' eyes flashed with excitement. Searching for threatening magic items, Isn't this an excuse for them to search the body? When the time comes, who will know whether it is a rich galleon or a threatening magic item? Sure enough, as soon as Lester's words fell, the group of prisoners who understood immediately held their wands, and like hungry wolves, they rushed fiercely into the frightened crowd and began to plunder frantically. What's more, they directly passed these living people and ran straight to the Ministry of Magic officials who were killed by the death curse. Everyone knows that these officials must have rich family backgrounds and must have a lot of good things on them. If they really get something good like the Diagon Alley landy from them, then what kind of dark wizards are they still doing? And they'll just whitewash themselves and become their own bosses. Of course, this group of scumbags robbed everyone, but they didn't rob everyone. Like the kind of down-and-out wizards who are plainly dressed and obviously come to the Ministry of Magic for help, they usually just glance at them and then skip them directly. They didn't do this because of their conscience, but because this kind of wizard really didn't have any money. After searching for a long time, I couldn't find a few gold galleons, and it was a waste of time. With this time, it's better to grab those pure-blooded nobles who look extraordinary. They have a lot of good things on them. Along with the crazy looting of this group of prisoners, the sound of crying and carnival in the hall never stopped at all. Now, the entire foyer has become a paradise for the prisoners, and every gorgeously dressed pureblood has turned into a helpless lamb to be plundered by the greedy prisoners. 500 galleons, I'll send it. Cheers of surprise kept coming from the mouths of the prisoners, which once ignited their excitement. Tell me, are you still hiding, Jean Gallen? Don't play dumb for me. Suddenly, a prisoner saw that everyone else had reaped a lot, but he didn't even get a few galleons. He was directly envious of jealousy and pointed his wand at the head of a pure-blood wizard. Order him to surrender all his possessions. Reluctantly, the pure-blood who originally had a fluke mentality saw the magic wand glowing green, swallowed in fear, and honestly handed over his wealth. After all, as purebloods, most of their assets are in the Gringotts vault, and the money they have now is small. In order to survive, if you give it, you will give it. The most important thing is that life is still alive. The eyes of the other prisoners lit up when they saw this, and they all raised their wands to imitate. Immediately, the looting in the entire foyer was in full swing again. Finally, after about 10 minutes passed, all the prisoners showed satisfied smiles. It can be seen from the expressionless expressions of the group of purebloods that they should have lost a lot of wealth. However, there were a small number of people who were not disturbed by the prisoners, and they were all low-born muggle wizards without exception. Okay, stop. Seeing that the prisoners had vented their anger, Lester stood up and said, "We are just teaching this group of purebloods a little lesson. Now, we're going to break in the Ministry of Magic and let them know that muggle wizards are not easy to mess with." As soon as Lester finished speaking, the other prisoners cheered immediately, and the magic wand in his hand kept flashing green. Just by robbing these few people, they will make a lot of money. If all the senior officials in the Ministry of Magic were robbed, wouldn't he and others become rich? Then you're still a black sorcerer. Just when the morale of Lester's prisoner army was high and they were about to take down the Ministry of Magic in one fell swoop, a gilded fireplace in the foyer suddenly burst into flames. Obviously, this is a sign that someone has been teleported into the Ministry of Magic through the fireplace. Suddenly, the air in the foyer froze for a moment. All wizards, whether they were prisoners who had just robbed a fortune, helpless purebloods, or muggle wizards who had not been robbed and were just frightened, at that time, they all focused their eyes on the fireplace. It's not their behavior to blame, but the timing of this person's arrival is too coincidental. It just so happened that the robbery was over and the robbers were about to leave, and then this unlucky guy recklessly teleported over, which seemed too unlucky. It would be all right if he was a poor muggle-born wizard. Seeing that they couldn't get much money, these insane prisoners would pretend they didn't see it and let him go. Miserable. Many of the purebloods who were robbed without crotch pants left even showed gloating expressions at this time, wanting to see who this unlucky guy is. And the group of prisoners who just made a small fortune and didn't feel very enjoyable were even more like hungry wolves who had been hungry for several days. Their eyes glowed with a terrifying green light, and they kept staring at the swaying flames. Finally, under everyone's expectant eyes, a golden scepter first appeared outside the fireplace. Gorgeous patterns covered the body of the scepter, and a precious ruby the size of a pigeon egg was tightly set on the scepter. The moment this gorgeous scepter appeared, all the wizards in the hall subconsciously held their breath. After seeing this gorgeous scepter, the greedy eyes of the prisoners were even more excited to leave their eye sockets. After a while, an arrogant man with blonde hair slowly stepped out of the fireplace. The man first patted the non-existent dust on his clothes in disgust and muttered that he wanted to donate 10,000 gold galleons to the Ministry of Magic to obtain the qualification to directly enter the Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, this arrogant man only felt that the atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. "Are you guys doing a drill?" Lucius looked at the hundreds of wands that were randomly discarded on the ground, as well as many wizards in Chinese robes lying on the ground with their heads facing the ceiling. There are also the tortured and inhuman corpses by the wall. I just feel that I seem to have come to the wrong place. The hall of the magic department, in his impression, should be brightly lit and magnificent. Why does it look so much like a disaster scene after being attacked by a black wizard? Looking at the group of dark wizards who kept looking at him with greedy eyes, Lucius just wanted to leave this ghost place immediately. Gulu subconsciously swallowed. Lucius, who had already realized that something was wrong, turned around and wanted to return to the fireplace. However, before Lucius could turn around, the prisoners, who had been impatient for a long time, rushed forward immediately. He didn't even use the spell and knocked Lucius to the ground. It's not because they didn't use the spell because their conscience discovered it, but because Lucius was too rich to dress up. The wand alone was worth 10,000 galleons. If he accidentally broke something valuable with the killing curse, the other prisoners would probably kill him. Therefore, they chose the most primitive method and went directly to grab it. Lucius, who had been terrified, was thrown to the ground by the crazy prisoners. Just groaning in pain, Lucius only felt that countless hands were groping frantically on his body. If you rob money, you rob it. Why are you touching my ass?" Lucius glared angrily at the wretched old man who was mingling with the crowd, smiling lewdly while slapping his body. The prisoners robbed the money, and he admitted it. "After all, my Malfoy family has a lot of money, so it should be used as a bankruptcy to eliminate disasters. However, there's really only one thing called virginity if it is taken away by this group of perverted prisoners." Thinking of this, Lucius shuddered subconsciously. A few minutes later, Lucius, who was still well-dressed, had already been stripped clean by the greedy prisoners. The snow-white skin was directly exposed to the air. Only a pair of pants with the Malfoy family crest printed on it was still intact on Lucius' body. At this moment, Lucius was lying on the ground unrequitedly, staring blankly at the golden ceiling in the foyer. It was obvious that he had been played to pieces. After a long time, Lucius said slowly with tears on his face, "Maybe I came at the prisoners looted at a very fast speed." After a while, all the prisoners who had gained a lot stood behind Lester excitedly, looking at the elevator from time to time with excited eyes. Just by robbing these hundreds of people, he earned so many galleons. If he robbed all the departments of the Ministry of Magic, wouldn't he be rich? Sensing the excitement of the prisoners, Lester didn't hesitate at all, raised his wand high, aimed at the safe passage in the Ministry of Magic, and shouted, "Let me rush down and kill these damned pure bloods." Prisoners who had already seen blood, how could they withstand this kind of stimulation? As soon as Lester finished speaking, they rushed down frantically with their wands in hand. As the only government in the magic world, the Ministry of Magic naturally cannot rely on a few magic elevators for transportation. There are many safe passages on both sides of the elevators, which can lead to other departments underground. If apparition is used, the magic fluctuations generated by apparition will definitely attract the attention of Ministry of Magic officials, and they may be attacked by disarming spells just after being teleported in. Therefore, this group of prisoners chose the most primitive way to attack the Ministry of Magic directly on foot. Soon, Moving quickly, they came to the second basement floor of the Ministry of Magic, which is where the Department of Magical Sports and Sports is located. At the end of the safe passage, there's a thick iron gate with a magic chain on it. Obviously, it is impossible to pass through this iron gate without a password. Looking at the seemingly indestructible iron gate, the prisoners, instead of being at a loss, showed disdainful smiles. A few Azkaban prisoners in front of the prisoners stretched out their wands and aimed at the iron door with several blasting curses. Thunderbolt explosion. Accompanied by several sharp casting sounds, several orange fireball-shaped flames shot out from the wand and flew towards the iron gate swiftly. Boom! There was a loud bang, and under the blows of several powerful black magics, the extremely thick iron gate was directly blown out. In the Department of Magic and Sports, the purebloods inside were still idly chatting about their parents, living a life of serving tea and reading newspapers, when they saw a huge iron gate flying towards them. The menacing iron door knocked out the two pureblood officials of the Ministry of Magic who were sitting in the office and fell heavily on the wall. Then their necks tilted and they passed out directly. The other pure-blooded officials of the Ministry of Magic looked at the terrible scene in front of them at a loss, and some were confused about the situation. They came to work at the Ministry of Magic, and their daily tasks were to drink tea and read newspapers. Besides, the Department of Magical Sports and Sports was originally a Qingshui Yamen, and apart from holding major events, there was nothing to do on weekdays. As a result, this group of magic officials, looking at the menacing prisoners outside the door, didn't know how to resist for a while. It's a pity that they were at a loss, but the group of prisoners came prepared. Awada eats a big melon. As soon as the heavy iron door was blasted open, the prisoners outside couldn't wait to rush in. They raised their wands, but without looking at them, they cast a killing curse on the officials in the office. The prisoners who were one step behind the other prisoners were also not to be outdone, and all of them learned in style, regardless of whether there was anyone in front of them. Raising their wand was a death curse. For a moment, the entire Department of Magical Sports and Sports was wailing everywhere. Many unlucky pure-blood officials failed to survive the first round of killing curse attacks, and were directly killed by killing curses. There were also some killing curses that didn't hit anyone, all of which hit other furniture in the Department of Magic and Sports. Many long seats were directly overturned by the killing curse, and the paper on them was also splashed everywhere, scattered all over the place. Awada eats a big melon. There are also some prisoners who were originally mentally abnormal, but now they have become killing machines, regardless of whether there are officials from the Ministry of Magic in front of them. They just gnaw big melons in the air. All of a sudden, the entire Magic Sports Division seemed to be a battlefield, and various colorful spells were flying around in the sky, especially the green killing spell, which almost dyed the entire 200 square meter Magic Sports Division green. Ding! Get Jesse's fear value plus 56. Ding! Get Mike's fear value plus 64. Ding! Get Ludo Bagman's fear value plus 100. At this time, Lester had already entered a state of invisibility, quietly standing behind the prisoners, watching the farce in front of him. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. This group of purebloods has been sitting on the heads of Muggle wizards for so many years, which has caused deep hidden dangers to their rule. Now, finally, years of accumulation under the guidance of Lester directly exploded. Therefore, Lester didn't regret that these pureblood wizards were killed by the prisoners, so he did it himself. No wonder others. It's almost 100W fear value. Lester listened to the screams and begging for mercy coming from his ears expressionlessly, but he was thinking about what good things he could get in the 100W fear lottery. Just when Lester was thinking, other prisoners were carnival, and the pureblood officials of the Ministry of Magic begged for mercy. A fat body was desperately crawling under the table in the corner, hoping to save his life. At this moment, Ludo Bagman, who managed to squeeze his obese body into the bottom of the narrow table, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead tremblingly, and looked at the massacre in front of him in horror. As the director of the Department of Magic and Sports, Ludo should take the lead to organize resistance at this time, But looking at the green glow of the death curse in the office, which has never stopped since the beginning, Ludo is very sincere. I'm the director of the Department of Magic and Sports. I am not going out now, not because I'm afraid of death, but because I want to keep my useful body and report to the Ministry of Magic after they leave. Thinking of this, Ludo's mood improved a lot in an instant. After all, he was not cowardly, but he would die if he went out now. It would be better to keep his useful body and serve the Ministry of Magic in the future. Suddenly, Ludo, who was still comforting himself, saw a bright light in his eyes and saw a prisoner wearing a gray prison uniform who fell directly in front of him. Obviously, even without him as the leader to lead the rebellion, the other officials of the Ministry of Magic are not all rich and rich. They were born in pure-blooded nobles, and they also have good combat effectiveness. Except for being caught off guard at the beginning, the remaining purebloods of the Ministry of Magic immediately built a counterattack formula, using their own family's ancestral magic against the prisoners fought back. Immediately, many careless prisoners lost their lives under the attack of ancestral magic. Seeing that the situation of the battle was about to be reversed, Lester, who was behind the prisoner, finally made a move. In the office, the prisoners arrogantly raised their wands and shot at the pure-blood officials of the Ministry of Magic on the opposite side. The green-killing curse shot out of their wands as if they didn't need money. On the other side of them, a small number of organized Ministry of Magic officials hid behind solid bunkers, pulled out their wands from time to time, and cast a terrifying ancestral black magic trick on the prisoners. Although the prisoners were numerous and powerful, the attacks of the purebloods were too unexpected. So for a while, the two sides actually had a stalemate in the office. One day, I will definitely create a group of regular troops myself. Seeing the prisoners who didn't even look for a cover, just stood where they were and raised their wands to eat big melons, Lester felt a pain in the ass. Do you think you're a magic fort? Don't even bother to move, stand still, and fight the opponent. Do you think the opponent is a fool? Reluctantly, Lester still shot. Fire shield. Looking at the group of pure-blooded officials who were hiding behind the cover and emitting a fierce black magic from time to time, Lester slowly raised his right hand and then slapped them in their direction. In an instant, Lester's level 2 shield was activated instantly, and a blue fiery palm appeared out of thin air above the pure-blood wizard's position, and then slapped down fiercely with lightning speed. The huge Fiendfire palm, spread out, fully covered half of the office. The terrifying Fiendfire, under Lester's control, ruthlessly fell from the sky, smashing towards the group of pure-blood wizards who resisted. Boom! Hearing a loud bang. The moment Fiendfire's palm touched the ground, it exploded directly, and the scattered sparks ignited everything they could touch. The group of wizards who were still hiding behind the bunker and could still resist from time to time, were instantly ignited by the terrible fiery flame under the attack of this powerful fiery flame, and melted into a ball just after they uttered a few horrific screams black smoke. The raging flames are like terrible termites, constantly eroding everything in front of their eyes. Both people and furniture were reduced to ashes in the terrible fire. Ding! Get Ludo Bagman's fear value, plus 100. Ding! Get Ludo Bagman's fear value, plus 100. Ding! Get Ludo Bagman's fear value, plus 100. Lester, who had just made a contribution, found that his system had been swiped by a guy named Ludo Bagman before he had time to check the battle situation. Ludo Bagman? Lester's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Isn't that the guy who, in Harry Potter 4, organized the whole Quidditch World Cup? Lester didn't have a good impression of this kid. He was the only high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic who owed a full amount of galleons because of bad gambling. Moreover, in order to pay off his gambling debts, this kid also publicly opened the game as the director of the Department of Magic and Sports of the Ministry of Magic. In the end, he lost the bet and ran away with the money. He is a scumbag who can't afford it. Where's this old boy hiding? Lester slowly came into contact with the invisibility, and his figure appeared. At the same time, his eyes kept searching inside the prisoner. If he had been on the side of the pure-blood wizard, he would have been burned to death by Fiendfire long ago, and it was impossible to provide him with fear points. And the center of the office has long been turned into a battlefield. There are potholes everywhere, as if the ground has been washed by shells, let alone hiding a living person. Even a complete object cannot be found here. Therefore, Ludo, the director of the Department of Magic and Sports, is so bold that he hides among his own group of prisoners. Ludo Bagman. Smelling the smell of gunpowder smoke in the air, Ludo resisted the urge to gag and forced himself to show an excited expression like the prisoners around him. Tightening the prison uniform he just took off from the dead prisoner, Ludo quickly wiped the soot on his face so that he could better blend in with the prisoners. Just now, after witnessing Lester's supernatural powers and directly annihilating all the pure-blooded Ludos of the Ministry of Magic with the palm of Fiendfire, he was almost scared to pee his pants. In order to survive, he could only risk his life, took the opportunity to crawl out from under the table, and then exchanged the civet cat for the prince with the dead prisoner. Thanks to the loud noise caused by Lester Fiendfire, it attracted the attention of all the prisoners present. So Ludo's bold behavior was not discovered by the prisoners. Instead, he was dressed in a gray prison uniform and successfully blended into the team of prisoners. Ludo and the crowd kept imitating the behavior of the prisoners around him, raised his wand, and cast the death curse at the ceiling. Suddenly, Ludo felt a chill all over his body, as if being stared at by a scourge hidden in the dark, and felt goosebumps popping up on his back. Pretending to take a casual glance, he saw a man with a fierce face staring at him. It's the man who released the terrifying fierce flame. Ludo swallowed nervously, and the release speed of the killing curse in his hand was also accelerating. As everyone knows, at this time in the foyer of the basement floor, the group of wizards who had just been robbed were just about to pick up their wands when they felt the ground of the floor shake. Then a huge hole appeared on the floor, and there were still terrible green rays of light shooting from downstairs. Through this big hole, one could just see Ludo, who was crazily casting the killing curse on the ceiling on the second basement floor. The melon eaters who have just been robbed, since the Ministry of Magic was cast with a very powerful anti-apparition spell, and the fireplaces leading to and leaving the Ministry of Magic were closed by Lester, this group of wizards was still shaking after Lester and others left. Stand where you are, waiting for the Orurs to come to your rescue. I wanted to pick up my wand before the Orur came and have a psychological comfort. Then I saw Ludo, who had pierced the floor and was still casting the death curse. So the wizards who were about to pick up their wands to defend themselves squatted back silently. At this time, it wasn't just the melon-eating wizards upstairs who were confused, but the prisoners next to Ludo were the most confused. They released the death curse on the ceiling, just to vent their emotions of being imprisoned all year round. And this buddy, who seemed to kill his father and enemy like the ceiling above his head, actually pierced the floor with a death curse. Brother, don't let it go. Looking at Ludo, who was constantly attacking the ceiling as if possessed by a demon, the wretched old man stood up and stopped his behavior. Seeing this, the other prisoners also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were all crazy dark wizards, they weren't so crazy that they killed all of them, but because they were not addicted, they even cast a death curse on the ceiling. This is how much he was wronged in the magic world back then, and he hated the ceiling in the Ministry of Magic so much. Ludo, hearing the wretched old man's words, Ludo, who had been casting the killing curse, stopped, looking at the prisoners who were all staring at him dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while, and then showed an embarrassed but polite smile. At this moment, looking at the prisoners, including Lester, who were all watching him, Ludo really wanted to die. In order to get rid of his suspicion just now, he subconsciously imitated the actions of the prisoners around him. As a result, under Lester's gaze, Ludo became more and more nervous, and even the prisoners around him stopped. Before he could react, he was still doing his own way of casting the death curse. He didn't realize what happened until he was stopped by the wretched old man Leona. Under the watchful eyes of more than 100 murderous prisoners, Ludo only felt like a cute husky who fell into the wolf clan in the north, stupid and full of loopholes. Just after Ludo was ashamed and ready to be torn apart by the angry prisoner, The wretched old man, Leonis, spoke. Brother, you don't have to be angry because you didn't take revenge yourself. You will be the first to take the lead. You will be able to kill this group of bloody pureblood and experience the thrill of revenge. As soon as the wretched old man finished speaking, the other prisoners comforted him one after another, promising that Ludo would take the lead in the charge, so that they would not be able to take revenge by following behind the team. Obviously, the group of prisoners did not doubt Ludo's identity, and they all thought that Ludo was venting their dissatisfaction with the ceiling because he stood behind the crowd and failed to participate in the battle. Ludo, looking directly at the wretched old man who spoke first, Ludo was moved with tears in his eyes. ITM, thank you. Lead the charge. Everyone knows that although the sneak attack was successful this time, no matter how slow the Ministry of Magic is on the next floor, it must have reacted and will definitely build a large number of fortifications downstairs. In this situation, let yourself take the lead in the charge. Isn't that just letting yourself die? At this point, Ludo just wanted to faint and wait for the end of the matter. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Facing the kindness of many prisoners, could he, Ludo, refuse? So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ludo nodded resolutely, passed through the crowd resolutely, and came to the front of the prisoners. Just as Lester and other prisoners were fighting on the second basement floor of the Ministry of Magic, all other departments of the Ministry of Magic received a notice that the Ministry of Magic was attacked by the prisoners of Azkaban. All of a sudden, all the Orurs who were dispatched outside the Ministry of Magic received the order to return to the Ministry of Magic immediately. At the same time, departments on other floors of the Ministry of Magic were notified of the prisoners' attack. Under the leadership of the top leaders of each department has built fortifications on its floor. At this time, all the pureblood officials in the Ministry of Magic moved efficiently and immediately built countless defensive bunkers on the third underground floor of the Ministry of Magic. At the same time, countless magic wands were aimed at the exit of the safe passage. When a prisoner showed up, they would launch a swift and violent attack. Just when the officials thought that the overall situation had been settled, and that after all the Orurs returned, they could join forces and attack the prisoners together, Lester, who was located on the second basement floor, started his operation. Fire shield. I saw Lester's lips moving slightly, chanting a spell. In an instant, the blue fierce flame that was still raging in the Department of Magic and Sports immediately stopped spreading to the surroundings and instead reversed its direction, constantly eroding the floor of the second floor. Whether it is hard steel bars or expensive magic materials, in front of Lester Fiendfire, there's only one fate waiting for them, and that is to be eroded. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and a large hole was directly eroded on the west floor of the Department of Magic and Sports. Accompanied by a burst of dust, the floor on the second floor collapsed under the erosion of fierce fire. All the prisoners standing on the second floor fell directly to the third underground floor under the cover of dust. The third floor was the office of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters. At this time, all officials in the Ministry of Magic who could afford wands were on the third floor to welcome the prisoners. It's a pity that they didn't expect that the prisoners would choose to burn through the floor and fall directly from the sky. At the moment when the ground on the second floor collapsed, many officials on the third floor were directly buried in the ruins. At the same time, the prisoners who were proficient in black magic cast several death-defying curses in the direction of the pureblood officials as soon as they landed. Awada eats a big melon. Amidst the bursts of smoke, countless terrifying killing curses with green rays of light flew towards the pure-blooded officials swiftly and violently. Fortunately, the bunkers they built in advance played a great role in resisting many attacks from the killing curse. Of course, there is still a small number of unlucky people who were brutally killed directly by the killing curse. It wasn't just ordinary prisoners who exerted their strength. Lester, who had just landed, even waved his wand directly, summoning a fierce python in the air and rampaging directly in the pure-blood official's garrison. The Fiendfire python, which is tens of meters high, is simply the most powerful lethal weapon in such a small space. With just a flick of its tail, the scorching Fiendfire will kill dozens of people. Ding! Gain the fear value of Ministry of Magic officials plus 56. Ding! Gain the fear value of Ministry of Magic officials plus 46. Ding! Gain the fear value of Ministry of Magic officials plus 73. Immediately, Lester, who showed great power, immediately gained a lot of fear points. For a while, Lester's fear value now has reached a record high, 98 W fear value. Seeing that Lester was so strong, the other prisoners hit the death curse more vigorously, and all kinds of vicious black magic kept shooting out of their wands. Only Ludo, who was at the forefront of the battlefield and was also wearing a prisoner's uniform, was holding a magic wand and stood there a loss. You say let him hit his colleagues in the Ministry of Magic. It is definitely wrong to do so. But if you let him attack the prisoners who just trusted him with a backhand, isn't that just letting him die? Just when Ludo was caught in the dilemma of the battle between heaven and man, a green killing curse from the Ministry of Magic's position flew past his ears swiftly, scaring Ludo, who was still thinking cold sweat. The green killing curse did not hit Ludo, who was standing still, but hit another prisoner behind Ludo fiercely. The powerful energy knocked the prisoner into the air in an instant, and the accompanying impact even hit several people behind him. Worry, those guys from the Ministry of Magic have actually lifted the unforgivable curse restriction. Ludo came back to his senses in an instant, and immediately rushed into the ruins beside him. Facing the prisoners who had been using the killing curse all the time, the officials of the Ministry of Magic naturally wouldn't just use the disarming curse to fight back. In fact, in extremely special circumstances, the Ministry of Magic will immediately issue a restriction order to wizards, allowing them to freely use the 3 unforgivable curses, such as the killing curse, without punishment for a short period of time. You must know that the pure blood family can control the entire magic world, not only because of their rich contacts, but also because of the countless resources in their family. Although these officials are pampered on weekdays, with the supply of a large amount of resources, their magic strength still far exceeds that of ordinary people. What's more, compared to Lester's group of prisoners who became a black wizard because they couldn't find a job, they became monks halfway. This group of pure-blooded nobles with ancestral inheritance are the real dark wizards. After all, if the family did not have a few magic spells at the bottom of the box, it is estimated that the family would have been exhausted in the long river of history, and there would be no chance of passing it on. Dark Devil, Soul, Devourer, Oolong out of the hole, Thunderbolt, all kinds of black magic that did not appear or appeared in the original books continued to shoot out from the magic wands of the group of pureblood officials. With the counterattack of the officials of the Ministry of Magic, the scene of the war immediately expanded by 3 points. Especially the pure-blooded wizard who used the black magic Dementor. He just stared in the direction of the prisoner, and immediately a prisoner rushed to the center of the battlefield in a daze as if he had lost his soul. Naturally, his fate is not difficult to guess. As soon as he entered the center of the battlefield, the prisoners who were controlled by the mind were immediately torn into pieces by the terrible spell, and blood was immediately sprinkled throughout the hall. The house leak coincided with Lien Yiyu, and under the control of Lester, the fierce python, which had been raging crazily in the pure-blood camp, also uttered a wail under the blow of countless killing curses directly in the camp. Exploded. The scattered Fiendfire quickly splashed around, taking away the lives of several pure-blood wizards. Ding! Gain the fear value of Ministry of Magic officials plus 56. Ding! Gain the fear value of Ministry of Magic officials plus 46. Ding! Gain the fear value of Ministry of Magic officials plus 73. It's a pity that this attack only took away the lives of a few pure bloods, and it doesn't matter at all to this battle situation. At the same time, the sound of neat footsteps is constantly coming from upstairs. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of uniform footsteps continued to come from upstairs, and the sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor was like a harbinger of the arrival of death, and it kept pouring into the hearts of every prisoner. The Orurs have entered. The purebloods who had slowly gained the upper hand heard the constant footsteps from upstairs, and the excitement in their eyes was about to show in words when they saw this. As long as the Orurs attacked the prisoners in the middle from two directions with them from upstairs, I am afraid that this group of damned prisoners will not be able to survive even one round, and they will be wiped out by themselves and others. Damn it! Among the prisoners, Song Biao's eyes flashed fiercely. Facing the direction of the pureblood wizard, he skillfully threw a killing curse and successfully took the life of a pureblood wizard. However, for the many officials of the Ministry of Magic, the death of one or two wizards cannot affect the overall situation of the battle. As morale continued to rise, the purebloods of the Ministry of Magic even organized a counterattack. Armor protection. After hearing a few incantations, several huge white protective shields appeared in front of the pureblood wizard's position. Afterwards, several pureblood wizards walked out of the bunker directly and bombarded the prisoners. Awada eats a big melon. The terrible death curse kept being thrown from their wands and flew towards the prisoners swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the lives of several prisoners were taken away. Seeing this, Lester, who was standing at the back of the prisoner, could only make another shot, summoning the Fiendflame serpent. As soon as the fiery serpent appeared, it was under fire from all the pureblood wizards of the Ministry of Magic. Under the attack of countless curses, the Fiendfire python only shattered a few pieces of its protective cover, and then was broken into countless sparks again, floating around. Master Lai, what should we do? Seeing that Lester, who was invincible before, had lost his divine power, all the prisoners subconsciously panicked. The wretched old man asked anxiously how Lester would deal with the next wave of attacks from the pureblood wizards. Now, not only the frontline offensive has not made progress, but the sharp Orurs are about to attack the rear. At this time, many prisoners have some doubts about whether they can survive this war successfully. Listening to the wretched old man Leonard's question, Lester raised his head to meet the expectations of the other prisoners. It's okay, I still have a backup. Unlike the other nervous prisoners, Lester looked confident rather than frightened. That's right, as he said, he still has a few backhands, and it's not certain whether he will win or lose this war. Lester, as a traverser with a system, is he afraid that he will not be able to beat this group of officials of the Ministry of Magic who are eating vegetarian meals? Perhaps infected by Lester's self-confidence, the prisoners who had been low in fighting spirit once again broke out in fighting power, and once again withstood the offensive of the pureblood wizards. However, it can be seen from their absent-minded expressions that they are not optimistic about Lester. After all, even if they could defeat the hundreds of pureblood Ministry of Magic officials in front of them, how would they deal with the experienced Orurs behind them? Except for those pure-blooded second-generation Orurs who rely on the shadow of their family to enter the Orur team, other wizards who can enter the Orur team are all wizards with real skills. It's still easy to fight two dark wizards like them. Soon, the sound of neat footsteps gradually came from the safe passage behind the prisoners, and the sound became louder and louder. Obviously, the prisoners knew that this was a sign that the Orur forces were coming to the battlefield. Thunderbolt, explosion. The sound of chanting mantras sounded together in the safe passage. At the same time, as they chanted the spell, the door behind Lester and the others was directly blown out. Because it was at the rear of the prisoners, Lester was the first to face the heavy iron gate that was flying towards him. Looking at the iron gate that was rushing towards him, Lester didn't have a trace of panic in his eyes and calmly recited the spell. Fire shield. In an instant, a blue Fiendfire barrier appeared in front of him out of thin air. The originally menacing iron gate turned into a puddle of hot molten iron immediately after touching the fiery fire barrier and scattered on the ground, making the floor sizzling. At the same time, at the moment when the Fiendfire barrier appeared, Lester threw the moving brick in his hand forcefully. Under the blessing of magic power, this black brick actually flew directly into the Orur troops who had just entered the arena. Be careful! Seeing the black bricks suddenly attacking him and the others, the leading elite Orur immediately roared, and at the same time took the lead in casting a protective spell. Following the movements of the elite Orur Moody, the other Orurs followed suit one after another. They all put up white protective covers, and at the same time carefully stared at the black brick thrown by Lester. Mad-Eye Moody, the commander-in-chief of the Orur army, carefully approached and carefully inspected the brick with his magical eyes that can see through all illusions. This is a port key. Soon, the well-informed Moody recognized that this brick was a port key. Then Moody's expression changed drastically, and he threw himself aside, shouting at the same time, "All attack this port key." Sure enough, the moment Moody stepped aside, the port key began to vibrate violently. Afterwards, a gloomy aura gradually came out from this small door key. As this cold aura continued to spread, the Orurs who were still full of fighting spirit showed pain on their faces, as if their happiness had been sucked away uncontrollably. Why should I give my life to this group of pure-blood elders? Why have I been working for so many years? I'm still a low-level Orur, and I don't even have a decent Ministry of Magic organization. Why do those purebloods take away my credit without paying anything? Purebloods are all captains, and only we Muggle wizards are the leading soldiers. Is such a Ministry of Magic really worth my life? Although the Orur Force is the only violent institution within the Ministry of Magic, due to the high mortality rate of the Orur Force, few purebloods are willing to become an ordinary Orur. Therefore, in order to fill the vacancy of the Orur position, the Ministry of Magic usually recruits a large number of Muggle wizards to serve as the lowest Orur in the Orur army. Then they chose to let the noble-born pureblood be their captain to manage the Muggle-born Orurs. Naturally, you can't restrain that group of arrogant purebloods from oppressing others. So under the stimulation of the Dementors, almost all Orurs recalled the painful memories of being bullied by purebloods. There were also many weak-willed Orurs who threw their wands on the ground and squatted down in pain with their heads in their arms. Damn Dementor! Moody, who was also enduring the pain, watched the Dementors slowly pouring out from the port key, and as a senior Orur of the Ministry of Magic, Moody naturally knows all kinds of dark operations in the Ministry of Magic. It's a pity that although he was also born in pure blood, his family's strength was far inferior to those families in power. Therefore, in the face of all kinds of shady scenes, all Moody could do was remain silent. However, he didn't expect that it was because of his indifference to this injustice that the Orur troops almost collapsed. Whoa. It was obviously deep underground, but with the appearance of a large number of Dementors, the office on the third floor of the basement kept gusts of wind. The Orurs closest to the Dementors were the first to bear the brunt. Before the Dementors attacked them, the debuffs on their bodies alone made many Orurs lose their fighting power on the spot. Not only that, even the pure-blood wizards who were some distance away from the Dementors were more or less affected. However, the impact was not great, not as serious as that of the Orurs. This is not to say that the group of pampered officials are firm-willed, but that they have never encountered any setbacks or things that made them very afraid in their lives. Just like in a movie, when Harry saw the Dementor for the first time, he was frightened and fainted, while the other students just turned pale with fright. Does that mean Harry is a coward? You know, Harry Potter just entered school, and he dared to challenge Voldemort's pure presence in the first year. Definitely the kind of bold and overwhelming pure presence. But it was such an astonishingly courageous boy who was frightened and fainted by a Dementor. This is not because of anything else, but because Harry has seen the most terrifying scene in his life. That is, the scene where Voldemort killed his parents with the killing curse. That's why Harry was stunned and fainted by the painful memories brought up by the Dementors. And this group of nobles who were born with golden keys in their mouths naturally had smooth sailing along the way, not to mention horrible experiences, even they rarely encountered setbacks. Therefore, the appearance of Dementors only affected them a little and did not prevent them from using spells. As for the prisoners of Lester's group, they were the least affected. After all, this group of prisoners has lived with the Dementors for several years, and they have long adapted to their existence. And looking at the situation now, the Dementors seem to be their own people so of course they will not be afraid, but the speed of casting spells in their hands has accelerated a lot. Woo woo. The Dementors who had just been sent out first let out a terrifying roar, and then immediately flew towards the Orurs who had lost their fighting spirit. The black-holed cloaks made a shrill sound in the office. Whenever they wrapped an Orur's head in the cloak, it meant that an Orur had been sucked out of his soul. In an instant, the moment the Dementors entered the arena, many Orurs lost their lives on the spot, and their entire souls became the nourishment of the Dementors. Meanwhile, Dementors are devouring souls, and Lester is not idle. Fire Shield. Although the magic power in his body was about to bottom out due to the use of too many spells, Lester still chose to release the Fire Shield to deal a devastating blow to the Orur troops. Following Lester's chanting, the blue fiend flame appeared in the air again. Unlike the previous times, this time the fiend flame appeared directly in the central area of the Orur troops. As soon as it appeared, the terrifying fiend flame instantly devoured several Orurs who had no time to react. At the same time, the scorching flames scorched the surrounding air even more. Roar! The giant python opened its mouth and roared at the surrounding Orurs, and at the same time, a ball of blue fierce fire erupted directly from the giant python's mouth, taking away the lives of several Orurs in an instant. Ding! Get Kane's fear value plus 140. Ding! Get Nava's fear value plus 165. Ding! Gain Mad-Eye Moody's fear value plus 800. Immediately, with the death of the Orur, another batch of fear points were contributed to Lester. At the same time, Lester's fear value also officially reached the terrifying 100 W point. Ding! It is detected that the host's fear value has reached 100 W, and the system will be upgraded. After reaching 100 W points this time, unlike the previous ones that only opened higher-level lottery draws, the system actually entered the upgrade state directly. Fortunately, the system upgrade didn't take too much time, and after only a few seconds, the pleasant notification sound of the system sounded in Lester's ears again. Ding! The system upgrade is successful. Dark Lord System. Host, Lester Bader. Magic value, 10 plus 10,000 fear value / point. Master the spell, God level invisibility, full level, wall penetration, base enchantment, cannot be improved. Polymorph, from Boggets, cannot be improved. Fire Shield level 2, 934 / 1000. Mission, Angry Prisoner. Lottery draw, 0 times 1 million fear value / time. Lester discovered that the newly upgraded system, in addition to the more advanced lottery draw that had been expected for a long time, also unlocked a new function, which is to use the fear value to increase his magic power. Very good. Even though he was in the middle of a battle at this time, Lester still couldn't help flashing a glimmer of joy in his eyes. He is only 10 years old now, and he has a lot of advanced magic, but there is not enough magic power to support him to cast better spells. If he had the magical power of an adult wizard, could the fiend flame serpent he summoned be easily scattered by others? Just when Lester was hesitating whether to add all the fear points to the mana points, Lester, who was still thinking, only felt a shudder behind him, and then saw a vicious killing curse attacking him quickly. Fire Shield. Before he had time to think, Lester, who was suddenly attacked, immediately subconsciously cast a fire shield, summoned a ball of blue Fiendfire, and blocked it in front of him. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and after the menacing death curse and Fiendfire collided in midair, they exploded directly in the air. The huge shock wave directly lifted Lester, who was not far away, and slammed into the wall of the office. Master Khalifa is here. Suddenly, there was a burst of cheers from the Pure Blood camp, and everyone shouted a name excitedly. Ununice Khalifa. As if the name had some magical power, the officials of the Ministry of Magic, who were a little timid at first, cheered up the moment Ununice Khalifa appeared. As if he'd been slapped with chicken blood, he frantically cast a curse on the prisoners on Lester's side. Unlike Lester and others who were unknown, Ludo, who had been hiding in the ruins, trembled with fright after hearing the name Ununice. Others don't know how powerful Yunus Khalifa is. As the director of the Department of Magical Sports, can Ludo not know? There are several top families in power in the Ministry of Magic, each controlling several important departments of the Ministry of Magic. And Khalifa, who controls the only violent institution in the Ministry of Magic, is naturally not a simple role. In fact, some people speculate that Khalifa is actually a powerful wizard comparable to Dumbledore, but he has been hiding it all the time. At the same time, Song Biao's face was extremely ugly. As the former gold medalist of the Khalifa family, he was the one who knew Ununice Khalifa best. It can be said that Song Biao thinks that in the magical world, except for the few giant Buddhas in Hogwarts, he can't beat Song Biao, and there are not many people who can tie with him. However, Ununice Khalifa is one of the few powerful beings who can beat Song Biao. There are even rumors that Ununice Khalifa's strength is even comparable to that of Severus Snape. Of course, these are just rumors. In fact, the two have never fought against each other, but just relying on rumors is enough to show the terrifying strength of Ununice Khalifa. After all, he is a famous figure in the Dark Wizard Circle. Professor Neep. Eunice. Lester, who was blown away by the shockwave, stared at his enemy with anger in his eyes. When he received the memory of his predecessor, he gained the same emotion as his predecessor. The former's miserable life was all caused by this Eunice. Now that the enemy meets him, he is naturally extremely jealous. At this time, all the pure-blood wizards and Orurs immediately became excited after Eunice appeared. What a bunch of trash! Looking at the Orur subordinates who were shaking their heads because of the influence of the Dementor, Eunice frowned. Call for God's guard. I saw Eunice slowly raise his wand. Then his lips moved slightly, and a series of spells were quickly spit out from his mouth. A moment later, a white eagle shot out from the tip of his staff, flying ferociously towards the group of Dementors. As we all know, in the face of Dementors, only the soul-calling guard can cause substantial damage to them. Sure enough, the Dementors who were still unscrupulous in sucking souls among the Orurs stopped their mouth movements in fear after seeing the white god-calling guard, and the whole monster shrank into a ball in fear. Call the guard. After Eunice god-calling guards took control of the situation, other Orurs who still had the power to fight also raised their wands and released the god-calling guards. Although the Patronus charm is a relatively advanced magic in the magic world, it can't hold back the high quality of the Orur troops. Therefore, for a while, a large number of Patronus are shot out from the tips of the Orurs. Even if some Orurs can't cast the full Patronus charm, the silver-white gas emitted from the tip of their staff can have a lot of influence on the Dementors. Therefore, the Dementor army, which was still in full swing, was immediately brought under control the moment Eunice appeared on the stage. Worry, it's really cold this time. The wretched old man Leonard looked at the easily subdued Dementor army, feeling ashamed in his heart. Now that the Dementors were under control, the Orurs who had lost their combat effectiveness would immediately launch an attack from behind. In addition, there are a large number of pure-blood officials from the Ministry of Magic in front of them, and there is also an Orur office director with bottomless strength, Eunice. How to fight this war? Not only did the wretched old man think so, but the other prisoners thought the same way. The powerful Eunice turned the tide of the battle just as soon as he appeared on the stage, which made all the prisoners feel a haze in their hearts. Just when all the prisoners fell into despair, Eunice on the opposite side moved. His exquisite and arrogant face was full of disdain for Lester and others. His gorgeous golden wizard robe showed his noble status, and his light blue eyes were full of murderous intent. It's time to end this farce. I saw Eunice slowly raise the black wand in his hand, with gorgeous golden patterns engraved on it, showing the nobility of this wand. Awada eats a big melon. Looking at the prisoners who were still stubbornly resisting in front of him, Eunice had killing intent in his eyes, and he shot with a terrible killing curse. In an instant, a huge, thick killing curse shot out from Eunice's wand and flew towards Lester and the others swiftly. The green light released by the powerful killing curse dyed the entire third floor of the Ministry of Magic green the moment he appeared. This is not over yet. just after casting the killing curse, Ununice did not stop at all, raised the wand in his hand, facing Lester and the others, another set of killing curse gift packs. At this time, Ununice, like a magic fortress, continuously released the terrible killing curse, blasting towards Lester and the others. Apparently, Ununice was not at all prepared to give the rebellious prisoners a chance to survive this time, and the attack was a vicious killing curse. Seeing the green death curse flying all over the sky, the eyes of many prisoners were full of despair. The opponent is so strong. How can they fight? Especially Ludo, who had been hiding in the ruins since the start of the war, saw the large number of killing curses coming at him, and his whole old face turned green with fright. It's over, it's really cold this time. Ludo couldn't have imagined that he didn't die at the hands of a mad prisoner, but was killed by his own people. Isn't this too funny? Just when Ludo had closed his eyes and was about to face death, a strong figure appeared in front of him. Fire shield. Accompanied by the man's roar, a blue fierce fire shield appeared out of thin air in front of the prisoners. Boom! The menacing death curse exploded on the fierce fire barrier in an instant. The powerful shock wave generated by the explosion made the prisoners behind them couldn't help but take a few steps back. And Lester, who is facing the death curse head-on, bears the brunt of it. At this time, Lester only felt that his internal organs were about to be dislocated, and the overwhelming stomach distension almost made him vomit out. However, he didn't have time to think about it right now. Lester is now concentrating all his energy on the system panel, and his mind is constantly clicking on the little plus sign behind the mana value, so as to increase his mana value crazily. Although the fire shield is an extremely advanced black magic, and as Lester's proficiency in this magic continues to increase, he can use it normally with only a small amount of magic power. However, no matter how proficient the spell is, he can't use 10 points of mana. Dark Lord System. Host, Lester Bader. Magic value, 100 plus, 100,000 fear value, /point. Master the spell, God level invisibility, full level, cannot be improved. Wall penetration, base enchantment, cannot be improved. Polymorph, from Boggets, cannot be improved. Fire shield level 2, 989/1000. Mission, Angry Prisoner. Lottery draw, 0 times, 1 million fear value /time. In the blink of an eye, Lester's mana value reached 100 points, and, at the same time, the cost of increasing the mana value also reached a state where a full 100,000 fear points could be increased. System, did you make a mistake? Why can the fear value of 100,000 be increased a little? Lester was very dissatisfied. You must know that 10,000 fear points can allow him to get a lot of good things in the lottery, but it is too unreasonable to only increase the magic point by 1 point. And after reaching 100 magic points, the price actually needs to be increased if you want to increase it. How can this convince Lester? Facing Lester's inquiry, this time the system gave an explanation after a long absence. Ding! Since the host is currently too young, the drastic increase in magic power will cause the magic power in the host to lose control, so the fear value required to prompt the magic power will gradually increase. Out of control, Lester was thoughtful. Isn't this the reason for the silence? Although I got the bad news that more fear points are needed to increase the mana value. But it is not without good news. That is, Lester's level 2 fire shield is about to be upgraded. After a series of fights, just now, Lester relied on the fire shield to kill many purebloods and Orurs from the Ministry of Magic, making the proficiency of the fire shield reach a record high, a full 989 points. Perhaps because Lester killed all-powerful wizards, every time Lester killed a wizard, he could provide Lester with a huge amount of proficiency. Coupled with Lester's continuous use during this period, the fire shield body has reached the verge of upgrading. It's time to fight back. Feeling the powerful magic power that appeared out of thin air in his body, Lester's eyes shone with excitement. He suddenly pushed forward with both hands, and the fierce fire barrier, which was trembling under the blow of the killing curse, suddenly strengthened. The terrible death curse hit the Fiendfire barrier, but it couldn't make any waves. What? A trace of surprise flashed across Eunice's face when he saw that his killing curse was completely blocked by the fiery fire barrier. You must know that he was able to become one of the top officials in the Ministry of Magic not only because of his extensive contacts, but also because of his proud strength. After all, the magic world still respects the strong. Since Ununice can become the immediate boss of all Orurs in the magic world, his strength should not be underestimated. In his opinion, in the entire wizarding world, except for those old professors from Hogwarts, there are not many people who can still be his opponents. But now, he finds that there is actually one who can compete with him. How does this keep him from being shocked? Good chance. Seeing that Ununice had violated the taboo on the battlefield and dared to be dazed during the fight, Lester immediately chose to take advantage of his illness to kill him, and directly chose to make a bold move. Fire, fire, burn it for me. Lester released Fiendfire with one hand to form a barrier in front of him to block the attacks of the pure blood officials, and shook Ununice violently with the other hand. Immediately, Lester's powerful magic power was fully aroused at this moment, forming a huge fiendish palm. The wide-open palm of fierce fire appeared directly around Ununice, grabbed it suddenly, and tightly grabbed Ununice, who was still in a daze. Go! As soon as Fiendfire's palm caught Ununice, Lester grabbed Ununice fiercely and threw it at the wall in the room. At the same time, he quickly raised the wand in his hand and flew towards it. The trajectory of the fire shot out another terrible fire. Ununice, who was caught by Lester's thick, fiery palm, couldn't break free at all and could only watch helplessly as he was thrown out. Bump! After a loud noise, a big hole half the height of a person was smashed into the wall of the room. At the same time, the entire Ministry of Magic trembled violently. Ununice was thrown directly along the half-person high hole and was thrown out viciously. The whole person was thrown into the office of the nearby reversal accident reversal team. Due to Lester's ruthless attack, Ununice was thrown out of the room, flew hundreds of meters away, and slammed into the wall on the other side of the office of the reversal incident reversal team. The strong impact stirred up countless flying dust, and the wall that Ununice slammed into also trembled 3 times under the effect of the huge impact. Worry! Lester's sudden counterattack immediately calmed down everyone present. The pure-blooded officials who had already put triumphant smiles on their faces froze their smiles when they saw the mighty Ununice being thrown directly into the air. At the same time, the faces of the prisoners who were ready to face death also showed the joy of the rest of their lives. They just knew that Lord Lai would not let them down. At this time, Lester didn't care about the shock of others at all. He only had one goal in his mind now, and that was to kill Ununice. I saw Lester put his hands together and then pushed forward suddenly. In an instant, a huge group of fiendish flames shot out from Lester's hand and rushed towards Ununice along the big hole Ununice smashed. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature in the entire office increased a lot, and many wizards were sweating profusely for being roasted. Damn it! Ununice, who had just been thrown out, looked at the terrifying fierce flame fiercely attacking him, and a trace of scarlet flashed in his eyes. Armor protection. Facing the menacing Fiendfire, Ununice hastily raised his magic wand and cast a white protective shield in front of him. Boom! The terrifying Fiendfire collided fiercely with the hard protective cover in the air, accompanied by a loud noise, and a huge shockwave directly centered on the collision point of Fiendfire and the protective cover and spread rapidly to the surroundings. The powerful shock wave not only knocked Ununice into the air again, but also shattered the wall between the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters and the Incident Reversal Team, and opened up the 2 offices that were originally separated by this wall. This is not over yet. Looking at Ununice flying in midair, Lester's eyes were full of killing intent, and he shook his right hand towards the void. A moment later, a flaming whip made of blue fiend flame appeared in Lester's hands. Snapped! Lester raised his right hand and whipped the fierce fire whip at Ununice violently. Immediately, the sound of piercing the air and the sound of scorching flames filled the entire room, and at the same time, the fiery whip lashed Ununice's body fiercely. Ununice, who was about to fall to the ground, changed his trajectory directly under the attack of the long whip and was sent flying out again, slamming hard against the wall beside him. Under the powerful impact, the poor wall was smashed into a big hole half the height of a person. Ununice, who had suffered heavy injuries one after another, was leaning against the corner like a rag doll. The originally gorgeous noble costumes were completely burned with holes and turned into a beggar's costume alive. At the same time, the gorgeous magic wand with golden patterns was broken into 2 knots by Fiendfire, and it became a piece of garbage, which was randomly discarded on the ground. At this moment, Ununice looked extremely depressed. Songbiao, you hide so deep. There was endless murderous intent in the scarlet eyes. Looking at the culprit who injured himself, Ununice said word by word, I didn't expect that you could hide so deeply that even I was deceived by you. However, everything should be over, and you should regret betraying me. I saw that Ununice's eyes, which were still closed, opened suddenly. A flash of light flashed, and a powerful black energy erupted from his body, covering his whole body. At the same time, a terrifying aura gradually emanated. Ununice Khalifa is certainly not a simple person who can manage a down-and-out pure-blood family into one of the most powerful families in the magic world. In fact, 20 years ago, he was just an ordinary pure-blood wizard who graduated from Slytherin House. At that time, not only were Muggle wizards low in status, their pure-blood families with shallow background were also not considered by real pure-blood nobles. Ununice, who just graduated, also encountered the plight of Muggle wizards. That is, he has no talent and ambition, but nowhere to display it. At that time, he had only 2 choices. One was to serve the group of real old-fashioned pure-blood families and become their servant, and then the entire Khalifa family would become their vassal family. There's another option, which is to do some simple jobs to get Weebo's salary like most Muggle wizards who graduated from Hogwarts. However, the talented Ununice neither chose to serve the veteran purebloods, nor was he willing to bury his talent and engage in unknown work in the magic world. A newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He chose the most dangerous but also the most rewarding job. That is, an explorer. As we all know, the reason why the veteran nobles have the supreme power is not because of their bullshit blood, but because of the huge resources and connections accumulated by their families for thousands of years. For example, the Malfoy family, who were obviously Voldemort's #1 supporters and even helped Voldemort do a lot of bad things. But why didn't the Ministry of Magic imprison him in Azkaban? Isn't it because almost 1/3 of the economy of the entire British magic world relies on the Malfoy family's industry for food? If Malfoy is really pushed into a hurry and his family moves abroad, the economy of the British magic world will at least fall back a little bit. 10 years, not to mention a large number of unemployed wizards, how to express their dissatisfaction to the Ministry of Magic. If one is not handled properly, when the unemployed wizards can't even get a living space in the wizarding world, they will immediately set off a riot, and then the whole wizarding world will fall into a crisis more terrifying than Voldemort's Dark Age. In war, the People's War, therefore, even the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, Dumbledore, acquiesced to the fact that the Ministry of Magic released these old pure-blood families. Otherwise, with his prestige at the peak of the sky at that time, and the people's disgust for the Death Eaters, if he forcefully said that he wanted to execute these war criminals, who would stop him? Just relying on those officials from the Ministry of Magic, how dare they stop Dumbledore? Therefore, the reason why veteran nobles can do whatever they want in the magic world is not by blood, but by wealth and knowledge. And the explorer is the best career choice for countless ordinary wizards to turn themselves into masters. As long as you are lucky enough to explore an ancient ruin alive and bring out rich treasures and ancient magic that have been lost from it, then congratulations, you already have the qualifications to become a pure-blood family. The pure-bloods challenged. The reason why Ununice was able to rise from the humble beginnings was all due to an exploration of the ruins. It was an ancient relic located in the Huaxiao region. At that time, Huaxiao was undergoing reform and opening up, and this mysterious eastern land was also the first time that the veil was opened to the west. Ununice immediately seized the opportunity, pretended to be a British investment businessman, followed the Muggle investment group, and entered the Chinese mainland. As soon as he entered China, Ununice, who pretended to be a businessman, began to spend money and hired others to help him collect strange places on the China mainland. Finally, the sky paid off. Ununice finally discovered an ancient relic in a mountain named Kunlun, and after a narrow escape, Ununice not only learned the ancient black magic, and also obtained the massive wealth left by the owner of the ruins. Therefore, Ununice, who carried huge wealth and powerful black magic, immediately started his rise as soon as he returned to the British magic world. Relying on wealth to open the way, coupled with the two powerful black magics he has mastered, Ununice's official career can be said to be unimpeded. He paid a large amount of war reparations, which made his strength skyrocket even more. It can be said that if Dumbledore, the legendary white wizard, was not still alive, Ununice would have monopolized the power of the magic world. Now, he is in a high position, and it has been too long since he has taken a serious action, which has caused some ants to dare to provoke him. The Dark Devil is coming. With Ununice roar, surging black mist surged out of his body uncontrollably, and the negative emotions of everyone around him rushed towards Ununice's body as if being pulled by a vacuum cleaner. Go, be the magic in him. As the black mist continued to emerge, the Fiendfire that was still scorching his body on Ununice's body suddenly went out, as if it had been put into an oxygen-free environment. At the same time, Ununice's whole body turned into a human-shaped black mist, with only a pair of scarlet eyes protruding from the black mist, constantly emitting bloodthirsty light. That's right, this is one of the black magics he obtained from the ancient ruins of China, the arrival of the Black Devil. Not good. Lester's heart tightened suddenly after hearing Ununice suddenly spit out the very familiar Huaxia characters. Now seeing Ununice covered in black mist, Lester's heart gradually, there was an ominous premonition. But no matter how frightened he was, Lester still understood the reason why he couldn't be weak when fighting. Die to me. Lester's eyes were fixed, and killing intent burst out of his pupils instantly, and the fierce flame whip in his hand was also fiercely drawn towards Ununice, who had been atomized. The sharp piercing sound brought by Fiendfire demonstrated the infinite power of Lester's blow. If it was an ordinary adult wizard, if he was whipped like this, he would probably be cut into two pieces directly, not to mention that the above would still comes with the terrible Fiendfire. Looking at the fierce flame whip that was lashing towards him with lightning speed, a trace of disdain flashed in Ununice's eyes, and he just raised his right hand. The next moment, a black mist instantly appeared on the track of the fiery whip, directly blocking it. Li Hua, who was always invincible, couldn't show its true power when he saw this weird black mist, and was easily blocked by this black mist, and he couldn't even stir up a wave. Suddenly, Ununice made a move, and he just waved his hand forward, and a thick black mist rushed towards Lester. The roar of the air waves resounded through the entire third underground floor. Whether it was the prisoners who came to make trouble, or the officials of the Ministry of Magic who were forced to defend, they all stopped their movements at this moment and watched this shocking...
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.